Okay, we're live. Evelyn, you can start.
A very good morning to one and all present here. I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the opening ceremony of DH23. My name is Evelyn and I'll be your host for this event. The fifth edition of DH23, a nationwide design hackathon, is being organized by DQ Labs and Dean's Academy. Before we begin, I would like to thank our sponsors, United World Institute of Design Ahmedabad, DJ Academy of Design Coimbatore, School of Design and Innovation at Avi University Bangalore, Ajinkya D.Y. Patel University Pune, Ecol Intuit Lab Bangalore, and UIR NGO Coimbatore. The hackathon this year will emphasize three key elements: empathy, design thinking, and ChatGPT. Empathy plays a pivotal role in problem solving. By practicing empathy, we can place ourselves in other situations and relate to their perspectives on the issues they encounter. This ability to empathize with diverse segments of society is instrumental in developing effective solutions to the challenges they encounter. Design thinking is an extension of the innovation process. It involves systematically and intelligently addressing problems to create enduring positive transformations. DH23 offers you the opportunity to hone your skills in problem identification, ideation, prototyping, and testing. Recent advancements in artificial intelligence have enabled the integration of AI tools like ChatGPT into the design process. The fusion of AI and design thinking empowers designers to make data-driven decisions concerning people's real-life needs. I would now like to introduce Mr. Umesh Kumar from DQ Labs. Mr. Umesh had pursued Bachelor of Architecture from Andhra University of Visakhapatnam and had graduated with first rank. He later went on to complete his master's at IIT Delhi. His work in architecture and automotive design spanned over the years 1999 to 2013, and after which he founded DQ Labs Private Limited and Zamplay EduTech Private Limited. Thank you, sir, for being with us here today. Next, I would like to introduce the founder principal of Dean's Academy, Mrs. Shanti Menon. A university rank holder from Stella Maris College, Chennai, she acquired a degree in education after completing her graduation in English literature. She also holds a teaching and training diploma with distinction from Cambridge University, UK, and a master's degree in education. Her passion towards education and her management skills enable Shanti ma'am to steer Dean's Academy towards newer horizons. Shanti ma'am is also a trained Bharatanatyam and Mohiniyattam dancer. Thank you, ma'am, for being here today. Lastly, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Professor Pradyumna Vyas. Professor Vyas is currently the president of the World Design Organization, after having served as a board member for the last 2 terms. He is the senior advisor of design promotion and innovation at Confederation of Indian Industry. With more than 36 years of professional and teaching experience in different spheres of design, Professor Vyas had been associated with National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, for 30 years, first as a faculty member and later on as the director of the institute. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. I now invite Umesh sir to take over the platform.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. And first of all, I would like to convey my greetings to Shanti Menon ma'am and Professor Pradyumna Vyas for honoring this occasion and for the inaugural occasion. And I would also like to thank all the mentors, the volunteers of Dean's Academy, and all the participants across India who had taken out time on precious Saturday and Sunday to be here for a specific purpose. So let me share my screen. Right. So today we all gather, the D-Day has come for the inauguration of DH23, and I'm very excited and inspired by all your participation. And we are going to have an incredible journey ahead. So the Design Hackathon that we are organizing this time is the 5th edition. It's a pan-India event where the objective is to cultivate a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. So though it is a hackathon, it's not just a hackathon, it's a catalyst for change, a platform to transform tomorrow. It encourages us to see problems not as roadblocks, but as opportunities. And it also helps us shift our mindset to embrace challenges and to seize themes, seize the stepping stones of a journey to success. So in this pursuit, we are fortunate to have a synergy of empathy, design thinking, and ChatGPT. Now, these three elements synergizes to provide us with the tools we need to navigate the uncertain waters of innovation, right? And as you know, empathy helps us to understand the pain points of others, whereas design thinking enables us to craft creative solutions. And ChatGPT acts as a guide, helping us and speeding up the process of innovation. So this year's event is very unique in many ways. Firstly, it embraces the diversity with open arms by offering a platform in 2 languages, that is English and Tamil. So we have 2 separate tracks that we are organizing. And this inclusivity ensures that people from all walks of life, regardless of their linguistic background, can participate and contribute their ideas to the vibrant tapestry of innovation that we are going to view today. And what is remarkable is that this time we have taken an all-encompassing approach, opening the doors to individuals of all age groups. We believe that innovation knows no age limit, and it's time to empower every Indian, young or old, to turn their frustrations into ideas that can fuel high-growth startups or opportunities. So it's about fostering a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship that transcends generation. A quick brief of the 2-day online event. It is structured into 6 steps of 2 hours each, with small tasks, with actionable activities. And each of the steps will be having 2 specific briefings. One is a macro education slot explaining about the step, how to approach the step, explaining you how to do this all small steps, followed by a 2-hour panel discussion by faculty and FAQ answering. Now, the outcome of this 2 days of effort is basically a 1-minute video. So all that effort you are putting in, the tangible one is a 1-minute video. The intangible one is the learning experience that you will be having. And of course, the strong problem statement that you would figure out and the solution that you would arrive. So we have 5 mentoring methods. One is the macro education slot at the beginning of each step, where you will be watching it live on YouTube. And then we have a DH23 toolkit. The toolkit provides you the micro tasks that you should be doing, along with the links to the tutorials, frameworks, and AI prompts and all of that we should be sharing in the announcement groups. The third one is the AI design mentor. So we are going to use ChatGPT. We are going to model it as a AI design mentor. So whatever questions that we have, we can get quick references, answers, all of that. But of course, with caution that we need to exercise our critical thinking to analyze the inputs and take the right direction. Okay. And the fourth method is you can ask the questions to the panelists through the Google form. That is for the regular participants. For the premium participants, they'll be joining the Zoom live session, and they will have the opportunity to interact with us. And number 5 is we have a separate troubleshooting Zoom. So if you feel, if you have any concern, or if you're overwhelmed, or if you want to talk to somebody, you can come to the troubleshooting room and you can have a one-to-one conversation with them. So these are the 5 different methods that we are facilitating to help you progress through this journey. And yes, we have a very experienced team of designers from the participating design schools as panelists and mentors. And we also have distinguished designers as the jury members that will be judging your work. And there's a prize pool of 3 lakh rupees for both the tracks of English and Tamil. And once the jury is done, there's a process. We shall be explaining the process later on. But we shall be having a kind of a ceremony where the prizes will be awarded. And there is no prior knowledge necessary for anybody to participate in this. So we'll be giving you all steps in a very simplified, easy to digest format, such that anyone can actually understand and follow it, and they can accomplish the task. Now, what is required from you is a very good laptop, a smartphone, and a broadband connection. All right. Now, as we embark on this journey, it's essential to prepare ourselves for the learning mode. Innovation often requires us to confront uncertainty head on. So design thinking is our trusted companion on this path, helping us unravel complex problems. It's not always a straightforward journey. It comes with a steep learning curve and can be overwhelming at times. I'm sure you will be finding happy mode, discovery mode, frustrated mode as you're going through the journey, but it's part of the journey, right? But please remember that every step you take, every challenge you have overcome is a commendable achievement by itself. All right. So in conclusion, so DH23 is a movement. It's a call for action, an invitation to transform your pain points into innovation. It's about turning problems into opportunities and adopting a mindset of growth and progress. So let's embark on this journey together, support one another, and make the most of this remarkable opportunity. Thank you for being part of DH23, and I look forward to witnessing the incredible innovations and transformations that will emerge from this event. Together, we will create a brighter future for ourselves and India. With that, over to you, Evelyn.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I like Ms. Shanti Menon to speak a few words. Thank you.
Good morning to all the participants to the next edition of Design Hackathon, like they said, jointly hosted by the TQ Labs Bangalore and the Dean's Academy Bangalore. An eminent practitioner of design thinking once said, "We spend a lot of time designing a bridge, but not enough time thinking of the people who are crossing it." The main tenet of design thinking is empathy, which is one of the tenets of Design Hackathon 23. For we do not think of the people who are trying to use the solution. When we try to make a solution, we have to put ourselves in the shoes of the user as we innovate and we find solutions. And therefore, this year around, we have tried to extend our reach to even larger spectrum of individuals, as Mr. Umesh just mentioned. Students in schools, students in higher education units, students of design, students who think problem solving, teachers who inspire and shape thinking and innovation in students in their classrooms, parents who instill skills of solution finding in their children and in their families and homes, professionals who need to innovate new avatars for keeping up with that cutting edge competition that you have in boardrooms, and of course, all homemakers. Individuals from varied spaces, knowing that collaborative and empathetic problem solving and innovation is a key to sustained subsistence. You may not be a problem solver and innovator today, just as Mr. Umesh said, but you begin your journey into becoming one through Design Hackathon. We certainly believe your choice of being here on this platform will be of immense value to you, therefore. I wish for the event to be a success and a memorable one for each one of you as you ideate, you innovate, and you prototype. Have a blast while you put on those thinking caps. Back to you, Evelyn.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So now we'll be moving on to our keynote speaker for today, Professor Pradyumna Vyas. You can take on, sir.
Very good morning. First of all, thank you very much, Dr. Shanti Menon and Umesh, to inviting me in the Young Minds Gathering. And I'm very excited actually to share my viewpoint on this whole hackathon. You see that the creativity is there at every level, whether it's a 5-year-old child or your grandmother, all have some creative thinking to solve problem or look into new opportunity it is made. I'm not going to tell you what is design thinking, but I'm just going to talk to you about what kind of attitude which we need to have to do innovation. And it's important that the education system, which is now new education policy has come, which includes critical thinking and design thinking. But the education policy which was developed during the Britishers' time, it was mostly for workers, that you get an order and do things, deliver it the way we tell you. So there was a definite answer to the problem, which a process which we were learning into the solution, and we were getting out to the whole thing. Where the leadership was not so much focused. Now, what we want to do through the hackathon, and I'm so happy that you have initiated the regional language, Tamil language, because sometimes the language becomes barrier for communicating your ideas to another person. So here we are, that we want all the creative people to think their ideas, whatever they are coming, and come out with the boundaries of getting taught by somebody. See, that's why the person who mentioned is the mentors. They are not teachers. Teacher who is spoon feeding, but mentors are reflecting on your ideas. Have a confidence in you. When students at NID used to look for answer from me, I always used to tell them that you may be more creative than me. I have only more experience than you. I can only share my experience, but I cannot control your mind and new ideas. And I think this is the message I would like to give. Believe in yourself. Don't feel that there is a wrong or right of any question which is there, because in design thinking, there may be 15 ways to reach to the point B, and you have to choose from point A to point B, you have to choose the best way, which is more logical, which is more scientific, which has a more where you can say why it is the best. I want all of you to have your own point of view when you are developing an idea. Don't look for confirmation from the teacher that, sir, is it correct or wrong? Try and explain your point of view, and try and look into, when the empathy was mentioned, I'm not talking about sympathy. Sympathy is something where you are looking from a distance somebody's problem, but empathy is that you are putting yourself in somebody's shoes and trying to feel that problem and try and really resolve that whole thing. So human-centric, which we are talking about, but I think the COVID has taught us something else, that now we have to really change our mindset and find out the solutions, not in a human-centric, but humanity-centric. Now the planet Earth, where if we don't care of the planet Earth, we will be finished. So that's why I think sustainable development goals become very, very important. We cannot just think about our power of science and technology to rule this planet, but we have to think everybody, because we are part of it, and we cannot everything look into isolation. Now, when we talk about looking into everything, in fact, technology, the way it is going very fast, and human beings always thought that we are the supreme. We have the technology. We can control whoever is there. And that lessons which we got from the COVID, that we are also part of this whole planet, and the microorganism has put us behind our house for 2 years or so. So I think this whole supremacy of human being has to shift from there to planet system. So that human development or problem solving and planet sustainability, these two aspects we have to keep in any problem which we are talking about. I was also hearing about ChatGPT, artificial intelligence. Now ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, as the machine learning is becoming so strong, the technology is moving very, very fast. And I think with your design thinking, the contextual use of technology becomes important. Don't try and solve problem because technology find out a solution because technology allow you to provide 1,000 solutions. We need a best solution. We need a solution with technology which is better for humanity, better for sustainability, better for quality of life. So not like the science technology, the way they have gone, and you see our markets are flooded with the product which are useless. We use them once and we throw them because technology has allowed to make it so inexpensive, and we started abusing the whole material and technology in a way to get our convenience. And we see that in Delhi, people cannot breathe the fresh air. And if you can't breathe fresh air, what is the point of the technology which you are really looking into? So you have to really get into critical problem solving with your solution. Don't try and get into a very complex rocket technology. You have around your surrounding many small issues, so you need to be very observant to see that where the shoe is pinching. What are the small addition which we can do so that the people's life become very safe, which is your theme this time. And how do you articulate safety? If you're talking about safety, can we really make a society which is very safe, not in terms of physical safety, which we are talking about, but emotional safety. So having a very happy environment to create and live together and learn. And I think there are lots of some safety. Just to talk about safety, what do you mean by safety? Talk about in your own language, in your own way of looking at it, and make the entire charts that what are the solutions which we can have with our understanding. And always keep it in mind that technology is only enabler. It is not the driver. You are the driver of the technology. And first find out what is required and then use the technology. I think you can do wonders. My generation and my previous generation went into the linear economy because of the industrial revolution which was there. And the industrial revolution was something like that: you take the material from the planet, make the product, use the product, and throw back into the environment, which will not degrade. So take, make, use, and this is the whole developmental cycle with the technology which was happening. And then your generation and next generation is facing tremendous problem of the environmental issues. I think this somewhere when we talk about safety, I think environment safety and sustainability become important to see that how we can make a circularity in our solutions. What is circular thinking? And nature is the best example for circular. There is a zero waste in the nature. Look at into anything. Every somebody's waste is somebody's food, and that is the way nature operates. So there is enough for everybody in nature, but it has to be made cyclic. We have to make it cyclic solutions, where earlier people used to say that cradle to grave, that you start, the life takes place and it dies in the grave. But we are talking about cradle to cradle. You take a birth of the idea and it goes back, and again you can bring it back to the birth. Just one example I give you, that Adidas have developed one shoe which is 100% recyclable, where you put that shoe into the crushing machine after the use, and the entire crushed material, whether it is sole or whether it is top or whether it is inside, and whether it is laces, everything is worked out by science and technology in such a way the entire shoe becomes the raw material for the next generation shoe. So you can have a limited. Water is a major thing for our safe life. How we can really find out a solution, not RO, but some other things. So pick up small things and try and do that. And when we talk about last thing about design thinking, I will tell you, I just give you one example, which I have spoken earlier also, that when you design ATM machine, you must have used ATM machine for taking out notes, or now we have a digital transition very much. But I think digital, if you talk about ATM machine, is not only electronic and electrical and mechanical engineer who make it. There are lots of stakeholders for ATM machine. Obviously, when you put it in the city, the architects and city planner are the important stakeholder of ATM machine. Otherwise, it can create a kind of congestion on the roads, and people will stop, and that can become problem in the traffic. If you put ATM machine in a very remote area, the safety becomes very important of the user. The thieves can steal the money from you, or they can harm you. So you cannot put it in isolation also. Then the old people are using it. Is it a wheelchair friendly, or it is the numbers which are there, whether they would be able to see or not? If a visually impaired person is there, whether your machine has taken care of visually impaired person or not, That is also one of the stakeholder. Wheelchair is also a stakeholder. Old person is also a stakeholder. Police is also a stakeholder because police has to really see the safety of it. And thieves are also a stakeholder because they are going to steal if it is not properly done. So you have to keep consideration of police, city planners, technology, old people, young people, isolation, everything you have to consider. Then you have to find out a solution. This is called design thinking or critical thinking, and find a solution. Not because the technology gives us the solution, we make the machine and it is your problem how you make it, whether it is usable for people who don't know English, whether it is usable for people who cannot see, all those aspects. So this is the human-centric which we are talking about, but I will go certainly in your hackathon that go to humanity-centric, where you really look after the planet broadly to see the generation of yours and the next generation, they continue living in a very safe life in future. So wish you all the best. It's a great attempt to introduce Tamil. I'm so happy that there is a lot of time in our mother language we can think very loud and very clear, and that will certainly help. Many times many children ask and they will say, oh, my mother is illiterate, she studied only 3 standard or she has not studied. We don't realize that illiteracy or literacy doesn't come with the classes which we are attending. Literacy comes with the wisdom which we have. The wisdom my grandmother might have absorbed over the years. There is a lot to learn. Don't ignore your culture. Don't ignore your tradition. There is a lot of new knowledge is there, and you can become global leader when you really generate ideas, develop ideas on your own strength, rather than borrowed strength from outside of the country. Believe in yourself, have confidence that you can solve the problem, you can be thought leader through this kind of hackathon which you are doing, and then rest everything success will follow you. All the best and have a great 2 days of hackathon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for your insightful words. I'm sure all the participants can take away a learning aspect from your speech. Sir, so now I'm sure that all the participants are eagerly awaiting the announcement of the theme for this year's hackathon. So over to Umesh, sir.
Right. So let me just give me a minute. Okay, let me do it here. So you're all able to see my screen? If yes, if you can get me a heads up, please.
Yes, sir.
All right. One minute.
Once envisioned, when a woman can walk freely at night, then we truly have freedom. This powerful thought is our guiding light as we embark on a journey to create a safe Bharat, where every individual, irrespective of their background, enjoys the gift of safety. Imagine a Bharat where safety is woven into the fabric of everyday life. Envision streets where laughter echoes, unshadowed by fear, and journeys made without a second thought for safety, be it day or night. Picture our communities' parks, markets, and schools buzzing with life, where the safety of our loved ones is a comforting constant. Visualize our children chasing their dreams in spaces where their safety is assured, always. In this safe Bharat, our digital and physical worlds are fortresses of security. Our healthcare guardians stand vigilant against health threats, and our buildings defy the might of nature, offering a safe haven to all. This is not just a dream. It's a goal within our reach, a mission that calls for your creativity and passion. As participants of DH23, you hold the key to unlocking a safer, more secure future. Your innovative ideas and heartfelt projects have the power to transform our nation. And now, we proudly announce the theme for DH23. Safe Bharat. A call to action for each one of you to contribute towards building a nation where safety is a way of life. Where every step we take is towards a more secure and flourishing India. Welcome to DH23. Let's join hands and hearts to make Safe Bharat a reality for all.
All right, so the theme for DH23 is Safe Bharat, right? So the Safe Bharat can be interpreted in many domains. All right, so this is a small preview of in what all areas we can envision safety, right? So what we will do in the next section is that we will be taking an approach in terms of identifying a problem in this particular context, which is relevant to you, and we try to address that particular aspect. And so, Professor Vyas, if you can share a couple of ideas or approaches in terms of various domains where we can look at the safety and make Bharat safe, we'll be very honored to listen to a couple of your comments, sir.
Oh, you want to reflect on these things which you have talked about?
Yeah. So
no, I think all these areas, as I mentioned, that are very, very important. Let the participants pick up where they feel very comfortable, and the environment where their personal experience or some such fear they have, or somebody has told them about the aspect. So everywhere it's important. And as if suppose you talk about food safety and nutrition, I think one also has to be in critical thinking, look into that, not just get swayed away with the marketing agencies, the way they are selling things, and may be harmful. If you do some research and find out right solution of communication strategy for the safety also becomes very important. So my take is that all these areas which are where you have some kind of empathy, your own experience, your own point of view, dwell to it and find out some solution, and don't restrain yourself in any idea which comes. And that is what the brainstorming in part of the design thinking which you will be doing. Don't feel hesitant to come out anything which is coming in your mind, because I don't want you guys to get approval from somebody whether it is correct or not. You have faith in your idea, put it on that, and when your mentor is going to be there, you will be able to discuss with him. And if mentor posing any question, you put your logic to that why you have picked up this idea and why it is important. Either you convince him or you get convinced and take it forward. So open mind becomes very important. And please don't just come out with ideas and say that, oh, I like this, that's why I'm doing it. You have to have a rational thinking behind that idea to analyze it and put your point of view. Don't just say that, oh, sir, I like it, that's why I've done it. No, there has to be in design thinking, there has to be a reasoning for that. So come out with open mind, some ideas where you feel you are scared somewhere, you have fear, even if you are not experienced safety, but the safety problem. But if even any kind of things which our family is all the time talking about, I think you should come out with some such ideas. We may not be knowing, but your mind, how it will react, let it flow, let the ideas flow, and I'm sure you will come out with an excellent idea. I would like to know what kind of ideas you're bringing up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And Evelyn, over to you. And probably we can proceed to the next section as per the timeline.
Yes, sir. So thank you all participants for attending the inaugural session. We'll be moving on to the steps of the day. And
so
right, sir, I'll give you a call. Yeah, I think this is live streamed.
Okay.
The session is live streamed.
All right, then I take your leave. and I'll afterwards connect with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Evelyn, you can play the video of the support schools.
The School of Design and Innovation at RV University is one of the best design schools in Bangalore, where we encourage students to work collaboratively. With dedicated studio spaces, students would acquire and hone their skills, learn design theories, methods, and processes that will help develop and refine their ideas, which address the problems identified in a holistic manner.
You all as your Dean of School of Design and Innovation for RV University. I also bring with me an ethos of collaborative leadership, and I'm really invested in an interdisciplinary way of teaching and learning design, which I think is really strongly supported by our faculty members and the pedagogic structure of the university. As a Dean, I really don't just want to create graduates, but I want to create future design leaders who can really make a mark in the field.
It takes a new form of education to prepare students for the society that is upcoming. And that's why the focus on innovation is critical, and that is the focus that the university has taken up.
Ours is a special university simply because we do not make mere professionals here. We make better human beings.
This university mainly focuses on value creation.
Everything is filled with a lot more of fun, and it just makes you filled with more optimism, and we have a lot of things to get inspired.
You just feel like coming to college every day.
We ask the students to focus more on the imagination part of it, intuition part of it, rather than the historical facts and figures.
Study graphic design, fine arts, gaming, and digital design. Join our truly global campuses for the best undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Register now.
I'd like to thank our sponsors once again for sponsoring this year's hackathon. So now we'll be moving on to the day's events. So I hope all the participants were part of the inaugural session, and I hope everyone is aware of the theme for this year's hackathon. DH23 will be focusing on the theme Safe Bharat. So participants, get ready for a fun-filled learning session spanning over 2 days. Let's begin with the first step of the hackathon, which is problem identification and validation. In this step, each team must come up with problems worth solving related to the DH23 theme. And the best way to do this is by empathizing. Through empathy, we're able to put ourselves in other people's shoes and connect with how they might be feeling about their problem. It's time to meet our panelists. First, we have Mr. Tapas Biswas from United World Institute of Design. Next, we have Mr. Nikhil Dayanand, who is Assistant Professor at RV University School of Design and Innovation. And our third panelist is Ms. Pooja Shivaram from Equal Intuit Lab. Thank you, panelists, for joining us today. Umesh sir, you can take over now.
All right. Thank you so much, Evelyn. Okay, so the theme is revealed. The theme is Safe Bharat. And all right, so let us see how to go about it. The first step. So as I said, we'll be having 6 steps. So let us start with the first step. And the first step might feel little overwhelming because you're trying to learn so many aspects, but after the first step, things will get settled because you will understand the process. All right. So let us understand so we understand problems. Let us understand what problems worth solving are. Okay. So I'll walk you through a little presentation, and I'll give you access to certain tools, methodologies, and then you'll have 2 hours of time to work on them. And meanwhile, the panelists will be discussing this particular topic and will be sharing their views in terms of how it can be achieved. All right. Okay. So generally, when we face a frustration in life, a pain point in life, a challenge in life, most common response are categorized into 3. We either try to find an alternative to solve the problem or overcome that issue, or we try to avoid them, or we completely ignore them. All right. So let time take its own care, right? But for example, what you do when you're not able to order what you want to eat. So you want to eat particular item and you're not able to have that item. So what you will say, if you're not able to order it, then you'll try to find an alternative, isn't it? Right? Well, that is one approach. The other approach is you build an entirely new service, like what Sachin Bansal has done with Zomato. Okay. Or let us say, what do you do when you're not able to find the book that you want to read? You wait for it, so that you go to the local bookstore, you wait for it, and once it arrives, you go and buy it. Okay. That is one approach. Or you can build a completely new service like Flipkart, right? Okay. Or what do you do when you're not happy with a rental car? So you have rented a car with a local guy and then the service is very poor. So what generally people try to do? They try to avoid them using for the next time. Okay. Or you try to use another service to find a new vendor, right? But like Bhavish Agrawal has done, he has built a completely new service altogether. Okay. Let us say your smartphone is not working as you expect. Then what do? You buy a new phone, right? Or you can build a device that works, which is completely different. Recently, this AI pin has been announced. It was designed by ex-Apple employees. Okay, so we'll discuss about this later. So the point I'm trying to come across is, when you find a challenge, what is that approach you are taking? Are you facing the challenge, or are you ignoring and you are going in a different direction? Another couple of examples, right? So when you feel uncomfortable with the cold air from AC, so AC in the beginning will look good, but then the cold air kind of hits your face and body and becomes very uncomfortable. So what do? You toggle on and off. When it gets too cold, you switch it off. When it becomes too hot, you switch it on, right? Or like what Samsung has done, you can find or you can design an AC which is wind-free. There is no wind coming out of the AC, but it cools the entire room, right? So one last example, let us say there are kids playing around the table fan in your home. What do? You unplug it, you switch it off, such that the children will not get hurt with the moving blades. Or you can actually build a new device that works, like Dyson has done. Dyson has built a bladeless fan, right? So the point is this. So when you face with the frustrations in life, would you find alternative, avoid them, ignore, or you build a tangible product or an intangible service? So what is common between Ola, Flipkart, and Zomato is that these are all billion-dollar companies, right? And the founders have started it when they faced a challenge in their life. They did not ignore it. They did not avoid that. They tried to build a service to solve that problem, right? So Bhavish Agrawal had a bad rental experience. So Deependra Goyal had frustration with ordering food from restaurants, so he built Zomato. And Sachin Bansal has got frustrations with the lack of variety of Indian books, so he built Flipkart, right? So there are the mindset I'm trying to open up for everybody in the participants is that when you face personal challenges, it is an opportunity to find a solution with innovation that can provide a profound impact, right? So now the question comes, finding problems. It is not just finding problems, because I'm sure India is full of problems, right? There are so many problems all across, right? Just before joining this particular meeting, it was 2 minutes to 9, and we had login problems, which did not happen in the dry run time. And we were like, the last minute, we were trying to figure out what to do, and somehow we solved it. But there are problems. Every minute we can sense these problems. But the question is, what is a problem worth solving? Because unless you find a problem that is worth solving, you are wasting your time, you're wasting your resources, and you're wasting great learning opportunity by solving that problem. All right. So what we do in this step 1 is, I'll give you an overview of the step 1, right? So we will try to develop the skill of problems worth solving, identifying problems worth solving, okay? And where we begin is with personal experiences. Now, this is where the empathy comes, right? So, for example, if you see another person who is in deep pain, who is hurt, the feelings that he is going through, the feelings and emotions that he is going through, and the feelings and emotions we are going through are very different. We may probably go to a level where we can sympathize with them and say, "Are you so sorry for you, so sorry for your loss," or whatever. But the pain, feeling the pain exactly as what the other person is feeling is difficult unless we have gone through the same personal experience as what they are going through. So a great point to start off is with the personal experiences. So when you tap into your personal experiences, you get unique perspectives, very different perspectives, because my experiences are different compared to your experiences. The pain points that I am empathetic to are very different to the pain points that you are empathetic. So you get unique perspectives, and then you get more motivation because you personally connect with the problem. You have that motivation to solve it, no matter how difficult it is. And as the first person who is experiencing the problem by yourself, you will have better understanding of the problem. Okay, so one caution is that when you find a particular problem, the human instinct is to jump to the solution. All right, and then immediately we start thinking from the solution point of view. We forget the problem. Right now, the crucial thing is that not to jump into the solution. So when we are in the step 1 for the next 2 hours, we will be dwelling more about identifying the problem and revolving around the problem. All right, so I'll explain you the steps that you can take up. But the caution is that don't jump into the solutions. All right. So the outcome of step 1 that we will be guiding you to do is identify a problem statement and get it in a 10-worded statement. Right? In 10 words, you should be able to communicate the problem. Okay. So once that is done, we will help you to do a one image that conveys the problem, like a contextual image. When you look at the image, that speaks about the problem. Okay. And then you will be figuring out one strong data point. Okay. Now, data point is like, for example, okay, for example, let us say I'm not able to find what I want to eat is a problem. And with your research, you will find that, oh, hey, there are 20 million people who are having the same problem, right? So that is a strong data point. Okay. Now, let us understand further about the problem statement. So what the problem statement is, all right, that you'll be building now. The problem statement, basically, it sets the context by describing a stakeholder's frustration and or pain point. As Professor Vyas was also talking about the stakeholder, right? In the context of the ATM mission itself is a stakeholder, the bank is a stakeholder, the person who's withdrawing money is a stakeholder, the person who is loading money into it is a stakeholder, right? The security guard sitting outside of the ATM is a stakeholder. The thief who's planning to steal money is a stakeholder. These are all the people who are called as stakeholders because they have a stake in the issue or the problem, right? So when we are finding out the problem statement, we are trying to identify the context and the key stakeholders' frustration or pain point. Okay, so so this is the definition. It's an entity which can be an individual, group, or organization with an interest or stake in a project. Okay, why? Because it potentially is affecting them, or they are getting affected by its outcomes and decisions. Right? Now, the data and numbers, basically, it supports the seriousness or the size of the problem. Let us say you find a valid problem that you think that, okay, it is very important. And then when you go find data, and then data says that, okay, 1,000 people, 10,000 people only face this problem. Then it is, you got to really think, is it worthwhile to design only for those 10,000 people? Or you can actually find a problem where millions of people are facing the problem, such that when you come up with a solution, their life becomes better, and you are basically becoming an instrument to make their life better, and you're generating the value in the process. Okay. Now, just an example of a good problem statement and a poor problem statement. So the context is that if there is a loss of a dependent in the loss of a bread earner in a family, okay, so in that context, what happens? Okay, so in fact, this is certain problem that I can really empathize with, because I have seen certain incidences or faced certain incidences where the head of the family has lost his life, and the dependents had to really struggle through inherit their assets. Now, while the person is living, right? So he has amassed certain amount of wealth, assets, and etc., with the idea that those assets will be passed on to the nominees or the dependents. Okay, but what happens in the reality is that after the person is no more, it becomes so very complex, and it takes 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years for the dependents to get that the assets back on their name. So it's a difficulty. Now, it can be put into two different problem statements, right? So one is simplify asset transfer to nominee following the individual's passing. This is one problem statement which explains the same thing. And there is another problem statement which talks about difficulties of dependents to get ownership of inherited assets. Now, if you look closely in these two, in this problem, it is setting up the context of the pain point. Whereas this problem statement is trying to address the solution for that context or the pain point, right? So it basically upfront, it is saying that, okay, simplify the asset transfer, right? But here you can see the context, where the pain point is, who is facing the pain point. So here the difficulty is faced by the dependent. So dependent is a stakeholder. And what is the difficulty? Getting back the ownership of the inherited assets, right? So a good problem statement will be focusing only on the problem, not on the solution, because solution comes later. There are step 2 where we'll be generating insights, where you'll be getting information about how to generate a solution. But focus on talking about the context of the problem. And so this is a good problem statement, and this is not so good problem statement. All right. Okay, so we are in step 1, but I would want all of you to take a step backwards, all right? Because we need to, before we deep dive into the process, we need to kind of understand a few things. You will be doing different kinds of activities. You will be using different tools, different methods, right? You will be going through this roller coaster ride of etc., etc. But I would want you to be in focus. Ultimately, what we want is 1 minute video, okay? And to achieve that 1 minute video, we start off with one strong problem statement, just one strong data point, just one strong insight, one strong need, one strong concept, and one strong rendering of your solution, and that will go into your 1 minute video. So why I'm telling this is because the design thinking process and the process of innovation is so very overwhelming sometimes, is that you may get deviated or get lost in the process. So it is always important that you come back to this focus, saying that, hey, okay, I'm exploring all these problem statements or data points and etc. But what I want ultimately is only these deliverables: one strong problem statement, one data point, one insight, one need, one concept, one rendering, which translates into 1 minute video. That is all. Okay. So as I said before, as you go from one step to other step, for example, the theme is announced, the theme is Safe Bharat. Now you must be thinking, okay, what problem I can find? What problem can I find with this that is worth solving? And then you enter the process of step 1. And the step 1 will be like with full of intertwining ideas, emotions, search, discoveries, and all of that, right? And it might get sometimes confusing. But then once you are able to shortlist based on certain criteria, once you have the problem statement in your hand, you will feel very relaxed. Okay. And then you go to the next step of finding data points. So again, this particular kind of a roller coaster ride will start. So I'm just preparing your mindset that this is expected, it's bound to happen, but this is how, once you go through this kind of intellectual difficulty, that is where you will have a fantastic idea and you will be so very pleased and relaxed and be proud of your own self that you created something like that. Okay, and all through this process we will be there to assist you. So we will be giving you the toolkit. I will be in fact quickly going through the toolkit, and you will be able to access the toolkit, right? So the toolkit basically talks about different steps. So within the step 1, I'm talking about various further small tasks that you will be doing, okay, as part of the toolkit. So the first 1.1 is you will be making an exhaustive list of 30 problems related to Safe Bharat, because the theme is Safe Bharat. You will be making 30 different problems, and at this point of time you must be thinking, okay, what is Umesh saying, 30 different problems? How can I find 30 different problems? Don't worry, we have solution for you. We will give you methods, and you will be surprised. Not 30 problems, you'll be coming with 300 problems. 30 will be nothing. Okay, so out of the 30 problems, we will help you to pick the top 5 based on your relatability to the problem. Okay, and then we will help you validate to arrive at the problem worth solving, and then we will help you to create a one-line or a design brief or a problem statement, and through data points you will find out how big the problem is, and then in the last step you'll be documenting the problem statement with an image. All right. Okay, so with that, let me share the toolkit. Okay, so just a minute. All right. So in fact, the volunteers, if you can share the DH23 toolkit, I think Dion has access to it. You can please ask him and share the toolkit. All right, so let me share and explain about the toolkit. So you all will be getting access to this toolkit. Now in the toolkit, what you will be finding is like step 1, step 2, step 3 to all the 6 steps. Now when you see step 1, you have this content, but in step 2, you don't have the content yet. So what we are going to do is, when we reach step 2, we will be populating this sheet. Similarly, when we come to step 3, we will be populating this sheet. The reason why we are doing like this is because if we reveal everything together, it might get overwhelming. So at this point of time, your focus is only to access this particular toolkit and work on it. All right. Okay, so you can see the outcome of the step. So we will be sharing this particular toolkit with you. You'll be having view-only access, and you'll be able to access all the links. Okay, or if you don't have access to the link, what you can do is go to File and make a copy, and then you can start accessing it. Okay, then it becomes an editable file. All right. So this from 1.1 to 1.6, the steps are divided or into subtasks. All right. So what you start off with is in trying to identify 30 different problems. You can take any of these 5 different methods to find the problems, whichever is convenient for you. All right. The first method is reflecting on your personal experiences. So to help you brainstorm on your personal experiences, so there is a document already created for you. So if you open the document, you can see the triggers, simple sample triggers. So when you actually read through these triggers, you will be able to understand. When you answer these triggers, you'll get an understanding of, okay, what is the pain point that I have regarding Safe Bharat in your personal life around your context. Okay. All right. And then you can observe your friends, family and friends. You can discuss with your family and friends. And you can also search latest local and international news for safety related incidents in India. And how you want to do that, I suggest you use Bing Chat. It's a very powerful tool. How to use Bing Chat, the video is also given here. So you just play the video and you understand that. And the other interesting favorite method of mine is the ChatGPT, right? So I hope you all know how to use ChatGPT. If not, we have a short video. So we'll help you with logging into ChatGPT. And also there is a video on how to use the prompt. So go through these steps and you complete 1.1. You'll have some understanding of what kind of a problems you should be looking at. So the idea is when you're doing this step, you have to list. So open a Word document and start listing all your ideas. Okay. And then we have given you framework. So the framework will basically help you to collate all your problem statements. You add all your problem statements here, populate here. And then what you do is you start rating each of the problems based on these 3 criteria. The criteria are like personal relevance, passion and motivation, long-term commitment, etc. All right. So once you rate all these problems, what will happen is you'll get a total score. So you identify the top 5 highest score ones, pick them up and go to the second step. So here you load those 5 top problems and further continue your rating of ideas. So you'll be rating on significance, urgency, feasibility, user-centric approach, long-term impact. So once you rate on those parameters, you can see a clear winner of all of them. Okay. So in fact, I can just quickly show you. Just a minute, I'll show you one example. Right, I got this. All right. So I'll show you how this sheet has been populated and how it has been addressed. Okay. So I hope you can all see my screen. So what I have done is I have copied the sheet, right? And you can rename the copied sheet. And then I have populated all the ideas that I have got. So initially, it was rated 1 to 3 based on my understanding of what they are. And then I have given the rating for each of them. And automatically, I got the total scores here. And then what I did was go here and sort them A to Z. So it will start showcasing the information from the least score to the highest score. So as you see here, as I'm scrolling down, I can see a clear winner, right? So there are 5 ideas which are more than 27 points. So these are the clear winners. So what I have done is I have picked these and copied them and I have added them into the problem statement, the filtered ideas sheet. Okay. So after I have added them here, I further given the rating and the total score has been arrived. And when I set this, so within this 5 total score, you can see there's a 50 number. So that is as per my personal experience, as per my understanding of the significance of the problem, urgency, feasibility, user-centric approach, long-term impact. As per that evaluation, this problem is, for me, is the most crucial problem that I need to be attending to. So for me, in terms of Safe Bharat, the problem which I can relate to is ensuring the nominees get their share after their departure, after the main family head's departure, right? So this is not the complete final statement, but this basically puts down my thought process of what is a problem I can relate with, right? And then what I did was I did a little data search, and then I figured that as of December 2020, about 1,50,000 crore Indian rupees is lying in the banks as unclaimed deposits or amounts with the Indian banks and insurance companies. So 1,50,000 crore is unclaimed. So just imagine how many beneficiaries or nominees are having difficulty to access this particular amount, which truthfully has to be given to them, right? And the data also tells that every year 30 to 40,000 crore rupees has been added to this kitty. That means so many people are not able to claim on a yearly basis, right? So this data basically tells me that, okay, this is a problem worth solving. All right. So this is an example of how do you go about that issue. Okay. So once you have, so that is end of step 1.2. So once you have a problem worth solving, now you can go to ChatGPT and validate them. Okay. So we have given you prompts. Like for example, even for the step 1, we have given you a prompt in terms of helping you to set up a context. So let me just show you how it works. Okay, so open it. It will open a prompt sheet. So the first prompt is a sample prompt for you to get accustomed to using of the prompt. Okay, so follow the instructions and do the needful. Now let me talk about the specific prompt related to step 1. Okay, so this prompt will help you discover your deeper frustration related to safety based on your personal experiences. So this is the entire prompt, and you can see there is certain red text, right? So in this red text, what you have to add is your personal information. So what information you add? Of course, you'll not be giving your passwords, your phone numbers, email IDs, and all of that. You're not supposed to. Personal information in the sense contextual information. So you talk about your age, what is your gender, what are your hobbies, where do you stay, what do you study, or where do you work, information about your family, your personal interests, your personal ambitions, fears, inhibitions, frustrations, aspirations, etc. So you type in all that information in this red box. Okay. So then you copy the entire thing and then you paste it in the chat window. Then what will happen, I'll show you. Okay, so let me just retrieve that particular information. Okay, so let me do a new chat. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, so this is the chat GPT. So I'll use the 3.5 because 3.5 is a free version. Everybody can have access to it. All right. So what I do is I go to the prompt for step 1. So what I do is copy paste into the prompt window here. And then I will replace this information that is being asked here. So I'll give brief information. For example, I am so I'm just giving some random person's information. Okay, so I'm 25 years old, living in Mumbai, working in an MNC, BPO. Okay, my family lives in Pune. I commute to Pune every weekend. Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. So every weekend, right? And within Mumbai, I commute for 2.5 hours daily. I don't get time to cook my own food. So, all right. Let us say, and I was diagnosed with diabetes. Okay, so this is the context that I'm giving, right? Okay, so spelling errors, that's all right, absolutely. So it will correct itself. Now, what this tool does. So once you enter, just observe what the tool does. So it understood what my problem is, and it is giving me certain questions. This is one way of doing it. So what I suggest is ask one more time. Yeah. So now it is giving you the correct information. So for example, when I entered the first prompt, it has given me a list of questions that I should be looking into. Now I don't want it in that fashion. I want it to be conversational. So in fact, I have written it as a conversational style. So it did not give me the mode that I wanted. So what I have done, I have given the second, chosen the second option, another response, and now just see what it is doing. So it is asking me a question. Thank you for providing your context. Let's begin our conversation to identify problems related to safety. So the first question is asking me is, can you describe any safety concerns or frustrations you have experienced during your 2.5-hour commute within Mumbai? So I can tell, oh yes, that the train commute is very unsafe. Okay, and then you can see, could you please elaborate? So what ChatGPT is doing now is it is taking the role of a design researcher, and it is asking you question after question based on the kind of questions that you're giving. It is trying to identify a problem that is deep rooted within you, or the deep rooted problem you're facing. All right. So use this as a ChatGPT as a tool for you to get through all of the processes, all of these steps. Okay. And the step 1.3 is to validate and arrive at the problem worth solving. So there is a prompt we have given. So follow the prompt and you will be able to refine your problem and get a one-liner statement. Okay. And step 1.4, again, you use the prompt to get that information. And then if you have any doubts or if you want to discuss further, you can ask a panelist. So click on this question link and post your question, and the panelists will be taking those questions and helping you understand. And you can also find an image. So how to find an image that is related to the context is given here. All right. So all these little information is given you for you to help you understand. Follow these steps and you will be reaching to a point where you will be ready to upload your problem statement with an image. So where do you upload? You'll be uploading all your work on Xamply.com. So the tutorials are being given. The Canva template is also given. You have to follow the Canva template to document. So please follow this process. And if you have any specific questions, please do ask, and we'll be happy to help you. All right. So all right, so now I will hand it over to the panelists so they can access the kind of questions students are asking. And meanwhile, you can also elaborate on the theme Safe Bharat. Okay.
All right, so hope everyone is all excited to get into the next part of this session. We have the faculty here. Maybe Evelyn, you could mention the faculty who are participating here today.
So for the first session, we have Mr. Tapas Biswas from United World Institute of Design. We also have Mr. Nikhil Dayanand, who is Assistant Professor at RV University School of Design and Innovation. And our third panelist is Ms. Pooja Shivram from Eco Intuit Lab.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if Nikhil has joined in. I'm not sure if he's able to make it, but nevertheless, we are looking forward to interacting with Professor Tapas and Professor Sahana Deepan. So questions coming in. Firstly, before we start, we hope that everyone's got the messages and everyone knows how to ask questions. So before we go into that, I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to show you. Okay. So if y'all are on the WhatsApp announcement groups, y'all would have access to this question. So you click on this, you'll have access to this link. You click on this link and you will be asked to sign in. You need a Google account for this. So I'm going to stop sharing and I'm going to sign in to my Google account. And and 1 second. Let me do one more thing. Sorry. Yeah, so this is how it's going to open up. Once it opens up, you need to record your email address, put in your name. You need to put in your number, whatever your UPN is. And you need to put in your question here. This is my question. Okay. If you have a JPG file or a PNG file that you'd like to upload, you can click on that and upload that file as well, so we can have a look at it. And you click on submit. And once you submit, your response comes to our team at the back, and our team will address your question in this panel, and we will ask the questions to the panelists. And if you have another question, you click on submit another response. Don't click on edit your response, submit your response. You may have to repeat this activity, but it gets easier once you do this. Okay, and put in your other question. Okay, this is my next question. All right, and submit again. So I hope everyone's got that. I hope they've got the links, the teams. If you all could post the questions, post the links once again on the groups, it makes it easier. Please post on the announcement groups. All right, now back to our session here. We've had okay. Question to, so there are a few questions here, and a specific question from Nakshatra said, who's asking, what is one strong insight? What is one strong insight? So Professor Tapas and Professor Sana, if you all can, maybe we can start off with Professor Tapas. Yeah, go on.
Hello, sir. I would like to say the strong insight could be the inner feeling, the daily problems which you are not able to speak. Maybe you can actually refer to those things and those concepts. So basically your idea of main small problem, you might think that you are alone facing it. The people are not facing it. That could be a deep insight, which you have to look around that, okay, there are a lot of people who are facing the same kind of issues. Like Mr. Umesh was saying about all the discussions, everything, that fewer problems of having food deliveries and everything, how he developed himself to making Zomato out there. Like Flipkart was an innovation out there. So deep insights are fewer questions, but we think that it is next to impossible and it can be developed to a better format.
That's interesting. What do you have any suggestions on how people can go about identifying?
The best part, I believe here the suggestions are given around by the design hackathon itself. When you think about Safe Bharat, and there are a lot of areas and segmentation is already done. The streamlining is done in so nicely that if you track on those key points, automatically you can think around that, okay, I have to think on these areas, which aspect I have to trigger on or which aspect I can't trigger on. So if you can think around, you can actually think around and go insight about the entire problematic areas where you can find the question that these are the tracking areas where my problems can arise from. So you have to be visionary, definitely. There only your vision part actually comes into picture when you start thinking on the problem areas, that these are the areas which is maybe the traffic is going on, maybe sir was talking a lot about the traffic areas. So we have certain kind of circulation areas and all. We can, without actually cutting, like the flyovers can be one solution, right? We are right now habituated to flyovers, but we are the age of 90s group, like sir and me, like we have never seen flyovers that time. But now like India is floating with flyovers. Bangalore is completely a entire net space of flyovers. So this is kind of a solution which is already available to us, but we have seen it getting developed. So when the flyovers are getting constructed, that could be a part of problem where the already traffic jams are getting created. This is one kind of an example I put it up, how that can be a solution to other areas when the constructions are going as an infrastructure part and all. That could be a problematic area. Maybe I've given a kind of an example. The participants can actually think more on that area.
Okay, okay. Excellent, excellent. Now, quite a few questions regarding the spreadsheet or the toolkit that we shared on that Umesh was talking about. Now, the toolkit has been also shared on the groups in the announcements. So all those who want access to that, please join the WhatsApp groups. You should have received the link by now. You should have joined the group.
Right. I have even received it, right?
Yeah. Sorry?
I have even received it. The
Yes.
mentors also have received it. That's what
So
I'm
everyone's got access to that. And like Professor Tapas said, it is, you just follow the instructions there and boom, you'll be able to do it. All right. Oh, right. Thank you, Professor Tapas, for sharing your views. Professor Sahana, there's a question from Gopinath who says, do we need to brainstorm problems in all areas like environmental safety, women's safety, etc., or can we brainstorm on a specific area?
I think it depends on the approach that somebody wants to take. If somebody is really associated with one area through personal experiences and want to delve and explore all the problem areas under one category, I think that might help for somebody to dig deeper into the problem or to become a little more precise. But I think to understand the landscape of problems, it would help to build a problem statement in each category so people can explore and then come into one area to delve into. And I assume they're working in groups, so there will be unique perspectives like we talked about earlier. And I think to bring out that unique perspective, widening out and attempting to create a problem statement across categories would really help build that approach. To have a little more inclusiveness within the group as well. I think people have different backgrounds and different areas to look into. So I would kind of suggest that if it was a larger landscape, that would help.
All right, very interesting. Professor Pooja, right?
Yeah.
Thank you for joining in as well. See, some students are participating as groups. Some students are participating individually, right? So like Professor Sahana mentioned, like if they're working in groups, they'll get different perspectives. But if participants are working independently, how can they, what can they do to generate more insights or more ideas or brainstorm? This is building up on Gopinath's question.
Yeah, I would suggest them to not focus on the thing as Umesh sir told that don't jump into the solution. So people often do that because they have quite a solution in their mind and then they start to promote the problem, deriving the problem from the solution they have. So I would better say that do more research on what the problem is and about the user who has the problem in it, so that we'll have a exact insight. As we have a lot of problems, we do have a lot of solutions too, but the thing is that we have to specify the right problem which we have to focus in the mainstream area. So,
Right. So like it's mentioned in the toolkit, right? If we go under step 1.1. So I guess even if, especially for those who are participating alone, they can reflect on their personal experiences, observe people close to them, discuss with their family and friends who are at home right now. They can also maybe do a quick search on their local, quick search on Google, about the latest news related to that. So I guess that would be a good way for them to possibly brainstorm and get more ideas if they're alone, right? But if they are working in groups, then like Professor Sahana says, they get a much richer diversity of ideas, which when they're alone, they're trying to compensate for that diversity by interacting with the others, right? Professor Sana, did I understand that right? Okay, fantastic. Going down to the next set of questions. Yes, we have questions coming in. So Gopinath, your question has been answered, right? The next question is from Gia. Once done, how do we submit? Do we submit only the problem statement or the top 5 shortlisted problems along with the problem statement? Okay, good question, Gia. For this, I think, let me share my screen, because this is a little more of a technical nature. Okay, so the idea in step 1 is to get that exhaustive list of 30 problems. Now, maybe if you think of getting 30 problems, it sounds like a lot. Like, how do I even identify 30 problems, right? But let's say you reflect on personal experiences and you will get 5 problems there. And then you observe people close to you, you get another 5 problems there. And then you talk to your family and friends, you may get maybe 3-4 problems there. Maybe if you look at the online news, you may get 8 to 10 problems there, right? You could also ask ChatGPT. Now, many of you are asking, how do I get ChatGPT to help me? Okay, so if you have access to this list, click on this and you'll get a Google document. You follow this and you will get that information. But coming back to that question, so Gia was asking, how do I shortlist the 5? So once you list out all the 30, then you shortlist your 5 based on your relatability to the problem, right? So put all those 30 into, hold on. Okay, so there's a list of triggers also that can help you, right? Very critical. I'm sorry, I missed this out. Gopinath, you can click on this list, you'll get a list of triggers if you want to brainstorm. So there's tons of ways in which we could help you out. Or if you read through this, there's tons of ways which you can understand, right? You can work at yourself. Now, you can take these, do you see these links here? These are very interesting links to help you brainstorm, all right? So click on this and it helps you. Now, in this case, we have access to the faculty here. We have Professor Tapash, we have Professor Pooja and Professor Sana here to help us out. But in case you need further help, you can always look out over here. Click on these links, you'll get the tutorials and you can watch those videos and figure out how to use this, right? But coming down to Gia's question, yes, you need to pick the top 5 based on your relatability to the problem. So what you can do is click on this and list your ideas here, right? Once you again, what you need to do is you can click on this file and download and save it as maybe an Excel file, right? Once you save it as an Excel file, let me pull this up, right? So once you save, you need to make sure you enable editing. Once you put this, you list down your 30 ideas here. And notice these guidelines that will help you out, right? How closely does the problem align with your personal interests and experiences? Does
Okay.
the
Sorry, sir, I wanted to interrupt.
Sure.
Let's be very specific that are they going to do it in a Google Docs Excel or normal Excel?
Normal
then it will be
Excel.
very clear.
Normal
Normal Excel, and then they will be uploading it, right?
Yes. No, they don't need to upload it. This is just to help them as a tool.
Okay.
So they go to Google Docs and they download it from Google Docs. The template is there.
Because Google Docs Excel is different from the normal Excel they are doing it. That's why I raised the question actually.
Correct. So that's why what they will have to do is they will have to go. So when they click on this, when they click on this link, they'll reach this idea, this page sheet. Now they can't. This is a view only link, so they won't be able to edit it, but they would be able to download this, right? So they download it as a Excel document or a open document, whatever they want, and they fill this up and they put their own parameters, right? Yeah. So as
right, I wanted to actually clarify it for the candidates, participants. It will be easier for them. That's why I thought.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for that. And very important. Right. So we hope everyone's got an idea of this. Once you do this, Gia, then you'll get the score of what you've done. And with those, you take the 5 top scores and you add it here, right? So this is how you get it here. So this is how you shortlist from the top 5. Further, you can shortlist it by coming down. Okay. Again, put various weightages. You put your score, put whatever you feel, right? Oh, which brings me to the next question. Professor Tapash, how do you think they should kind of put a score over here from 1 to 10, right? How would each one put in their own scores? Because they wouldn't.
Sir, I think they can add on what is my best priority. They can take the scoring accordingly. Out of 10, they can actually do the total score between 10 or 100, and they can actually do it in a percentageal sequential, that this is going to be my best priority. That this problem situation for my area and to the area for the population, how is it going to increase? Like ChatGPT, if you ask about the data analysis, can also provide you. In fact, I would like to add on, when you said about Google also, if they are not registered to Microsoft, maybe ChatGPT initially might not show a lot of things. They can even take the help of Bard AI. Bard AI is one more tool that they can use it alternative to parallel to Google, but it is better format and it answers it very fastly. So they can use Bard AI also for the total amount of population who are actually serving to the problematic areas. So that's even a parallel AI tool also. They can take a reference. But that's an opinion, sir.
Fantastic. No, that's a great suggestion, because whatever can help these participants, get to the next level would be great.
Right.
Right. So thanks for those tips. Yes. Select the ones that are crucial and critical to you and important to you. And based on that, give the weightages. Right. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. And we'll open up some more questions. All right. So Gia's question is handled as well. Navya Jain is asking, how do we get the DH23 mentor on ChatGPT AI? All right. On ChatGPT AI. Interesting question, for which I will come back to the toolkit. All right. So now we have the toolkit. So there are these 2 key links: how to use Bing Chat, how to ask ChatGPT. All right. So these are very critical links. So we would recommend that you come here and watch this. So it's an AI-powered copilot for the web Bing Chat. So we've created a specific video on this. There's a video tutorial how to create your account and use Bing Chat, of course. That's one. The second one is this AI prompts for step one. What are the prompts that you could use? All right. So you need to go into ChatGPT. Everything is here. All right. And if you do follow these steps, you should be able to easily create your account and set it up. And here also, how should you use ChatGPT? There is another video specifically on this, right? Using AI prompts in ChatGPT. So that's a very critical video. So please do watch these videos. It will help you out tremendously, right? But from the panelists here, if there's someone familiar with ChatGPT, how important is the prompts, right? Or the quality of the prompts that we need to use? Open question to anyone who can take this up.
Yeah, so I think that's a whole study and research that's going on, right? Like what's prompt engineering and how do you ensure that you get the best results for what you're asking for. I think a lot of it is still keyword based. So you need to type in the right keyword of questions, I mean, in the question that you want to ask, or the areas of what you want to, get answers around. The themes that your answers should be around. Otherwise, it's just rambling, a lot of answers, and you're confused on what to pick. So I think a lot of keyword knowledge helps to have understandings of themes and the keywords around those themes. And also in terms of, I'm not sure if there's a symbol-based search as well, because like Google has this thing where you search and you can give in a hyphen and a year, and it'll remove entries from those years from the search. So things like that. So I don't know, I'm not very familiar in that area, but I sense that there might be like symbol-based searches as well, where you can remove and add in brackets, and all of that can help. So that's something to explore. And that's, I think, what I wanted to share. Thank
Fantastic, fantastic. Very, very interesting insight, Professor Sahana. Moving on, there are some questions some questions which is asked. Let's take the question from Manikandan KR, who's asking, what innovative measures do you think could significantly enhance road safety in India, considering the unique challenges the country is facing in this regard? So Manikandan is posing a question. Manikandan seems to be looking for an answer. Right? So maybe if y'all could talk about your personal experiences, build up on that, and kind of see how Manikandan could relate his personal experiences, right?
What I believe here is like the community of people who are traveling in roads, they need to be very concise. So insight about having a problem, like the more of kind of a security and everything we keep on pushing in, it will never actually enhance the people to get acknowledged about things. So AI can actually help out in a lot of tools areas where people can get conscious. Like, okay, I'm actually over speeding myself and everything because I'm overtaking in the wrong side areas and all. How things can develop themselves with the AI tool, because the cars are right now, automation is also enabling themselves with AI tools and all, that they are instructing themselves, okay, you are actually over speeding and all. We are finding tools like that. So in fact, the same way the government can utilize AI tools, which is more bizarre. Maybe it's not available till now for the road safety areas where people or the people around who are traveling, maybe the cars or the vehicles which are getting moved on, they can get concise, the drivers can get concise about the things and how it can be done, like overspeeding and all. Those things can be a more imaginative area, that it can be more safer place ground. This could be an imaginative question to themselves also, that they can actually figure out in these areas.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. So I think a lot of this conversation is also about understanding perspectives, right? So to look at road safety, not I mean, one of it is a pedestrian. The other people are maybe the two-wheelers or the auto drivers or the passengers or people who travel by car. So I think road safety means very different things to different people. So to be able to understand who are the people on the road and to then look at the problem statements from these different perspectives can really add to road safety in a larger context.
Interesting, interesting. Next question is an interesting one from here Dubey. Okay, and she's saying, I have a problem statement for health security, medication for the elderly, and that can also be used by people with special abilities, right? So can I use that as my problem statement? Yeah, so here you'll have to probably redefine that, because your problem statement needs to be brief. So probably articulate that a little more with a little more detail. You can use ChatGPT to help you concise that to a shorter format. So that would definitely help. But of course, if you have a problem statement for health security, medication for elderly, that can also be used by people with special abilities, so you've also got the problem and you probably have the solution in mind as well. So that's very interesting. But on this, I think you brought out two key aspects. So one is problems faced by the elderly, and the second one is problems faced by people with disabilities or with special abilities, right? So there are two separate problems there. How would you probably go by addressing this? Maybe if Professor Pooja could share some insight onto this.
Actually, it would be better if they define the problem statement of the elderly more specific, because there are a lot of problems facing right now by the elderly. And it's really nice that she came up with the accessibility thing, which is more precisely focus into the people with special or disabled people. So if we focus on this accessibility cases, so it doesn't just help them, but it does also help us in generally. So it will be plus like it will be a win-win situation for both the problem which we are deriving. So for example, while crossing the pedestrian crossing itself, for waiting for the signals, in a few signals, I don't know about India, but I've read this somewhere, that they have a path light what was it? Light visuals paved in the pavement itself, so that people nowadays they look into phones rather than focusing into the like crossing the signal. So they even have a beep in the crossing signals to indicate that that is that you can cross this time, so it beeps up. And if the signal is off, the beep stops, so that you shouldn't cross. So these are focused on accessible part actually. So the beeps are focused on the blind people, so that they could hear that when they could cross and all. And for um, the pavement thing which I told, it's for the people who can't hear and they could like see it. Like so they are more specifically focused on the accessibility part. So I guess this is a good step of stepping into the problem, considering the the other extreme cases and focusing more on the universal solutions.
So you brought a phenomenal point there, that even though people have the all senses, but they're so engrossed on their phones that they miss out a lot, right? I thought there was a fantastic problem that you brought out, and to attend to people like that is also a very critical safety issue, right? And the solution that you mentioned also was fantastic. Thanks for that, Pooja. Right. Uh, if Tapash and Sahana, if you all want to add to that, you all can most definitely add, if you like, or we could go on to the next question. Let me give you about 10 seconds to add to that if you all have something to add.
I think from a problem statement structure point of view, maybe to look at the problem statement not in terms of the age group, because right now if it addresses an age group situation and a special needs situation, maybe the problem is the overlapping problem. It's not really the age or the user group based problem. So maybe it's something that they can't do is the problem, right? So maybe to reframe, not using user groups or these specific groups, but to look at the problem of certain people, and that way it can cover larger audiences also.
Okay, fantastic.
In fact, sir, like the healthcare issue, like when it raised up with the age group and all, it's a wonderful area. But though the hospitals are creating themselves in the different age groups, but the bigger problem in India with the growing population is that I overheard it with one of the ChatGPT areas only in the healthcare issues, that India gradually is in deficit of 3,000 beds overall every year. They are not able to create patients bed actually. But that remains as a bigger problem than the age group area. So anyways, the age group, the hospitals are demarcating themselves in the maternity ward, age group areas, and everything is divided. So this itself in the healthcare issue is a big problem itself. So that can be also looked at one perspective. And the age criteria with the physically handicapped area is also a major area, which can be seen as a niche actually. That will be a niche area which can be actually looked around, and they will find out in ChatGPT, they will be finding out a lot of problems out there. It can be given a thought. It's a very good process actually.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So now we go to the next aspect where Suhani is saying, I have a problem statement already. Can I skip the 30 problems and the 5 problems? Can I skip that? What would you recommend? Professor Pooja, you have a big smile on your face, so maybe you could take this up.
It's just like I would say it's better if you work on, you think a little bit more and give out a few more perspectives, like work on what is more like important and all. So I would prefer to, yeah, it's actually their decision, but the problem statement, it is important thing, because this is where we start from. The whole process starts from the problem statement. So I would prefer, like, it would be better if you brainstorm more and come up with more ideas, so that who knows, you'll end up with a greater idea than which you have right now. So yeah.
Absolutely. Professor Sahana, would you like to add anything to that?
So I think in my opinion, your first idea is rubbish, right? Like we always draw on like a scrap paper and we just crush it and throw it out of the window. We feel like that's so intuitive and that came from maybe slightly lesser thought processes. So I think the area of critical thinking comes from spending some time to evaluate and assess. And I think how you frame your Excel sheets in terms of how to categorize them and evaluate, I think that skill is very important, because like Professor Vyas also pointed out that you tend to take that as your personal preference when you don't evaluate it. So that's coming from your sense of personal preference, and that's probably not what everyone wants. And that's also something that came out in the presentation about what's worth solving. So how do you know if it's worth solving if you've not evaluated it well enough? So I think in my suggestion, there should be more so you can do a comparative evaluation and then narrow down.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, so if I can summarize what Professor Sahana and Professor Pooja said, the idea of going through the process of at least evaluating other ideas, that itself is part of the design thinking process, right? So it is a part. So you may have a solution, but the design thinking process requires you to say, okay, there could be some other solutions out there. Let me evaluate. At the end of it, I may still have this as my best, or maybe there could be something else that could come up, right? So that's what I gathered from the conversation from Professor Sahana and Professor Pooja, right? So Suhani, try and brainstorm a little more and come up with a few more, and then of course take a call.
Dion. Hello, Dion.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Professor.
Okay. In conjunction with what Suhani wanted to know, generally there is a small parable that somebody who's in a well only sees this much, but somebody who can probably jump out of the well, move, they see a lot more. And when you have a lot more information at your hand, at your disposal, the possibility of greater ideas emerging, or more, a variety of ideas emerging, is always there. The minute your knowledge base is restricted to few things, it's only from that one can derive our ideas. And those are always generally, yes, I wouldn't discount intuitive ideas. A lot of us are very, very intuitive. But like you mentioned, this is a process. The more information you have, the more you gather from your mentors, from the chat GPT, from the news items you read, the greater the insights you get. And that was a very important word that came out earlier. What is this insight? It's a deep knowledge of something. How do you even get there unless you have information at your hand and then be able to analyze it well? So one cannot stop just at an idea. One has to go through this entire process. And and you definitely will get a huge lot more of ideas, insights, and then world-beating solutions. But still, I would not discount a very, very intuitive solution. But that solution has to be benchmarked against a lot of other things.
All right, thanks for that, Professor. Right, coming back to the panelists, there is a request, or not a request, there is a question from Dhriti who's saying, I'm not able to list my 30 problems in the short list. So Dhriti, I'm not sure if you're having a problem with, is it a technical problem or is it a problem generating the ideas in the first place? If it's a problem with generating ideas, you could go on to, so if you need help with this, you could always go on to the troubleshooting room. You can get access to this faculty there who can help you out. And there's a technical troubleshooting room as well. So depending on what the issue you're facing, you can either go to one of those rooms and sort that issue out. All right. Yeah. So Megan D'Souza is asking, what solution can I make using communication design to help solve railway accidents? What solution? So if we go into the toolkit, okay, and I'm going to share my screen again. So at this stage, if we look at if we look at this, we are still on step 1, where we're still trying to identify the problem. Okay. We're still trying to identify the problem. 1 second. I think. Yeah. So remember, this is the design process. And as part of the design process, there are 6 steps that we need to follow today, where step 1 is all about the problem. Step 2 is about discovering deeper insights. Step 3 is about the concept ideation and validation. Step 4, okay, so at this stage, which is step 4, at that stage, you're going to be working on the solution. All right. So right now, let's work on how this entire session of step 1 is about problems. How do you generate problems? How do you identify problems? What tool you use to look for more problems? And the idea of this entire section of step 1 is to help you with this, right? So the solution will come. The solution is going to come. Don't worry about that. We need it to happen in a step-by-step process. But since you asked the question, I thought maybe we can have a discussion on the problems that people are facing, when it comes to railway accidents, because Megan seems to be a little more personally interested in this area of railway accidents. So how can she probably generate more ideas to identify problems in these areas?
I'd like to share a recent read on one of the approach that was taken by the Final Mile, which was an implementation in Mumbai. Because there's so much traffic. I mean, I'm talking about like pedestrian, like footfall, and that there are a lot of passengers who would want to take the next train, and they'd have to cross the tracks, and that became a huge issue for passengers who were facing accidents, and they couldn't gauge the speed of the train while they were crossing, or they didn't probably evaluate the time well. So I think this was something that was taken up as I mean, I'm kind of hinting at she pointing out the communication design part of it, but the implementation was also something of in those areas, that it was a visual cue for people to identify or to be able to gauge the distance at which the train is. So they had these yellow markers on the tracks, which gave them an understanding of distance, which kind of gets lost on railway tracks. So I think in a lot of context, depending on the usage of trains and how people are dependent on it, I think it varies from different cities. But this is something that I wanted to point out about safety. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, I didn't realize I'm on mute. Okay. Right. So yeah, absolutely, Professor Sana. I mean, very valid. But Professor Tapash, Professor Pooja, would you all have anything else?
Yes, I would like to add on here in the railway areas, most of the accidents till now in a percentage level, it has been observed that it uses in like post midnight areas, because when the big carriage locomotives are moving and the passenger trains are moving for the long distances, most of these accidents are happening during the night times, because usually these processes are handled till date mostly in a manual format in the smaller segments of the village areas and all. So government can actually enable a lot of AI segments out there where the automation signaling system can interrupt those places. These areas can be visualized in a more bigger perspective actually, that how the AI system can help out all these places to transmit the knowledge that the heavy weight or boosters are moving in. Just for an example, I'm giving you, like we have been observing it, like Indian Army nowadays, actually, I'm taking a different example that the student can imagine it, because if we are giving them the solution directly, it's going to be, they can't think actually. I'm giving out an area like what happens usually. Armies can nowadays trace out the problems of the border areas. They can actually trace out that how many terrorists have inserted. But when we were growing as kids, we have never seen it how these things are getting tracked out, because people are using boosters. That these kind of boosters are available whenever they are crossing the signaling system areas. The boosters can actually enhance that. Okay, this heavyweight thing has gone. Now the automatic signaling system of locking the particle areas can be done. If it is not done manually, it can be checked out with the people, because human alterations are required, but this auto checking system can enable themselves with a weight thing. So normal weight, normal pedestrian, when they are walking, these boosters will not get activated, but these boosters will automatically get activated when this weighty thing is going on. Because anyways, if we technically work out, force is equal to 2 into ma, like mass into acceleration into 2, right? Now, when we are actually multiplying mass into acceleration, the speed is going on and the mass is increasing. And the railway is full of mass, like the people's weight, the entire weight of the locomotive, everything. So it can automatically, the boosters can be utilized. So this kind of a big weight is going on. So this technology can be enabled, and the participant can have this kind of a vision to actually work out on this area in a bigger perspective. This could be one idea. Okay.
Interesting. So technology advancement as well in these, but that would require a lot of technology to be put into place, right?
Dion, could I add here something?
Sure.
Yeah. So generally, I think her question was pertaining to whether that solution would be a communication design problem or an industrial design problem. And within this group, I'm sure you have a lot of students who probably are not necessarily inclined towards industrial design, and probably they're more inclined towards communication design. One way to look at it is that safety is not necessarily a matter of only technology. Information is very important. If all the people in that entire, from top to bottom, knew exactly where the problem areas are and what should they do in case there is a perceived problem, then it could be a matter of communication technology. So then there is a teaching methodology or some visual form of communication which teaches right from the railway line workers to the top bosses that these are the things that one should look out for. So it can be an entire range of posters or some form of learning materials. Hello? 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 Am I?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. Did I get cut off somewhere?
No. You were there.
Oh, okay. So the approaches can be from this side or that side.
Sure.
Can I add a point on this?
Of course.
Yeah, so I would say like to enhance the signage, as we are talking about the communication design. So signages are most important. So these things have actually felt it personally. So while going to a railway station, like I sometimes there is no proper signage where the skywalks are, so that you could go, which is the nearest skywalk next to me, so that I have to take all of my carriage or something. Instead of people I've seen, they just get into the tracks, even though they give an announcement that the train is going to come. They still get into the tracks and they just try to cross it with all those bulky, heavy luggages. So I would say like enhancing the signage system, like and also it would be great if they constrain themselves in focusing on the rules that we shouldn't be crossing the railway tracks, because it is not it is not good, because that is not one of the great ideas to do. And also it would be great as we see in industrial side, we could there are a lot of CCTV cameras, so it would be great if we use some AI technologies. I'm just giving out ideas so that we could figure out the solution for that.
All right. Sorry, Pooja. Right. You mentioned about the signages. Of course, we see a lot of non-standard signages as well, which even if the signage is there, that people miss out on, and that is also a big issue that we face. People don't know how to go through. So a country like Japan, right? The railway system is so strong that even a person who has no clue about the language can just look at the symbols, look at the signs, and go anywhere. So that's definitely critical. But this group is not necessarily limited only to communication design. Of course, the question was in the area of communication design, but there are people who are also working on other aspects of design as well, right? Or other problems as well. So for someone who is looking for, say, to identify problems with products or the physical, tangible issues, how would they probably go about identifying problems?
So research plays a main role over here, so that when we talk about the railway incidents itself, like we have to come up with what are the existing things which people are not able to notice it, and then what are the problems people like focus on, like which they can't do it. So it is all depends on the research. So the research point, we should be stronger in it, so that we will get more lot of insights from the research we take, and we could like move on with that.
All right.
Add that.
Yeah, go on.
So I think to sort of bring focus on the personal experience part of the discussion that we had earlier, I think it's important to kind of look at the journey of taking a train, like right from you stepping into the railway station to maybe if you have to buy a ticket at that point, or you've already got a ticket and you have to navigate into maybe finding your seat. So I think to really break down the journey as a person who's experienced that process can really help you look at the pain points in that process, and then to try and frame that into a statement, and maybe then to look at, was I the only person facing that issue, or was it something that was collective, and did I see other passengers also having that issue? So maybe to frame it from a journey perspective can bring out those pain points and then become a problem statement.
All right. Thank you for that. There are a few more questions that are coming in. Some of these are interesting questions. From Kirti, what should the video be about? Kirti, the video is in the last step. That is, you're documenting your design process across step 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you are presenting that. You're making certain slides, and whatever your solution is, that slide deck you convert into a video. All right. So the video is all about that. We will help you with those. So we'll talk about generating the video in day 2. That's tomorrow. So Ashita, your question is also related to video. So step 6, which we will be talking about tomorrow, or step 5, which we'll be talking about tomorrow. All right. Anika is asking, what do we have to upload on Examply after the first step? All right. So Anika, your work, what you've done in your first step, right? You may have just generated an image, maybe you've done a sketch, maybe you've written down your thoughts, scribbled them out. Ideally, your thoughts of your problem needs to be communicated, and that needs to be uploaded in Examply, right? So your first step, generate that image and upload that onto Examply. All right. So let me share my screen again. We'll go back to the toolkit to discuss this in a little more detail. So let's see in so far we've been talking about step 1.1, which we've generated a lot of ideas or a lot of problems. We've narrowed those problems down to the top 5. And now the questions we're getting is related to that one problem, right? So now y'all are reaching this stage, which is step 1.3, which is y'all are figuring out or narrowed it down to that one problem that y'all are finding worth solving. All right. And that's great. So what it tells us as panelists that y'all have understood this process, at least the first parts of this process. And now y'all are going into the next session. You're getting drawn deeper into design thinking, and that's what we love. Okay. That's super. That's very exciting. So now we're coming into step 1.4, all right, where or let's say step 1.3. Now you have reached the problem worth solving. You've validated it. So again, validation depends on, you know, a little bit about your research. So you can go back onto ChatGPT, put in some prompts there, right? And this is how you find your prompts. This is just a guideline to help you, you know, put in your prompts. And interestingly, you can do this, right? We are coming down to this prompt to find the problem worth solving among a few problems, right? So, right, step 1 was to generate the 30 ideas. Step 2 was to narrow it down to 5 ideas, all right, where you put a problem and a description, right? And you narrow that down. And then finally, you identify the problem worth solving. Now, the prompt that you can use is rewrite the problem description in a 10-worded statement, give 10 alternatives to choose from, and whatever the problem is that you're looking for, right? So use this as a prompt. It will help you tremendously. So that's how you would validate it. You'd refine your problem, and you can also get the output of a 1 line of less than 10 words brief. Okay. So I think this is very interesting. So you've gone through that process and you are working on this. Now you need to generate an image, right? So maybe some of you all are struggling to kind of narrow it down. Maybe you'll have 1 or 2 problems. If you'll want solutions for that, you can always go into the troubleshooting room. You can reach out to our panelists there. We have the same panelists are here. We have a set of panelists there as well who are working on mentoring you at an individual level. So if y'all can reach out to one of these super team of panelists to get help. But there is also the additional challenge of making an image, right? An image that represents your thought process. So to find that image that conveys the problem that you are trying to solve, you've defined the problem in ChatGPT. Now you need to find an image, all right? So you need to create an image using AI, right? So what we are doing is, here is this video on how to create images using Bing Create, right? Bing Create. This is the tool that you'll use to create images. It's very simple. If you go through this video, it will help you with your idea generation. And 1.6. Yeah. Okay. So this is how you generate the images itself. Okay. The next aspect is 1.5, which is find the specific data by using Bing Chat. Of course, you can go into this again, watch this video about Bing Chat, and you will get your help on that. But most importantly, you need to go on to step 1.6. All right. 1.6 is where there is a Canva template. So you click on this. All right. Now, you can use this template to solve this problem. Just a second. Okay. So you can use this template to put in your image, and this is how you generate a template, right? So again, this is a view only. This is a view only file. You can maybe edit this. Hold on. So you go through this Canva template to show how you can use the Canva template, right? There is another entire video created for using the Canva template, and also another video on how to upload your slides. All right. So these three things, it'll take you about 15-20 minutes to figure this out. But once you do, it would help you out tremendously. All right. Keep a tab on time. Let's see how much time is left for the end of this section. Not too much time. All right. It's 12:23 right now. So not too much time. We're looking forward to you starting to upload your images on Examplay. So make sure you create those images and upload those, right? All right. So we'll go back to the questions. Some more questions coming in. Please remember that the toolkit, right? That is the absolute guideline for you. You can use it today. You can use it for the rest of your life, and I'm certain it's going to be very helpful. Okay. Anika Chatterjee is asking, does it have to be a product, or can it be a poster solution to promote awareness as well? Fantastic, Anika. Of course, it can be a communication poster, and awareness creation is a tremendous challenge in India, right? Because we have such a diverse range of people that we need to communicate things to, right? For example, 1 billion people. How do you communicate to 1 billion people? Wear a mask, right? Tremendous design challenge. So on the area of communication design, probably Professor Tapash, could you give some insights on the importance of communication design, creating awareness as a solution?
I would suggest, like, for the students, if they have gone with the previous videos, it was wonderfully made understood that how the communication design has been done. Like the previous year participant Umesh sir was already following up the video describing how it was given and everything, because I believe the participants are looking for the examples. So the example is already provided from the DH23. So best is like follow the intermediate ideas. Ideas can get in very easily. They have to just do the brainstorming. Don't restrict themselves actually. So communication can be done very violently. Which areas you are looking ahead? Professor Pooja and Professor Sahana has been already telling. Vikram sir has been already telling that they have to look look around the problematic area. So that can itself provide number of questions. Actually, in a methodology like this kind of participants are attending, what I believe, they have been always seeing question and answers, the kind of academics we proceed till date. They never ask us to ask questions. That's the main problem. The biggest problem lies in academics area, but that can be, they have to learn on asking questions. Then only they can actually flow the process, like how things can actually proceed further.
And just to build up on that, actually, even the prompts that we need to put into AI is actually making us better questioners, right?
True, very true to it.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, I believe, until and unless a person is not going for a research paper or not proceeding towards PhD, they don't learn about asking questions. Nowadays, at least this young generation is having an opportunity that they are asking questions earlier. That's the best part.
Yeah.
So they have to look into the problems. What everybody is asking here is fragmenting the questions. So once you fragment a question, raise a first question and fragment it into different parts. So that's the best solution. The solution will start automatically answering those tidbits of questions and things can improvise automatically.
Awesome.
That's the best way of communicating the questions or communicating to the part of the design areas and enhance to every segment actually. So if you can divide the first question to a lot of questions, automatically things can be answered.
Okay. Very interesting. Now, Siddharth J. Gokulan is asking, after shortlisting and scoring 5 problems, we found that there was a tie between 2 problems. How do we choose which one to go with? So, Siddharth, what you can do is you can go out down to the troubleshooting room. You can reach out to the faculty and take the guidance from the faculty there. All right. There's design faculty waiting for you there, and they'll be most happy to address this question with you. Having said that, it says a lot about your team, because I saw the image that you shared as well, and you'll have a very close tie between the problems that you'll have listed, right? So 45, 45, 44, and then 42, right? So big tie between the two. So it shows that you're very passionate about multiple areas, and it's a good problem to have. So take the help of the faculty; they would guide you with that. All right. Okay, so here, Dobe, your question has been answered as well. Maybe you're looking for a little more clarity on this, on your question. So here, Dubey, maybe you could go into the troubleshooting room, reach out to the design faculty directly, and they would help you out as well. Okay, so please go ahead and do that. Can our solutions, now question from Sadhvi, can our solutions be an app design where we just tell you what the app does and how it looks? Fantastic. Sadhvi, that's a great way to go about it. A lot of students have done the concept of an app design, and great if you can do that. But probably if the panelists can suggest how they would communicate the flow, right? Because app, you'd have to have multiple flows that would need to be seen. So how could they do that?
Again, these questions can be raised on, like, what is a category, segmentation, like age group. Earlier, a few of the professors also helped us in the things. Age group is major important things. What are the problem areas, the age group, and the category of segmentation? Because anyways, the priority comes to the class of segment the people have to be done, which is the kind of a niche this area the problem is going to give a solution to. So these questions will automatically help them to actually develop the app automatically.
Okay.
And other professors also can add on to these areas.
Those lines, that the app is a solution in 2 ways. One is the usability of an app the issue, or the app is a service that is something new? Like we talked about the case of Zomato, right? Like the food ordering process. So the solution was not in the usability of the app, or it wasn't catering to specific user groups. That comes next. But the first approach to that was to make that app available for easy ordering, right? So I think to understand the difference between whether the app is solving the problem or how the app is used and the workflow is solving the problem, depending on the statement. I think that's something that they'll have to look at.
All right. So workflow. Okay, interesting. So Asha Pinto is saying this is not a comment, or rather it's food for, this is a comment and food for thought, not really a question. If you are always focusing on prioritizing of how many people will benefit, we ignore the rare problems. For example, if everyone has COVID, the whole world is going to look for solutions for COVID. What about the rare diseases that, do those get ignored? Yeah. So what is our design stand on this? So can anyone
Quite on a medication area, like it's a bigger thought process actually. Definitely smaller problems are there. It needs to be actually the time focuses on that priority is getting more important if everybody is getting COVID or not. So the other problems are also getting solution because the COVID might enhance those COVID problem with other problems also. It can introduce to a bigger differentiation. So it needs more interrelevance, like how the answers can be more easier because the answers will be more difficult that time. Because if somebody has COVID and other diseases too, with that person, the doctors will be facing a bigger danger. So it's more of a bigger thought process area that it's going to be getting more critical actually. So the problem is more bigger. So again, you have to break down the problems. So you have to work it out on a tidbit area. Always the research goes on better priority that ways. What I have been doing it around.
All right, and also maybe if we look at what Asha is talking about, she's saying she's passionate about the areas where the rarer diseases are concerned, right? So I'm sure if she uses design thinking to focus on those,
Great, wonderful thought process. Yes, that's
yeah,
an interesting thought process actually.
yeah, it would be very interesting to see what you'll come up with. All right. So Asha, I guess, is participating as a family. So as a family, it'll be interesting to see what you'll come up with. All right.
Dion, if I may
Yes.
come in here.
Yes.
If you take the COVID vaccine in India itself, because it was a priority vaccine, and there were millions and millions of people who could have got infected, it would have affected our economy, it would have affected our society. So it was prioritized. There are certain diseases like chikungunya, where the same company that made the COVID vaccine in India 6 years ago started work on it and would have probably finished a vaccine for chikungunya, but the government did not prioritize it because they said, hey, where is chikungunya? It's there in one district in Bihar, maybe 3 cases in Andhra Pradesh. So there is a lot of other considerations which go along with this, financial, infrastructural, and so on and so forth. While the individual designer or a researcher may still design that vaccine, it is not likely that it may see the light of the day. Just 4 days ago, America has released its first chikungunya vaccine. And chikungunya is not even prevalent in the US. It's a very, very rare case. So when we think in terms of design, there are priorities of other organizations also that we should consider. It's not that we can avoid them at all. So then our thought processes become a little wider. What are the other structural problems behind what we are doing, which should also be kept in consideration? That does not mean we should not do it. That is the designer's passion, the researcher's passion. It is a path, but it's not necessary that it will ever come to fruition. And this is quite as clear as in terms of COVID, chikungunya, Zika virus. Zika virus, the same company did it 10 years ago. The vaccine against Zika, but it just shut down. That whole unit shut down. So then this is where the design thought is so important, that you're considering a huge lot of factors around a problem, which takes us to that whole big area of systems design.
All right. Right. So thank you for that, Professor. And one of the, at the end of her comment, she mentioned that this is the reason that, the focus on rare diseases doesn't really get that funding, that, all the funding goes to the other diseases, right?
Yes, true.
Prevalent. Yeah.
True. And any of the medication for rare diseases is so phenomenally expensive.
Yeah.
Because the amount of research that goes into it, the infrastructure which goes into it, and there is no commercial gain for these people. So I'm quite sure that there can be a philanthropist who can say, I'm going to put in these billions of dollars. Even if there are 3 people going to be suffering with this disease, it is worth it because they have proved something. You don't know what new disease may start off the next year, and the fact that you researched into this disease is going to help out there.
Yeah.
So there are these other extra considerations that also play a part in the design thought process. We should be aware of these things.
Right. Okay, so now it's 12:38. So everyone needs to start uploading their work for step 1. The sooner you do it, the better. Don't wait till 1 o'clock. We're gonna focus on doing this much earlier. So please follow step 1.4, 1.5, and 1.6 on your toolkit. I'm going to share my screen again for the benefit of those who have not seen this. So we are helping you generate, we're enabling you to generate a creative which is relevant to the problem that you've identified. So please use this information listed here to generate that idea, and I'm sure you'll come up with a phenomenal image. Once you generate that image, you put it in this Canva template. Again, how to use the Canva template, how to upload the slides, there's tutorials for that. Everything is in detail. So please follow the instructions and upload your problem statements as soon as possible. Yeah. Now, Amira, this answers your question. Is a Canva PPT required through the way? Yes, there's multiple Canva PPTs that we have along the way. So you could use that, the template that we've shared. And Amira, I hope that answers your question. In case you need further help, please reach out to our troubleshooting Zoom link, and they would help you out. Manikandan is asking, where could we get the prompts for the steps? Manikandan, it's in the toolkit. Please go through the toolkit. We hope you've received it already. If you've not received it, jump onto the troubleshooting page and they will help you out. Which is the most relevant one of these? Okay, this is from Arnav. Okay, so Arnav has a very interesting question. He's given us all 5 of his ideas. So which one of these is most relevant? Child protection laws, air pollution laws, access to healthcare, data protection, and promoting child well-being. So, Arnav, you have fantastic problems that you've identified. Please, my suggestion would be to go on to the troubleshooting page and get help from the faculty who are there. They will help you out in shortlisting. Do we need to generate a picture of a project or our problem? Here, Dubey. Yes, here you need to generate a series of pictures, right? So the first picture is for the problem that you're identifying. So as described in the toolkit, follow the steps, specifically 1.4, 1.5, 1.6, to generate a picture, and that picture will be one of the pictures that you generate for your final submission. Okay, so here the way, do follow that toolkit and we can sort that out. Can the solution be an app? If so, what should I present in exam play? So Nakshatra, we've addressed this question before. Yes, it can be an app, and looking forward to seeing what you have done. Akshay is saying, as I'm working alone, the ideation stage is taking a long time. Is it possible to submit the image after the lunch break, or does it need to be done by 1 p.m.? Akshay, you know what? After 1 p.m., we're going into step 2, and there's a whole different learning that happens in step 2. So maybe your image, what you generate, is not absolutely perfect. Don't worry about it. Do something, get it uploaded, because if you want to change it, you can change it later, but we don't want you to miss out on what's happening in step 2. All right, so just do it as a placeholder and probably look to change it a little later. Specifically tomorrow, by the time you are generating your video, at that time there's an opportunity for you to change. All right, so don't worry about that, Akshay. Please go ahead and get more familiar with the uploading process and the Canva process, because the first time you do it is going to be tough. As you do it by step 6, it's going to be much simpler for you. All right, Manasvi Gupta, when can we get the opinion of the faculty? Because I think we're done with deciding on our topic. Oh, Manasvi, you can go get into you can get in the troubleshooting room and you can get an opinion right away. All right, so don't worry, at least as far as the decision goes on your topic. Sejal, similar question, uploading upon shortlisting and discussing. We have 2 problems. It's further 2 problems. Further, we send this to Bing Chat to get a comparison. It's stated that one problem targets the general public and the other targets specifically women population. Now, which issue would be better to work with? Dilemma. Okay, so Sejal and her team is going through a dilemma. They have 2 problems to solve, or 2 shortlisted problems. One says it's better for the general public. The other one says it's specific to women. How do they go about choosing what is nice? So probably y'all can give suggestions from your examples when y'all are in dilemmas. How do y'all go about it?
I believe like the women centric and the entire population, when it is getting towards it's a bigger problem for the woman, it's actually giving a community and the population is getting isolated. Matlab it's restricted, the population is filtered. So the more the problem is getting towards the result, the problem should get filtered. So they can choose the woman area problem, which is always a bigger issue. I don't know about the exact problem because they are not discussing the entire thing. But anyways, the population is getting towards a specific creed or a specific absolute population is taken into a area where they can actually bring the solutions in an appropriate manner. And it can actually help to the bigger population also. So that's how we do it in a research work, that we actually restrict the population, that how much of the population is getting the benefit in a bigger format. So that could be a easy answer to it, because the women population is getting more affected towards their problematic area. So this could be one perspective. If anybody else has to say anything, they can add on to it actually.
Oh,
So
yeah.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So one is that, as Tapas sir said, that we should focus on the group, the end user or whoever it is. And I could also say one of the main focus we have to do is about the type of the project we have, because time management is important. So if we take a problem with a broader or a larger process in it, then we couldn't able to complete it within the time we have. So it would be an issue. So I would suggest, like, you should also consider the time of the project you have to work on it.
All right, thanks for that, Pooja.
Yes, I was just going to bring up the same point she did clarify. So then I can tag on another way of looking at it. Now, this particular group, they may have certain strengths in certain areas. And using their strengths, it is entirely possible they come up with a better solution for either one of these choices. So then they have to identify their strengths. What is their knowledge base? How much do they know about this problem? That they can come up at the end of tomorrow, a very tangible result. So it's also about the people.
Yeah. Yeah. So time factor, the tangibility of your issue. Professor Tapas spoke about, specificity, right?
Yes.
The
Where the
moment
greater
you're,
benefits lie.
yeah. So ultimately we're trying to get, go from broad to specific here. So here you've already identified something a little more specific than broad. So maybe you're already, going in the right direction. So various ways to look into this. Various ways to look into this.
And one more word of comfort, Dion.
Yeah.
That problems always exist. Today you solve a problem. Tomorrow you will probably be able to solve another problem. Given 3 days, the same group may sit together and then solve another problem. So there's no need to really bother about restricting to only one problem. For the sake of this event, for the sake of this knowledge that they're getting, they would focus here. But then through their careers, they're going to be solving problems and problems. And one day they're going to remember this day. And they probably will have a deep insight. Oh, yeah, they have solved what you have called a wicked problem, insurmountable by the biggest thinkers in the world.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are where the seeds are sown.
Yeah. So fantastic, Sejal. Brilliant that you'll have come up with two very strong problems that you'll wish to solve, and both, frankly, reach out to a large population. So fantastic. Looking forward to seeing what you're going to be doing. Nakshatra is asking, can I design a product and an app? Nakshatra, it depends if are you talking about a product which is linked to an app? Are you talking about a product which is on an app, or a product which is connected with an app? I'm not very sure. Maybe you can get into the troubleshooting Zoom link, reach out to the faculty there and get some help on that. All right. Rahitpreet Singh is saying, would this problem be worth solving, that heart attack victims face life-threatening delays in getting urgent medical aid? Absolutely. I think this is getting more and more real as we get, as the days go by. There are increasing incidents of heart attacks, cardiac arrests. So working on this as a problem would be great. If the panelists could add anything as a suggestion to Rahitpreet Singh, that'll be interesting.
This problem is already, like, a lot of people are working with this. In fact, a lot of apps are available where the heartbeats and pulses are actually measured from hour to hour basis also. So what they are actually looking about the technical aspect, like Vikram sir earlier also said, like in communication design, when we were discussing the railway problem and all, he was discussing whether it's a communication thing or the technical area they are looking ahead, which aspect they are looking, that will be more important. In my area, I would support that Vikram sir was saying earlier. So that is more to be understood, like which aspect they want to look ahead. That they want to get whenever they are wearing a watch or something, they're getting the pulse rate accommodated or anything, they can actually rush to the clinic very fastly, or they can rush to the nearby hospital very fastly, or there are emergency pills available. Like you put it below your tongue or anything, you will get your normalized heart levels and all. These are already done. To what level and what extent they want to do, what is the kind of critical patient, again I said about like accommodating the kind of the priorities of the age group and the kind of the priority of the heart patient they are actually working on. That will be a specific niche again. Okay, and anybody else, Vikram sir or Pooja ma'am or Sana ma'am, can add on?
Yes, I will again concur with you that in this particular area, there has been huge lot done, including some very high-tech approaches drones that deliver a particular machine that can enter a house and actually administer medication to heart patients. So what it does is it has cut out that entire transportation problem. Just 3 days ago, one CEO of some company fell down somewhere and he had that Apple Watch on him. Immediately there was an alert sent out within a few minutes. Of course, that's an advanced country, so they have better regulatory processes, infrastructure. Here in India, it's a bit complicated. If this group is able to sort out an issue with a particular area in India, let us say a village, for instance, where you don't have access to all these technologies, where you need to have real-time information, where doctors need to go to a particular spot, when primary health centers are not even available, let alone specialist hospitals, then it becomes a problem that is critical and probably not solved as yet. But technologically, we have gone very far. The thing is, we don't know about it. Most of us really don't know the levels of technology we have already come into our lives. So here, it is very important that this group researches what is already done. So they are not again repeating these things, but choose an area where there is a huge challenge, which they are conversant with. Then you get a result out of this kind of thing.
Interesting opinion, Professor. We have 8 minutes left or 6 minutes left before this session ends. And we'll take last couple of questions. Okay. Florin is saying, I have 2 topics. I'm quite conflicted in what to choose. What are your opinions? The problems I identified are, what measures can be taken to make emergency shelters more inclusive, considering diverse needs during disasters, right? So if you're looking at what's happening in Gaza right now, tremendous need for inclusive emergency shelters to cater to various needs, right? So I'm guessing you have that in your mind. And the second option is, how can we advocate for and establish standards for age-appropriate and safe playground equipment? All right. Again, very diverse things. Seems like a very passionately, these are 2 areas that you're very passionate about, Florin. Maybe get into the into the troubleshooting Zoom link, and you should be able to get help from the faculty. We would recommend that. Gia saying, can we make multiple slides in step 1? Problem statement, can it be on the second slide with another image? Yes, you can do that for now, and we'll address this in step 6. So for now, you make your two images, 2 slides, but in step 6, let's see how we can put that together. All right. So for now, go ahead with what you have in mind, Gia. Avyukta is saying, isn't lack of awareness and education a problem? Of course, Avyukta, Avyukta. Of course, that's a massive problem. Samyukta is asking, is mental health and emotional well-being a better issue to solve than cyber security and digital safety? Okay, let's take Avyukta's question first. Isn't lack of awareness and education a problem? So Avyukta, that's a tremendous, you've selected tremendously relevant problems here. Both are critical. I think India as a nation, we are struggling to improve the quality of education, but we're seeing massive changes for the better. A lot of countries are doing much better than us, and we are also doing a lot better than many more countries. So for want of time, for the restriction of time, please, this is a great area to work on. Please go ahead and work on that. We'll take the last question from Samyukta before we end this session. Is mental health and emotional well-being a better issue to solve then cybersecurity and digital safety. Now, to the panelists here, how do you define what is a better issue, what is a worse issue? How do you really decide what's better for worse?
Actually, it's not a qualitative question here. Through the process that you have given, if they give this many points to each of their problems, it is shown out there. But these are two different issues and they just can't be compared. If they wish to work in this, it is their choice. And then accordingly, they will put in the point system, which will lead them to a certain conclusion. If they wish, they could choose the other. But you cannot compare these two areas, because in probably developed countries, there are certain better problems that you have to deal with, because the countries are already in India, like you mentioned, it's a very difficult issue. So I would suggest that let them look at the problem they are interested in, that is doable, and that point system should be able to allow them to figure out what they should be dealing with.
Fantastic. Would any of the other panelists have anything else to add?
From the point of view of what the person is going through, let's address the dilemma, right? Like, I think they come from the point of view of, if I choose this, am I a bad person that I didn't choose that? So I think it comes from a very ethical point of view, saying that, am I a bad person? Am I like being against women or like the general public or somebody who has this ailment? So I think the idea is that we understand that there are so many problems, which means that we have so much potential as designers to intervene. But I think given the context, time, resource, we do take a certain stand from or a certain side. And I think like what Professor Vikram had also pointed out, that resource mapping of the team really helps in managing time and efforts effectively. And at the same time, I think both these issues make great sense. And I think to add to the context of a region or a group would help us evaluate which one is a deeper issue to address. So I think to put a sense of region would help, because cybersecurity can be different things in different countries or like different parts of India. And at the same time, to look at what is the other thing I'm kind of forgetting, if you can point out.
Cybersecurity and digital safety versus mental health and emotional well-being.
Yes, yeah. So I think that's again, that's quite prevalent across the globe. So it's difficult to put a finger to say that this region is facing a lot of stress or whatever. But I think the evaluating parameters can be different. But putting a region and putting a context can establish the intervention as well.
Fantastic. Thanks so much to a very, very insightful, interesting discussion, fantastic views. Professor Tapash Biswas from UID Ahmedabad, United World Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. Professor G.A. Vikram from United World Institute of Ahmedabad. Professor Sahana Deepak from the School of Design and Innovation, RV University, Bangalore. Professor Pooja S. from Ecole Intuit Lab, Bangalore. You guys have been absolutely insightful, amazing. It's been a pleasure to have this conversation and learn so much from y'all. We'll be taking a break now and we meet after 1 o'clock. So the panel you see here, they are going to be in the Zoom troubleshooting link for the next section of the round, and there'll be a different set of panel members. So if those who want to reach out to this set of panel members, please post 135, go into the troubleshooting room, of course, when you have the time, and interact with this set of panel members. All right. Thank you all once again. Over to Evelyn.
Thank you, panelists, for joining us. This was very insightful. I hope all the participants learned a lot from this session. And before we move on to the next one, I would like to thank our sponsors again. Sponsors are United World Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, DJ Academy of Design, Coimbatore, School of Design and Innovation at RV University, Bangalore, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, Pune, Ecole Intuit Lab, Bangalore, and OYER NGO, Coimbatore. Thank you so much for joining us today.
The School of Design and Innovation at RV University is one of the best design schools in Bangalore, where we encourage students to work collaboratively. With dedicated studio spaces, students would acquire and hone their skills, learn design theories, methods, and processes that will help develop and refine their ideas which address the problems identified in a holistic manner.
You all as your Dean of School of Design and Innovation for RV University. I also bring with me an ethos of collaborative leadership and I'm really invested in an interdisciplinary way of teaching and learning design, which I think is really strongly supported by our faculty members and the pedagogic structure of the university. As a Dean, I really don't just want to create graduates, but I want to create future design leaders who can really make a mark in the field.
It takes a new form of education to prepare students for the society that is upcoming. And that's why the focus on innovation is critical, and that is the focus that the university has taken up.
Ours is a special university simply because we do not make mere professionals here. We make better human beings.
This university mainly focuses on value creation.
Everything is filled with a lot more of fun, and it just makes you filled with more optimism, and we have a lot of things to get inspired. You just feel like coming to college every day.
We ask the students to focus more on the imagination part of it, intuition part of it, rather than the historical facts and figures.
Study graphic design, fine arts, gaming, and digital design. Join our truly global campuses for the best undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Register now.
The School of Design and Innovation at RV University is one of the best design schools in Bangalore, where we encourage students to work collaboratively. With dedicated studio spaces, students would acquire and hone their skills, learn design theories, methods, and processes that will help develop and refine their ideas which address the problems identified in a holistic manner.
You all as your Dean of School of Design and Innovation for RV University. I also bring with me an ethos of collaborative leadership, and I'm really invested in an interdisciplinary way of teaching and learning design, which I think is really strongly supported by our faculty members and the pedagogic structure of the university. As a dean, I really don't just want to create graduates, but I want to create future design leaders who can really make a mark in the field.
It takes a new form of education to prepare students for the society that is upcoming. And that's why the focus on innovation is critical, and that is the focus that the university has taken up.
Ours is a special university simply because we do not make mere professionals here. We make better human beings.
This university mainly focuses on value creation.
Everything is filled with a lot more of fun, and it just makes you filled with more optimism, and we have a lot of things to get inspired. You just feel like coming to college every day.
We ask the students to focus more on the imagination part of it, intuition part of it, rather than the historical facts and figures.
Study graphic design, fine arts, gaming, and digital design. Join our truly global campuses for the best undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Register now.
The School of Design and Innovation at RV University is one of the best design schools in Bangalore, where we encourage students to work collaboratively. With dedicated studio spaces, students would acquire and hone their skills, learn design theories, methods, and processes that will help develop and refine their ideas which address the problems identified in a holistic manner.
You all as your Dean of School of Design and Innovation for RV University. I also bring with me an ethos of collaborative leadership and I'm really invested in an interdisciplinary way of teaching and learning design, which I think is really strongly supported by our faculty members and the pedagogic structure of the university. As a dean, I really don't just want to create graduates, but I want to create future design leaders who can really make a mark in the field.
It takes a new form of education to prepare students for the society that is upcoming. And that's why the focus on innovation is critical, and that is the focus that the university has taken up.
Ours is a special university simply because we do not make mere professionals here. We make better human beings.
This university mainly focuses on value creation.
Everything is filled with a lot more of fun and it just makes you filled with more optimism, and we have a lot of things to get inspired. You just feel like coming to college every day.
We ask the students to focus more on the imagination part of it, intuition part of it, rather than the historical facts and figures.
Study graphic design, fine arts, gaming, and digital design. Join our truly global campuses for the best undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Register now.
The School of Design and Innovation at RV University is one of the best design schools in Bangalore, where we encourage students to work collaboratively. With dedicated studio spaces, students would acquire and hone their skills, learn design theories, methods, and processes that will help develop and refine their ideas which address the problems identified in a holistic manner.
You all as your Dean of School of Design and Innovation for RV University. I also bring with me an ethos of collaborative leadership and I'm really invested in an interdisciplinary way of teaching and learning design, which I think is really strongly supported by our faculty members and the pedagogic structure of the university. As a dean, I really don't just want to create graduates, but I want to create future design leaders who can really make a mark in the field.
It takes a new form of education to prepare students for the society that is upcoming. And that's why the focus on innovation is critical, and that is the focus that the university has taken up.
Ours is a special university simply because we do not make mere professionals here. We make better human beings.
This university mainly focuses on value creation.
Everything is filled with a lot more of fun and it just makes you filled with more optimism, and we have a lot of things to get inspired. You just feel like coming to college every day.
We ask the students to focus more on the imagination part of it, intuition part of it, rather than the historical facts and figures.
Study graphic design, fine arts, gaming, and digital design. Join our truly global campuses for the best undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Register now.
School of Design and Innovation at RV University is one of the best design schools in Bangalore, where we encourage students to work collaboratively. With dedicated studio spaces, students would acquire and hone their skills, learn design theories, methods, and processes that will help develop and refine their ideas, which address the problems identified in a holistic manner.
You all as your Dean of School of Design and Innovation for RV University. I also bring with me an ethos of collaborative leadership and I'm really invested in an interdisciplinary way of teaching and learning design, which I think is really strongly supported by our faculty members and the pedagogic structure of the university. As a dean, I really don't just want to create graduates, but I want to create future design leaders who can really make a mark in the field.
It takes a new form of education to prepare students for the society that is upcoming. And that's why the focus on innovation is critical, and that is the focus that the university has taken up.
Ours is a special university simply because we do not make mere professionals here. We make better human beings.
This university mainly focuses on value creation.
Everything is filled with a lot more of fun and it just makes you filled with more optimism, and we have a lot of things to get inspired. You just feel like coming to college every day.
We ask the students to focus
Dion,
more
sir.
on the imagination part of it, intuition part of it, rather than the historical facts and figures.
Hello, Dion sir.
We'll go to the breakout room.
Yeah, I'll be heading on. Some other link will be given to me, or I'll be hanging on here only, in this room only.
Hold on.
Study graphic design, fine arts, gaming, and digital design. Join our truly global campuses for the best undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Register now.
You can start, Evelyn.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, participants. I hope all of you were able to find problems worth solving. We received some fantastic questions from all of you. Do continue sending your queries through the Google form or join the troubleshooting Zoom link if you want personalized answers. So in step 1, our panelists answered various questions of the participants and gave us insights about prompt engineering, which is the usage of AI tools to better develop the participants' ideas. We got submissions spanning areas such as healthcare, road safety, railway safety, data protection, etc. Participants also delved into finding solutions that cater to many sectors of population, such as specially abled people, women, children, and the elderly. So now we'll be moving on to the next step, which is discovering deeper insights. All participants are requested to discover at least 3 valuable insights and document the same. I would like to take this time to introduce our next set of panelists. First, we have Mr. Amir, who is an associate professor at United World Institute of Design. Next, we have Ms. Khushbu Doshi, an assistant professor at Avi University, specializing in retail design. Prior to her academic journey, Professor Khushbu spent 5 years working in the industry as an interior designer. Our final panelist for this session is Ms. Prajakta Rokade. She's currently assistant professor at Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, specializing in product design. Thank you, panelists, for taking out the time to be here today. Umesh sir will now take over.
Yeah, thank you so much, Evelyn. Just a minute, let me rename. All right. Okay, so I hope you had a very challenging time finding the problem worth solving. So let us go to the next step. So I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to take you forward through the journey. If you have not yet found the problem worth solving, that is all right. You take your time. There's no hurry, right? So some certain times, certain tasks will take more time than expected. So that is absolutely fine. Okay. Okay, 1 minute. Okay, so the outcome of step 1, what you're looking at is just one problem statement that is defined under 10 words. The shorter, the better, right? And one image that conveys the problem. So I hope you have used Bing Create to create a contextual image related to your problem. And what we require was one strong data point. So these are the 3 outputs of step 1. Now we will see how we take this information in the step 2 and we proceed forward, right? So the step 2 is all about discovering insights and validating those insights. So what is an insight? What are we talking about? Insight is something that basically asks why that particular problem is happening. Now you have identified a problem, all right, or a pain point, and now the insight will help you understand what is causing that pain point. Okay, just to give you deeper understanding of this, as an example, for example, here I have taken some hypothetical example. Say problem statement is difficult access to healthcare services. All right, so that's your problem statement, let us say. And then you have data saying that, okay, 1.6 million Indians died due to inadequate, timely healthcare. Now that's a significant information, right? Okay, just Right. Okay. So, so the problem statement talks about the pain point. Data basically suggests the seriousness of the issue. Now, the user insight is like, for example, the user insight is, okay, people in rural areas face challenges in reaching medical facilities. All right. So this user insight is telling the reason why the problem is occurring in the first place. And it is also giving a context. Okay. So the context is the rural areas, and then the challenge is reaching the medical facilities. So that's the challenge. So this is the why that is an outcome of understanding the problem statement data and trying to find the user insight. Now, once you have the user insight, what happens next is from the user insight, you derive the need. What is the need? For example, the need here is providing accessible healthcare solution for rural communities. That would be the need. Okay. So in step 2, we will be generating one valid insight. Of course, there could be many insights for a problem statement, but we will be looking at one key insight. Okay. And then we will be deriving at least one strong need that we find out from the key insight. I'll give you another example. This was actually a real example, but I'm showing it as a hypothetical one because I don't want to take the brand names. Let us say the problem statement is increase the sale of XYZ company kids toothbrushes. All right. Okay. So the company has this issue that the toothbrushes are not being sold, especially in the kids area. So they want to increase the sale. And they also have the data telling that, okay, currently the market share is only 1% of XY, 1%. The XYZ's company's market share is 1%. So there is a large scope of growing sales in that space. Okay, so this is user insight and a data. Now, a problem statement and data. Now, what is a user insight? I mean, this is a real-time project. Okay, so when the designers were working and trying to understand the stakeholder, okay, because here the stakeholder is the kid, okay, who is using the brush to brush his teeth, toothbrush. They observed that kids struggle to brush using the toothbrush because it is very difficult to hold it. So that is the user insight. All right. And then what is the derived need is when they're redesigning, they would want to redesign the toothbrush handle, the stem, such that it can be holded by the children easily and they can brush better. All right, so now you're understanding the relationship between problem statement, data, user insight, and derived need. All right, okay. So the step 2 outcome, what we are looking at is one key insight and one key need. All right, now in a regular like a design project, so this particular activity would take a lot of time, right? It can go to weeks and months trying to observe the users, doing many studies, observational studies, right? Talking to the customers, etc., etc. But we have only 2 hours of time. Okay, so we have to be more creative, and this is where we can leverage the power of technology to generate some thought processes, certain ideas, and of course we can always validate, and we can ask if these insights are valid or not with your friends, family, friends, and relatives, and etc. Right, so that way we can validate them. All right, so the steps that we are going to follow in this is there are 3 simple steps. Number 1 is to identify the key stakeholders. All right, for example, in the example of kids brush, there are many key stakeholders, but we need to identify the key stakeholder. For example, the child who is using the brush is one of the stakeholder. parent who buys the toothbrush is one of the key holder. The shopkeeper who sells them is one of the key holders, right? Stakeholders, right? So there could be many stakeholders. So first of all, we identify who are all the stakeholders in the problem. Then we try to identify the key stakeholder, because we will not be obviously be able to address the issues of all the stakeholders. So we need to identify the key stakeholder. And once we identify the key stakeholder, step number 2 is to basically create a persona to understand their specific or common needs. Now, what is a persona? Persona is a representation of a particular key stakeholder of a large group of such people. Okay, for example, in the case of a toothbrush, let us say we identified the kid as the key stakeholder. So, for example, maybe a 3-year-old kid. Okay, so if you say, okay, imagine a 3-year-old kid, then there is no reference point. So that is the reason we'll be creating a persona to help us understand or give some data points through which we can look through who the person is and whom are we designing for. Okay, and the step 2.3 is document that one strong valid insight and strong need. All right, so in the step 1, we also had this option of documenting, but there was not much time to review through, so I could not help you in briefing here. But if time permits here, I'll try to help you out. Okay, so I have shared the toolkit. I have updated the toolkit. Now, if you go to step 2, you can see some data added there. Now, again, so this basically gives you steps that you can follow along with the AI prompts that you can ask, and also questions to ask your friends, relatives, and etc. to basically find out who is the key stakeholder and what are their concerns and etc. All right. So let me just quickly run through this document questions to ask. So these are generic questions just to help you get idea of what kind of a questions that you can ask the key stakeholder. You can always add and elaborate on these questions. Okay. What I find very interesting and very useful is using the ChatGPT to help us understand for a problem that you are trying to solve who the key stakeholder can be. Okay, so I'm going to do a small demo. All right, so let us open the prompts and see who are the what is the prompt. So the first prompt is to identify key stakeholder. Now, these prompts actually help us to identify all the stakeholders and then see who will be the key stakeholder. Basically, this exercise, it will take a lot of time. And if the problem is very complex, there will be many stakeholders, right? So the prompt here is the problem I'm trying to solve is so-and-so. So you have to replace this particular red text with the problem statement that you have created. Okay. And it goes that list all the key stakeholders and their challenges or concerns associated with this problem. Identify the most primary key stakeholder. Add a structure the stakeholders in a basic mind map. Structure of
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but if you're sharing your screen, we can only see the step 2 outcome slide of.
Oh, is it? Oh, thanks for highlighting. So let me choose the entire screen. Okay. Yeah, please do highlight if you're finding any problem. So can you see the screen now?
Yes, sir.
All right. So this is the prompt I was talking about. So in this particular sentence, replace the red text with the problem that you're trying to solve. Okay. And then you use copy paste the entire thing into ChatGPT and then you prompt. So I'll help you to show how I have prompted and what information I got. Okay. Okay. All right. So the prompt that I had given was, so as I explained in the step 1, the problem I was trying to solve is difficulties of dependents to get ownership of inherited assets. Now, where does this particular problem statement fall under and how is it related to Safe Bharat? Is because this is the financial safety and security of the family. Okay, so it comes under that domain, the financial services domain of Safe Bharat. Right, so I have added that, replaced the red text with this problem statement, and I have entered, and what ChatGPT has gave me back is this information. So what it did was it has listed all the key stakeholders and their associated challenges or concerns. For example, number 1 is dependents or inheritors. What is the challenge? Proving their rightful ownership of inherited assets. And what will be the concerns? Ensuring a smooth and legal transition of assets, dealing with emotional aspects of inheritance. Right, so that is one key stakeholder, the challenge and the concern. Okay, and then the estate executors. What are their challenges and what are the concerns? So if you see, the list goes to almost 14. In the problem that I'm trying to solve, there are 14 key stakeholders. If I had to solve that on my own with my own research, it will take a lot of time. But the power of AI is that because it is a large language model, it has all the information. We can ask questions and retrieve information, which will help in solving our problems. All right. So I have got all the list of stakeholders, and then since I have asked for the primary stakeholder, it has identified as the dependents or inheritors. Now it has identified that as the primary stakeholder. That doesn't mean I have to accept it. So this is the point where you actually have to use a critical thinking. Okay, if you're working individually, you can actually use your intellectual capacity to understand, okay, is this the only key stakeholder or are there any other people? Right? Or if you're working in a group, you can brainstorm and try to discuss and identify the key stakeholder. Right? Anyway, so let us see why it is saying that the dependents or inheritors are the key stakeholders here. Okay, so the most important primary stakeholder in this problem is the dependents, inheritors, because they're directly impacted by the difficulties in obtaining ownership of inherited assets. So definitely yes, because who is at the brunt? When who is facing the pain point? The dependents are facing the pain point, so they become the primary stakeholder. Okay, and what are their challenges? So the challenges and concerns, both legal and emotional. So there are two different challenges that they're facing. One is the emotions, because they have lost their loved one, and the second challenge is the legal issues that they're facing. Right? So these are the serious problems that they are facing. So we have identified the key stakeholder and their challenges. All right. So now we have asked for a basic mind map structure as well, because this will give us visually an understanding of the primary, secondary, and tertiary stakeholders. Okay, so it has created a rough drawing of the entire stakeholder structure, and it is very nice to see and understand. It basically opens up our own mind to understand how serious the problem is, how complex the problem is, whom all we should be considering when we are designing the solution, and later on we'll also be thinking from their perspectives as well. Okay, I mean, as a real project, you have to be looking through all or each of these key stakeholders requirements and then find the solutions. But currently we'll be primarily focusing on the primary key stakeholder. All right, so you see this map, it shows that the primary stakeholder is dependents or inheritors. The secondary ones are estate executors, legal professionals, family members, and other beneficiaries. Right? And at a third layer, we have financial institutions and government authorities. And at a fourth layer, we have estate planners, financial advisors, charities or non-profits. And at the fifth layer, we have creditors, mental health professionals, etc., etc. So by using ChatGPT, it has basically saved so much of time and energies for me. Now that I have this information, I can actually quickly summarize that and go to the next step. The next step is, so let us see what is the next step. All right. I hope you're able to see my screen.
Yes.
I'm sharing the Google Sheet, right? Step 2 Google Sheet,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. Yeah. So I have identified the primary stakeholder. Now, so the step 2.1 is done. Okay. Now let us go to step 2.2. This step is also actually a pretty complex step, because you've got to identify a persona who represents the primary key stakeholder, okay, and analyze their problems, analyze the personality, define the personality, define their needs, goals, aspirations, etc., etc. All right. So again, here the technology is going to help us resolve and understand the complexity of these personas. So again, what we're going to do is use the prompts. All right. So here we take the second prompt. Okay, the second prompt is again to help us simplify the complexity of using personas and identifying their needs, aspirations, their service expectations, and all of that. Everything has been compiled into one prompt, and we are going to use this. All right. So here the problem statement. So again, what you have to do, you have to replace the red text with your problem statement. Okay. So what basically this prompt is asking is, it is asking for creation of 3 fictitious families and respective key holders pertaining to the problem, right? To be used as personas for further study of the concerns of the stakeholders, right? And create the user personas of the key stakeholders, make the personalities interesting and colorful characters relevant for the Indian context. So we are setting up all these prompts because if we don't, the more specific the prompt is, the more quality output we get, which we can use the data. All right. So this has already been engineered, and please use. And at any point of time, you want to get more specific information, you can always add. I'll help you understand how to achieve that as well. Okay. So I copy this prompt and I go to the ChatGPT, and I think I already have run this before. Right. Okay, yes. So I just run this, I just run this particular prompt. So what it is saying is, so I have replaced that particular red text with my problem, and then see what ChatGPT has given and how easily we will be able to understand the personas and then derive information from this. All right. So what it's saying is the respective key holders, along with their personalities, economic backgrounds, ambitions, key concerns, needs, and service expectations relate to the problem of difficulties of dependence to get ownership of inherited assets in Indian context. Okay, so it has given the examples of 3 families. So there is a Gupta family, there is Patel family, there is Khan family. And it has also given who is a key stakeholder. Here it is Mr. Rajesh Gupta, Mrs. Meera Patel, and Ms. Aisha Khan. And you can also read through it, the personality, what kind of a personality they are. So Gupta is a conservative, Mr. Patel is Mrs. Patel is a traditional, and Ms. Khan is ambitious. So when you go through this, you can actually create a mental imagery of what this family is all about. Okay. In fact, it will be very helpful if you can add a picture, tag a picture to the family, especially the key stakeholder. Then it becomes, you'll be able to associate and relate with that particular personality much better. Okay. So if you see the economic backgrounds, it's middle class, working class, so family business, and so you can read through them and understand. And if you feel that certain tweaks have to be done, you can go ahead and do the tweaks. For example, let us say I would want to change the economic backgrounds of these people, all right? So economic background is upper middle class, lower middle class, and working class. I think ChatGPT has given a balanced approach in terms of the economic backgrounds. So that is pretty cool. And let us say the profession is not given, right? The profession is not given. So what you can do is, let us ask for the profession. So how do you change or add the requirement? So go here to the prompt. So here you can see edit like a pen mark. So click on it. So click here. Make the personalities interesting with colorful characters, relevant Indian context, economic strata and ambitions, comma, include their professions. Include their professions. Okay, and then save and submit. Okay, so this time it has given us a different kind of a layout. So this, because it is adding a school teacher, for example, it has in fact changed the family group as well. Now, let us say if you don't like to have this kind of a format, what you can do is you can regenerate. And once you regenerate, it will give you a different option. Now, this different option is more attuned to our way of understanding. And here you can see that the profession is for this particular family is a successful software engineer. And here she is a school teacher. And here it is a owner of a textile business. So adding more layers to the persona such that we get more insights from them. All right. So let us go down further, and you can see that what are the needs. Needs is simplified legal guidance, estate planning and will preparation, conflict resolution services. So it has given 3 needs. Okay, so you can actually map the needs with the other 2 personas also. Okay, and see which are the needs which are common, because you can start off with the needs which are common. So let us say this is an app solution. So initially, I mean, you got to design an app in such a way that different kinds of people can use, because the pain point is almost the same, right? So you start off with designing, keeping in mind the most common needs, and then you go on expanding with other features. All right. So anyway, so this is how you identify the needs, and also service expectations. So for example, this persona, they want online legal platform for guidance, will creation and management services, and mediation services for disputes, right? So here the service expectations are expert legal counsel, property title verification. So again, in the service expectations, you can identify top 3 which are common in nature, such that you can use in the next step. Okay. So this is the way we can leverage the technology that is available and speed up the process of innovation. Okay. So some of you may say that, okay, oh, you're not using your skill of creating user personas and all that. But you see that you have to still use your critical thinking skills. Now there is data here, but what do you do with the data? How do you make sense of the data and find the right insight and the right need is still with you. Okay. So technology, as Professor Vyas said, technology is only an enabler. It is not the driver. Driver is still the person who is using the technology. All right. So, so with that, let us go to the next step. Right. The next step is, if you want, you can add a picture to the persona, because we may or may not require the documentation of how you arrived and etc. But if you want, you can create. So how do you create a persona? You go to Bing. Now the step is already given in step 1. For example, find an image that conveys the problem that you're trying to solve. The tutorial is there. It is the same method, but you just change the prompt. The prompt could be like, okay, I'm looking at Kapoor family, right? So Mr. Kapoor, and you know the profession. Mr. Kapoor, so and so age, profession. Okay, and so get a picture of him. So it will generate a picture, and you can choose the pictures from them. Okay, so try experiment doing that. It's very simple and fun to do that. All right. So that is how you basically come up with the one top insight and one top need. And what you do is once you get that information, you go to Canva template. Now, let me just give you some instructions because I'm seeing a lot of people requesting for access to edit these documents. You don't need any access to edit. In fact, you have to copy the document and you can edit it. So quickly, let me show you. Let us say I'm clicking on the template, right? I'm clicking on the template. So because I'm the owner, it is directly taking me for the edit, right? But otherwise, I have created a tutorial and I kept it there. So what you do is go to file and make a copy. So once you make a copy, you will be able to edit all the information. And so there is no need for requesting edit access to me because I'm getting edit access requests for templates and also the Google Sheets. You don't require any edit access. You just have to go copy or go make a copy of it. Okay. Now, another important insight that I would like to give here is on the top, you see this pink bubble, there is a number over here. This number is your team number. Please ensure that your team number is added. Okay, because that is how we will be identifying whose entry is this. And you are not supposed to write your name or school name or any other information on the sheet. Okay. So please ensure that in the slide 1 itself, you ensure that you add this and then you can duplicate. And duplicating is very simple. Go here and say duplicate page and it will create another duplicate page. All right. So the idea is that in the slide 1 itself, you add the correct team number. You can duplicate it many times and the information will be duplicated. All right. And there were some questions that I have noticed that asking, okay, is it important that you upload this step 1, step 2 at the end of each of the times? It would help because we would be at the background. We will be seeing how the progression is going on and it will give us insights in terms of what kind of instructions or examples we need to give to you such that you will be able to make use of that particular feature better. All right. So with that, I would like to hand over the session to panelists. Evelyn, you can take it over.
Yes, sir. So I welcome all the panelists for the second step of today. We'll be discussing a few more queries and questions from the participants. And yes, we can move on from that.
All right. Thank you so much, Evelyn. So while the panelists come online, requesting the panelists to open their screens, open their videos.
Dion, meanwhile, if there are any questions that I can address, I can probably take 1 or 2.
Yeah. Right. So there's a lot of questions. That I'm not able to create an AI, get into the AI aspect and make creative out of it.
Oh,
right?
So the image, is it?
Yeah. So Dhriti is saying, I'm not able to create an AI and not able to join the troubleshooting rooms also.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So we can probably pass this information to the volunteers and they can call Dhriti up and they can sort it out.
Yeah. Okay. I'll do that. Then there's quite a few questions, Umesh, on how do I decide if this problem is worth solving? All right.
Right. That's a fantastic question. So, see, you can take some insights from the AI mentor, the design mentor. The prompt I have already given in the sheets. So let me share my screen and help them understand the prompt. And if the person who is asking the question, if they would like to share what problem that they are trying to validate, I can demonstrate how they can probably identify. Right. So if you go to step 1, validate to arrive at the problem worth solving, ask ChatGPT with the prompt. So what is the prompt? So click on this sheet, go here. And if you see the prompt to find the problem worth solving among few problem statements. Okay. So let us say you have 2 or 3 problem statements that you would like to find out which is the best one worth solving. So use this prompt. Let me know which of the following problems are worth solving based on the impact and value of the solution they can create for its users. Include a reason for rating in another column. All right. So this is the prompt. So prompt, the first problem 1 description, problem 2 description. You can add as many problems as you want and share that in the ChatGPT, and it will give you a nice tabular format with the reason and a rating saying why a particular problem is worth solving. You don't have to go completely blindly accepting that, but it will be a starting point for you to critically think and decide which is the problem that is worth solving. Okay. So you can do that. What I can also do is probably let me find certain problems. Okay, I will take some problems. All right, and I'm gonna. So I hope you're all seeing my screen.
Yes, we're watching.
Yeah. So I'm working on a document. So I'm picking these 5 problems. Okay, paste, unlinked, paste. So these are the 5 problems that I would like to work on, and I'm trying to understand from ChatGPT, the design AI mentor, what its view is. Okay, so what I do, go to the prompt, copy the entire prompt here to the sheet where you're working on. Okay, so click here, and then what you do is copy and paste the problem, that is problem 1. Then this will become the problem 2. This becomes problem 3. Concerns. Okay, and then Dion, I think you can mute your mic. Yeah, thank you. And this is the 5th problem. So I would want to understand from ChatGPT which one is worth solving, right? So I take these prompt, I go to ChatGPT. You can start a new chat. So the new chat can be accessible from the top. Click on a new chat, and let us say click on that and enter. So so I'm asking it for a tabular form, and it is giving me like a clean text. But so I'm not happy with the solution. So I'll ask the ChatGPT to resubmit the answer. All right. Okay. So here also, so basically it's saying everything is worth solving. So let me just try to address here. I will suggest that include a reason, another column, and show the response in a tabular format. Okay, so I'm trying to re-engineer the prompt by adding a little text. Okay, so click on here. Now you can see that it has given in a tabular format. So these are the 5 problems. And you can see that it has given as high, high, medium, medium, and high. So out of 5, it is basically saying that there are 3 problems which are very, very important to address. But then again, as I said, you can use a critical thinking to understand, is it worthwhile or not? For example, safety concerns and potential life-threatening risks associated with wildlife encounters such as snake bites and animal attacks. So that is the reason this is very high. Now, another way that you can decide which one to choose is that your affinity with the problem. So have you ever faced some animal attacking you? Okay, so if you have been in that situation, you know the seriousness of the situation and the mixed emotions that go into your mind, into your body, and etc. Right? For example, the stray dogs on the street. So when you're going at night, walking around, they all come and attack, and you know the feeling, right? It's dangerous. It's like So the problems that you can easily associate with, and if it is also highly priority, then you can take it up and you can work on it. All right. Okay. Yeah.
All right.
All right. I think the panelists are here.
Yeah, the panelists are here. Umesh is one of the participants who's here on this group.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Yeah, on Zoom.
On Zoom, yeah.
Yes. What is her name?
Just 1 second. So Sahiti.
Sahiti. Okay.
Yeah. Sahiti, would you like to ask your question directly to Umesh?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Sahiti. Go on.
So, for step 2, exactly how do you put the stakeholders, and how are you going to put the 3 personas that we are creating? How will we make a slide out?
All right. So that is the reason I said you don't need to have all the 3 personas. Even if you have one persona, one image, that is enough. Okay. And let me share my screen and give some ideas in terms of how you can compile information. In the next step, I will also show you how previous participants have compiled that information such that you get a good understanding of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Dion, you can mute your mic. All right, so this is a template that we have, right? So because this is a live template, I don't want to work on it. So I'm going to make a copy of it. All right, so whichever slide that you would like to work on, I have a few guidelines for you guys to follow. If you follow, you can follow. I mean, it's up to you, right? Okay. So first thing is, every slide, we don't have to have large amount of information in that. It can be very simple in nature. Okay. For example, I think I would have got some images that were already uploaded. Let me give you the example of a problem statement. Okay, because that is what the first slide everybody will be working on. Okay, so I had already uploaded an image before. So let me just take that on, right? So this is an image I have uploaded. So as you know that I'm taking a case of dependence, financial security. So that is my problem. So this I have created in a Bing create, right? And then what I'm trying to do is have that as a larger image with a focus on the subject. Okay, so it's all right. I mean, it need not be like showing everyone here. Even if we show the major, in this case, he is the main stakeholder because seems like she has lost her husband, and there are some dependents, and she has to get her rightful ownership of the assets, right? So, for example, I'll give that as a focus, right? And then I will also ensure that this image is not overlapping the banner on the top. So it should not be overlapping on the top. So if you have space, you can move it down, or the other way is go to position and then click on to back such that the image goes back. And now to make this statement powerful, so I can add 2 sentences. I can add this the statement, the problem statement that I'm trying to solve. So let me get the problem statement I'm trying to solve. Where is the problem statement I'm trying to solve? Okay, I think it is here. No, it is, I think it is here. Okay, the problem statement I'm trying to solve is difficulties of dependents to get ownership of inherited assets. I'll copy that. Go to my image, Control V. So I get the text over there, and obviously that is too small. So I go here and I choose a bigger number. So I got some text there. Now it is too big to, it's not readable. So I can probably get them a little closer. Okay. And also I can change with the, play with the font. So go with a font, different font. Let us say Anton. Okay, so this seems like a very solid big statement in the face kind of a statement. So I go here and then probably I add them here and then get them correctly aligned. And I can probably change the text such that the text can be read. Okay, and maybe I can increase the line spacing a little bit to make it more readable. Okay, and let us say you can choose for the options. Okay, you want to keep it here, maybe, or you want to keep it here, so you can toggle around. So one of the information I would like to definitely add in this slide is this particular information. Okay, and then the data saying that, okay, there is 1,50,000 crore unclaimed assets, right? So let's say 1,50,000 crore unclaimed assets. So that shows the seriousness of the problem. Okay, so this is how I would be creating my one slide. And as you can notice that, okay, there's a background image which is making the text read difficult. So you can use the effects and just go here to have a little background and probably reduce the transparency of the background such that you can still see a little bit of background and the text is also getting highlighted, right? And I can probably apply the same effect over here as well. So go here, set the transparency to similar as that. And that's it. So maybe you would want to highlight either that information or this information. Currently, both are at the same intensity, loudness. So what you can do is probably you can make it little smaller so that there is hierarchy, visual hierarchy in the text. Now this is my first slide and I'm done with it. So we don't have to add a lot of information. Very simple data points, as again we have discussed before. Okay, so what did I tell before? Let me access that sheet. All right. So what information we are looking at is essentially as an outcome, what you all will be creating is, okay, where is that? Yeah, so this is the sheet, right? Okay, present, yeah. So ultimately what you should be seeing or showcasing in the slides as well is this: one strong problem statement, one strong data point, one strong insight, one strong need, one strong concept, one strong rendering, 1 minute video. That's all. So you don't have to have so much of information in one slide. All right. So does that clarify your question?
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay.
There's also a question from Nirnay.
Yeah.
Who's saying, is it compulsory to use Canva or can we use other such websites?
All right. So, yeah, so you use other websites, but the format of the presentation has to be the same as the template that we have given you. Okay, so as long as you're able to maintain the template structure, the format, the top banner, the top banner and all that. So let me share that particular information such that it is helpful. Okay. Let us say this is a template, right? So this is the template that we are looking at. So as long as you are able to replicate the same information, same size, that is absolutely fine. Now, this is 1080 by 1639 is the space of the white section. It is not the entire slide. Entire slide is, I think, is 1080 by 1900. Let me just check the size, the custom size. Yeah. The size of the reel will be 1080 by 1920.
Okay,
All
sir.
right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Already on. So let me quickly take up certain questions. So I think Vikash is asking, we chose the problem statement as ineffective emergency response due to lack of first aid awareness. Is it worth solving? Give us your feedback. Okay, so the problem statement, what is happening is you're also including the insight in the problem statement. Okay, so the problem statement has to be, I mean, it can be a bit wider. So what is the pain point? What is a pain point? Here the pain point is somebody is in emergency and they don't have the emergency medical support. That is the pain point. Somebody is having a heart attack and there is nobody to help him. That is a pain point. Now, the sentence that you added, that due to lack of first aid awareness, is an insight. All right, I hope Vikash is on the call and he's understanding the problem. All right. Okay. So let me take some recent questions. Deenanath is asking, sir, 2 minutes video, or can we make it 2 minutes video? No, the video has to be only 1 minute length. It cannot be more than 1 minute. In fact, we will teach you how to do it under 58 seconds. Okay, and we'll be using primarily Canva to help you understand, because it is very versatile. Canva or another software called as Clipchamp. So these are 2 free softwares that you can use, and they are very effective. You can also use text to speech option in that. But the point is, the 1 minute video has to be only, the video has to be only 1 minute, not 2 minutes. All right. Inia is asking, what do we upload in Canva slide 2? As it is given for step 2, we have to add it in Canva. So the step 2 is discovering insights and validation. So you'll be showcasing one insight, one need, and a contextual image. Inia? Okay, I hope that helps. Gia is asking, do we have to upload top 3 needs or one strong need? Is one strong need? Gia, just one strong need is enough. See, because first of all, we are trying to understand the process and represent the process in a 1 minute video. So you also have to understand how much of information that you convey in 1 minute, right? It is not much. So whatever information, whatever story that you're telling has to be very powerful and impactful. Okay, so telling one item at a time is very impactful rather than telling three different items. Okay, so you just focus on one strong need when you're communicating it in the video. So Prasanna is asking, lack of safe walking routes exposes women to potential risks. Again, that is an insight. That is not a problem statement. The problem statement could be like a single woman walking on a street with poorly lit street and some stray dogs and some people here and there, and she is afraid. That is the image that you're talking about. Okay, and the problem statement is that feeling unsafe walking on roads could be the problem statement. All right. Okay. So, I mean, the idea of the problem statement has to be like opening up the problem, not narrowing it into an insight or a solution. Okay, Prashansha? Okay, so Shravani Rojkar is asking, where do we access the DH template? It is in the toolkit. If you go to your toolkit, go to step 1 or step 2 as well. Even in step 2, if you see here, row number 15, it is giving you the link for the toolkit. So you can search for the template. So you can click on it and you make a copy of it and start using it. All right. So Jagriti is asking, could you repeat on what's the aim of task 2 and what is the one lead the same as problem statement? One insight? I think that's an insight. Okay, so the aim of the task 2 is given in here, the toolkit. The aim of top 2, so let us make it as top 1 need, not 3 needs. We'll just keep it as simple. So the outcome of step 2 is to find out one strong validated insight and one top need. That is what you should be finding out. Okay. So Gia is asking, slide 1 problem statement, slide 2 data point, slide 3 insight. Is that okay? Yes, that is absolutely fine, Gia. You can do that. Okay. You can do that. And Netra, can my problem statement be stalking compromises women's privacy through invasive and persistent behaviors? So your problem statement is very simple. Yours is a one-word problem. The problem is stalking. That's it. Right? And find some statistics about the stalking. Right? And you can add that information that as a data point. So you don't have to, in this problem statement, what is happening is the problem statement is like directing you to a very narrow thing. So in fact, there is insight, and in the problem statement itself, the problem statement need not have the insight. You will figure out the insight with the problem statement. So when you have stalking as a problem statement, then you will figure out why this stalking is happening. Why is it getting, why people are stalking other people? And who are the key stakeholders here? And what are the key stakeholder concerns? And how that can be addressed? And what is the need? Let us say, I feel that I'm getting stalked by somebody. Somebody is watching me. Somebody is following me. So at that point of time, what I would want to do? What kind of emotion that I would have? What would I do? Would I run? Would I call up? What do I do? So then you get into the needs of the person. All right. Okay, so there's a question on saying, what do we upload on each slide? So if you go to the DH Example link, I will show you. Let me share my screen with you. So let me know if you're able to see my screen. Yeah, so there are 2 tracks. Of course, the Tamil participants will be using that Tamil track, and we'll be using the English track. So click on the English, and it says upload your work, upload your work. So I hope you all have gotten till this point. Okay, now please read. All right. So we are not given the description of what is that. Okay. There are 7 questions. The last question is 1-minute video. And the 6 questions are for 6 slides. Okay. And what you will be adding here is for slide 1, your problem statement. Slide 2, your insight and need. Slide 3, your concepts. Slide 4, your final rendering. Slide 5, the features of the concepts. Slide 6, one image that showcases your final outcome. Okay, so I'll just quickly write this and share it in the announcement group so that you understand what all information can go into each of the slides. Okay, so thank you for asking that question. It will help resolve many students, participants' issues. Okay, Dion? Yeah.
All right, Ramesh. Okay. All right. Inviting the faculty to come on over here. Professor Vikram Agustin, Mr. Manoj, and Gauri Lakshmi. Just 1 second. Right. So that's the session that we had. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Hold on. Right. So the session that we had just now was with regard to step 2. Now, from a few people who we reached out to, they kept listening to these talks, right? And based on that, they kept listening to the talk throughout, and they had no time to actually work on the image, right? So we want you to parallelly work on the image, all right? And possibly attend the talk when you have a question, or do it side by side if that's possible, because the key here is in completing the work and submitting it, right? So one of the things that you could do is have a look at the toolkit. Just give me 1 second. 1 second. That. Yeah, sorry about that. Right. So the challenge is in doing both the activities, the listening part and the execution part, right? So if I share my screen, and I hope you can see my screen clearly. One of the yeah, one of the key things that we need to note is there's a lot of discussion that's happening, and some of it can be quite heavy. But to simplify it, we would like you to probably read this, because if you read this, it becomes a lot simpler. All right. So what do we have to do in this step 2? We just discover deeper insight. So we've already identified the problem. We get into the insight aspect and we validate that, right? So by insight, we mean we do a little more research, dig deeper, find out a little more information, and we validate that information, right? So it's as simple as that. So what we want as an outcome is one strong insight, right? And that's one top need. So that's what we're going to do. Now, so a lot of people who are finding, some of the people who reached out have said we're finding it a little overwhelming. So I wanted to simplify this for you. So number 1 is you need to identify stakeholders, okay? Like Umesh said, very simply find out, list down who your primary, secondary, and tertiary stakeholders are, right? And then you identify the key amongst them. So if you read this document and say, okay, let me just break it down into baby steps and do one aspect at a time, it becomes possibly simpler. All right. So, so don't worry about it too much. You can make sure that you finish this off. Okay. Addressing some of the questions that have come in. What are your thoughts on us creating accessories? Now, some of these questions have come in a little earlier. I'll take in a few. Oh, there's a good question that's come here. All right. And requesting any of the faculty who are here to address this particular question. So the question is, the question is, what is the difference between the problem statement and insight? Right. Would any of the faculty like to take up this part of the question?
Can you please repeat it, sir? This is Amir.
Yes. So what is the difference between problem statement and insight? Yeah. For the professors who are here, it would be good if you can turn your cameras on so that the audience connects with you. Right. So till Professor Kushbu.
Hi. So I have like a one image which talks about the problem statement.
Okay.
I'd like to share that image.
Okay.
So I'll give you more like a clear idea. Just give me a second. Oh, this might help them to understand what is the problem statement. Yeah, my screen is visible. You are on.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. So this is like a skeleton I generally share with my students while I'm asking them to make a problem statement. I'll just take through this whole sheet so you might like understand what is problem statement. So if you can see in the beginning, it talks about the user role. So whatever user you are finding, the stakeholder, the how Umesh sir already mentioned, like stakeholder part, you have to identify them. And then you can identify the activities which is related to your problem statement. For example, there are students who are working on a safety of women in the night and on the street and during the transport. So you can put those activities here in this column. And here you can put the reasons which is related to the activity. So if you are putting a activity like a walking on the street alone, then you can put the reason. What can be the reason why people are like, why a woman is walking on the street alone? Maybe she's going back to home from work, or she works in such a role where she's traveling in the night, or most of the time she has night duties as a doctor or nurse or some other profession demands these kind of activities. Then here is the steps. So steps is something like why this activity is there, and what are the obstacles and negative feeling about this activities. So obstacles, you can talk about there are not street lights available, so there are patches on the road which is very dark, or there are very less people on the street, so it might be not feeling safe to them. And here you can put all those feeling, whatever you feel during this problem is happening, what are the feeling that stakeholder is having. And if you can see, after doing this exercise, you can make a statement here using all the steps that your user is here, then who feels that this is their negative feeling which comes here about, then the reason which you are going to pick in from this, it is going to come here. Then it needs 2 steps. These are the steps we already talk about, and about the faces obstacle. So, and then you put your obstacle here. So this, after doing this exercise, you can get the whole statement here, which gives you more clear idea like how to frame a problem statement. Hope this is helpful to you. Yeah,
absolutely. Very, very interesting take on it. Very different way from what we have said, and very innovative way, very simple way to identify a problem statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. But so this is the problem statement and the insight, right? So the question is, how is it different from the insight?
Okay, yeah. So insight. So in the problem statement, as we already talked, all these users and their feelings and all these things are like you are looking together the whole picture. And insights is like you're just focusing on any one aspect of it. Like you're not talking about the whole picture, you're just focusing on the particular aspects of the problem. That is going to be your insight.
Okay, so can we put it a little differently by saying that that the problem statement is a problem, but the insight is one aspect of the problem, or one of the main reasons why the problem exists? Can we probably define it that way?
Yeah.
All right. So so Sarah, I hope your question has been answered. So an insight is probably understanding the reason for why your problem exists and then building up on that. All right. Shivani Rojikar. Okay. So where do we access the DH23 template? You access that on Canva. So you have access to the, let me share my screen and hopefully this becomes easier for us to refer to. So we hope you've received this toolkit so far, this DH23 toolkit. So you can come here, click on file, click on download the Microsoft Excel format, and you will get access to this. All right. So all the templates are here. So if you click on this, you can get access. It takes you to the Canva. It takes you to the, of course, the video on how to use Canva. But if you, sorry, this is the one where you can access the Canva template. Okay. So like Umesh said earlier, you come here, click on make a copy, and then edit your, hold on. Okay, you could do this and make sure you edit your number here, right? So this is what you can do. Double click on it so you can make that edit. All right. So that's critical. I hope you've understood this aspect. Shravani? Yeah. Done. Okay. Asha is asking, Asha Pinto. Asha Pinto, if you could reach out to the DQ Labs team, they would be able to help you out. All right. Nakshatra Anand, what should we do in each slide? So Umesh mentioned that each slide has a certain purpose. So for the purpose of this particular section of what we are talking about, your slide will have to have the insight, the one strong validated insight would be the outcome, right? And this has to be on your Canvas slide, right? And then that slide needs to be uploaded on Examply. All right. So again, simple tutorials that you can follow, and hopefully that helps. Do we have Professor Chandra Prasad here? Professor Chandra Prasad, Professor Mohammed Amir Nair, and Professor Kushbu. Great to have you guys here for this part of the session. Professor Kushbu, if you can switch it. Yeah, all right. So now, when it comes to, so Anika is saying, could you give some more examples of the difference between a problem statement and an insight? So I think the challenge here is for the participants to understand what is the difference between an insight and a problem statement. So if there's some personal example, some examples you can use in schools, that would be good. So as far as our context goes, or in the context of what the design hackathon is, now we can go through the let's take it step by step. Okay. Right. So to identify deeper insights, so the objective of this step is to identify deeper insights and validate those insights, right? So let's take it one step at a time. So how do we identify stakeholders, right? So if you can give examples of identifying primary, secondary, and tertiary stakeholders. Open question to any of you.
See, I feel I feel I was in the other room where till the afternoon, where they were asking certain things about how to go about their idea or direction. And the discussions that we had there with the teams or individuals that have participated were essentially about when we say a problem statement, it is actually a synthesis of a lot of ideas and things that you have been looking at or concerned about. It is based on a lot of insights, which could be personal in nature, which could be certain things that you hear, listen, understood, or seen somewhere. So those are insights which actually give us, a possibility of turning a larger gamut of things into maybe a data into much more of an information. And I feel that when you say statement, that becomes an objective sentence to be pursued further. So essentially, we were talking about the funnel system of doing things. So that is kind of a synthesis, as I said. And identifying primary, secondary, and tertiary, I think that happens with the tools that they are already using. Possibly, let's say, where they use brainstorming to begin with. And so let's say there was an example where the student where the participant said that it takes a lot of time to commute from one place to the other in Bangalore because of traffic, and that is what we were talking about. And we said that uh, there are now, how does that work is when identifying primary or secondary or tertiary. Prior to that, it is all the things, as also Mr. Umesh had said, that taking the example of an ATM machine, saying what are the kind of stakeholders. It is not only the person who is taking out money from there. It is also how it is placed, where somebody is parking, somebody wants to steal from it. There are also whether it is friendly to people who cannot take a step on their own, they're challenged or something. So there are multiple things which will come across in taking that decision. And I feel that insights are these kind of things where we are able to justify whatever we have been thinking as a hypothesis or a problem area. So we try and connect it with actual examples or things that we have seen over time. So I think at this stage where these participants are, which I heard that around they are students from 10th and 11th and 12th, uh, who have really seen who have not really seen a lot of things as their own experiences. So I would say maximum will be insights that they find, through experiences of others, and then putting things together. Wherein I told them that possibly they will have to first look at the scope of their issue that they are looking at or trying to find out something, because they cannot say, for example, one of the students said that they are looking at contamination of water bodies across India. So I said in a 2-day hackathon, I would suggest you to take something, a water body in your city, or a possible specific area where you can just say that I'm looking at this particular water body and I'm talking about, let's say, the banks of it or the people who are selling something. So you are basically giving a scope or a bracket to certain issues that we have seen. It's nice that they are coming up with a lot very beautiful ideas in terms of issues and problems. But I think bracketing them into specifics would give them a deeper understanding that may be counted as insights post their finding out from the data that is available all around.
All right, that's interesting. So in simple, your brief would be that the problem statement could be a little broad. And when it gets into insights, we're trying to narrow it down to select what we are going to do with that, right? So
yeah, one of the directions.
Yeah. So it could be various aspects, and then we're trying to narrow it down to come down to a final solution. So in that process, we have the option of either using AI or doing the research ourselves. So if we go by the toolkit, one of the suggestions is to use AI or to use ChatGPT and take this prompt, and all you need to do is copy and paste your problem statement here and paste it into ChatGPT and see what ChatGPT comes up with, right? So that will help you identify your key stakeholders. Alternatively, you could, of course, also, do your own research, like Professor Amir said, and you can find out, probably narrow it down as well. Yeah. So these are the two options. The other aspect is to create 3 fictitious families that represent the problem statement, right? Again, the idea of putting this here is to expose everyone into AI, right? So at this juncture, I would probably ask the panel an open question here. How would working on AI or generating this information, right, the deeper insights, so we can do it using AI or we can do it using, a regular means, but traditional means rather. But, what would be the advantages and, challenges for each approach?
Can I go?
Sure.
Yeah. Hi. So with respect to first, I would say maybe the pros is given the time constraint, and AI can give you a very fast result. It's mostly in an instant. And of course, it is connected to a lot of databases, so the pool will be a little bit more strong. And the con would be where you might miss out on the real one. Definitely, the result is based on what are the keywords we have put in. So that can limit a certain aspects. You can miss out on certain things which might not necessarily give the right output. And it can get a little bit lost in the context part as well, right? So that would be a little bit of a con in that aspect. And definitely the traditional method, little time consuming for sure. Right. But I think the insight, what comes from it can be a little bit based on a personal experience, right, of a person. So that will have definitely a larger value or a better value system. And so I think that's where it will hold, at least for now, or even for the later also. I think the human aspect is something which I don't think we can take away at any point. So that will definitely hold us an advantage over the AI. So here maybe what someone working has to do is, like, after getting the result from AI, you also have to put in your own thoughts into it and analyze it. Is it like fitting to the context, and not take it just blindly? That would be my take on it.
All right, very interesting take. So there are definitely challenges. There are definite advantages. So the context of us suggesting the AI tools is to help you get ideas and help participants get ideas and help them speeden up the process, because there's a two-day event, and
right.
And like Professor Chandra Prasad said, it helps speeden it up. On the other hand, there are challenges as well. Challenges for us to even use AI. some of us are familiar, some of us are not familiar. But I think the idea is that we try and use it to our advantage. And yeah, like Professor Chandra Prasad also mentioned, that the results that come out of it need not be holistic, right? The human element could be missing, but that's where our judgment comes into it, right? So we take the ideas and we put the human element into the ideas, all right? Now, for example, Khyati Pradeep, sorry, not Khyati Pradeep, Shashank M said, I drew the image instead of using AI. Is that allowed? Of course, that's fantastic, all right? It's an interesting way it's a very good way of expressing your thoughts. So you could definitely draw the images out as well. No problem, Shashank. And for any one of you who may be finding the AI aspect a little challenging, so don't worry about it. You can draw it out as well, right?
Right. Sorry, to add, basically AI is a tool like any other tool, right? So it's upon the user, how you use it. And the more you maybe use it, you might get better with it.
Yeah.
So always consider it as a tool. Definitely it is to help. I'm not like against it, or certainly it should not come off as like you shouldn't use ChatGPT or any other AI tools. It's a tool. So even maybe like a pencil, right? It's a tool. You use it to draw it. The more you practice it, you can get better with it. So kind of, that's where we have to understand that.
Right. So,
I would like to add, with the AI question, that it can be a good starting point. Like maybe we forgot few points in the beginning to add in our research or to talk to our stakeholders. So it can be a very good starting point. But as it is already said by Professor Chandra, that at some point in our research, we have to have a human touch. Otherwise, somewhere we are not justifying the whole process completely. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. So good take on this. Akshay is saying, I'd love to get feedback on my insight. Would this be all right? And the insight is, the rapid advancement of the cloud sector has outpaced development of security measures and has left many users with minimal knowledge regarding them. All right, I'll read that again. The rapid advancement of the cloud sector has outpaced the development of security measures and has left many users with a minimal knowledge regarding them. So, a little complex, all right? And maybe at this stage, we would probably suggest breaking it down, all right? Or any thoughts on it, on this?
It's a little unclear as into what context. Like I said, it's a little complex as a question. I understand maybe definitely from a linguistic perspective, yes, I totally got it. It's based on a cloud, it has outpaced, but on what context? And maybe if it has been cited with an example, we might be able to give a little bit of feedback on that.
All right. Right. So maybe what you can do is you can go into the troubleshooting room and interact with the faculty there, and probably give them a little more context to your question, and they would help you out. All right. But also, on the other hand, you could work towards identifying your stakeholders, meaning primary, secondary, and tertiary stakeholders. For example, let's say you're talking about child safety in a school, right? The primary stakeholder would be the child themselves. The secondary stakeholder would be the parent, right? And the tertiary stakeholder would be probably the rest of the community that is interacting with the school, right? So various aspects are can be considered. So once you identify the key stakeholders, then you need to ask questions. Okay, so this is the human part of it that we are trying to get you to build, right? So 3 key insights: understand the stakeholders' perspective, gain the context. So this is exactly what Professor Chandra Prasad said in the previous question. The context is a little unclear, right? So that's the reason why we need a more clarity in the context. And then you identify the needs and the expectations of the key stakeholders, and then you get into the emotions and feelings aspect of it. So these are triggers of questions that you need to ask. All right, and at the end of this, you say these are the 3 most important things that are affecting my these are the 3 most important things that are affecting my problem, okay, related to the problem statement, and these are the insights I want to work on. All right, the next aspect is creating the user personas as well, right? Again, maybe Umesh.
Yeah, I just joined. I think there is a question asking about an example of problem statement and insight, right?
Yeah.
So in fact, I had covered this in my presentation, but nevertheless, I'll re-highlight that aspect. All right. So let me share my screen. Present. All right, it's here. Okay, hold on. Okay, so this I shared a couple of examples, but let me take them through some of them again. All right. So problem statement. Okay, so are they working on a product related or service related? Any idea, Dion? The student?
Not really.
Not very sure. Okay, so I'll give a product related and a service related, so we can talk about a service related. So the problem statement is difficult access to healthcare services is a problem statement. And so basically the data talks about how big is the problem. It says that 1.6 million Indians die due to inadequate timely healthcare, which is a significant number. So which means that the problem statement is pretty strong. Now, what is the user insight here? So the user insight is that especially people in rural areas face challenges in reaching medical facilities. This is the user insight. All right. And let us say, how do we derive a need out of it? Okay. So what is a need? The need is accessible healthcare solutions for rural communities is a need. Okay. So in fact, there is a famous product service which was built around it. I don't want to reveal that at this point of time. I'll talk about it in the next step. But I mean, this is a connection between the problem statement, data, user insight, and the need, how you can derive the need from this information. Let me give another example. Let us say a company has come up with this problem statement saying that, okay, see, our sales of kids' toothbrushes are not much. We need to increase the sales. Okay, so what does the data tell? So the data tells that the company's XYZ's market share is only 1%. That means there's a huge scope potential to increase the market share. Okay. Now, what is the user insight? So I mean, you may say that, okay, you want to increase the sales, so you redesign it or give some color, or she change the shape and maybe promote, reduce the price, competitively place it. So those are the different kinds of solutions that may come from a marketing perspective. But this problem was addressed by a designer, a design team, international design team. What they did was they understood, they observed the user. Who's the user here? It is a kid who is brushing the teeth, right? So they observed the user and they figured that the kid was struggling to brush the teeth with the toothbrush. Why? Because he's not able to hold the toothbrush properly. That is a user insight. There's a key user insight. Now that has changed the shape and the concept of a toothbrush forever, of a kid's toothbrush. Otherwise, till that point, the adult toothbrush and the kid's toothbrush was almost the same, except for the size. They were both same shape and etc. etc. Maybe colorful. Kids one was more colorful. That's all. Right? Now this is the power of user insight. So this is the relation between problem statement, data, and user insight. And user insights you generate when you're observing the user or when you're empathizing with the user. Right? And what is the need? How did they arrive at the need? So they figured that, okay, the kid is not able to hold the brush properly. And then they figured the need that the handle has to be more thicker for a kid to hold the handle of the brush properly. Then he'll be able to hold it, brush his teeth properly. So that was the need. All right. So I hope the participant is listening and he got the question answer. All right.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks for that, Umesh.
All right. Great. Okay.
Yeah. So this was an example of a product, right? In the context of a service, if anyone could give an example.
Yeah. In the context of a service I have given, I think you missed listening to so I gave both the examples of a service and a
all right
product. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right. So yeah, lots of questions regarding this slide 2. Okay. What is expected? What needs to come? A lot of questions regarding this. So I hope this section has been satisfactory. Anika, you know, a few others have mentioned this as well. Okay, so that's it. Umesh, one question. Niranjana is saying, do all the members need to upload the slide or just one member?
No, only one member. So if there is a team, okay, the team leader will have to upload. That's all. All the team members need not apply. Okay.
Okay. Niranjana, hope that answers your question. Anika, if you have more questions related to the difference between problem statement and insight, request you to go on to the and for anyone, request you all to go on to the troubleshooting room, and we have the team ready to help you out there. Okay. Neglecting dreams and succumbing to fear result in eventual burnout. Is this an okay problem statement?
Okay, so Dion, it's a very nice question. So can I answer that?
Yeah.
All right. So we can make it more concise actually, because there's a lot of information, a lot of probably unnecessary information there. So it can be concise to 2 or 3 words. Okay, so here, what is the actual problem? The problem is burning out, right? Burnout, right? And I think the participant is trying to explain like why the burnout is happening, right? So that's an insight actually. But emotional burnout can be one of the statement. Okay, and the insight could be giving up dreams for the fear of result. Right? So that could be the insight. So it's a very interesting one because it's about the safety, right? So you have the dreams and then you want to safeguard your dreams. So that's a fantastic context that you're talking about, right? So so this is basically if you're burning out, you're burning out in two ways, right? So either it's a physical burnout or an emotional and mental burnout. So you can just talk about emotional burnout, right? And the reason or the insight is basically because of fear of failure, neglecting dreams, whatever. That could be the insight. Okay, Aisha?
Yes. Kathy is asking, should the stakeholders and insights be on the same slide?
Yes. So that will be on the slide 3. So you can have an image of a stakeholder, the primary stakeholder, and what is the insight that you figured and what is the need. That's all. These 3 informations in one slide.
All right. Anya is asking, what image should we put in the Canvas slide 2? So Anya, we've addressed this, all right. The stakeholder. So the 3 things.
Slide 2 is insight generation.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Insight generation.
All right. So the key insight that you've generated. So
yes.
One strong validated insight, right? So that is that is what you need to put out there. All right. So marking the ones we've completed. What phase do we make the basic sketch of our model?
Next, step 3.
Okay, so here that comes under the prototyping aspect.
Yeah. In another 30 minutes, we will be moving to step 3. So there we'll be explaining. Yeah.
Right. And for all of y'all who are hanging in there, please note that y'all need to also start working on your step 2. Generate the insight and document that, right? There's about half an hour left. So this is the time you'll get to do that. If you'll have understood what's happening so far, do move on to creating your image and creating the template. If you'll have not understood, do get on to the Zoom troubleshooting rooms, and the team is there to help you out. Yeah. Right. Professor Chandraprasad, I know that you are a lot into the transportation design. You're very active into the transportation design area. Over there in transportation design, how do you all work towards identifying insights?
I think mostly it starts from the research perspective, right? We might have had a problem statement in the initial, and I think the process more or less is the same generally in design. Right? So once we start the research is when we get a lot more insights actually. So from after the first initial part of research, we will have a certain amount of ideas or a certain amount of insights which we have received. We keep it. From there, then we reframe the problem statement with respect to that. And again, going a little forward, sometimes that generally it happens, a lot of back and forth also happens. And then find out what are the major ones out of it, like which we are going to address it, and we prioritize it. And yeah. And of course, the persona has been developed. So that also gives us a little bit of an idea about the context. Sets the context right for us. And I think that's general. I think it's very generic, but yeah, that's more.
All right. All right. What about you, Professor Amir? In what context do you use this insight generation?
See, my background is accessory design, but now I have been in academics for the past, I think, 15 years, and I take care of the foundation here. That is the first year into undergraduate courses. So the people I meet every day is the people right now, I think, as participants. And it's a very beautiful changeover from 12th standard or the whole schooling, and then coming into an environment of design where you are introduced to the idea of design. And I think a lot of beliefs are shattered, a lot of unlearning happens, and a lot of sprouting happens of possibilities. And I think that is the most beautiful part of my role at the institute. And I think I work on insights from the previous year, and to the next number of students that come in. Uh, I have my insights of the previous year, and there are new builds of the next generation that is coming on into the institute. And we introduced the design process in the first year, but the latter half of the that is the second semester. And the kind of questions that the participants are asking here, I think they are brilliant in terms of their consciousness of what they are participating into. I think the kind of questions that I've been listening to or also addressing at times in the morning, um, I see that this platform has given a lot of seriousness in this play of design. Uh, and that is how I would like to put it. That I was thinking, I was quite, not very sure of what kind of students or participation we would have and what kind of questions would come on in. But I think there's a lot of clarity or interest that I think you could harness from these participants. And I think this is exactly what is happening. They are participating in specific areas, and I think this whole platform is also churning at the same time as a design process, as the day builds. I see it in a bigger context. Um,
All right, fantastic. Professor Kushbu, in your context of insight generation, right? Where do you use insight generation, and what do you develop that?
So basically, I'm interior designer, and I'm into academics and into space design and interior environment, and I'm also doing practice as a designer. So this stage of the process, I would say it's very important in a real projects also, because as a interior designer, I generally it's very important to understand the client, the person who is going to use the space I'm designing for. And if you crack the stage very rightly, then you can win the client, and you can get the project, and you can go ahead with it. So sometimes it becomes very important to understand your stakeholders and to map out the personas and their needs and their problems, and maybe sometimes when you are doing this stage, when you're talking to us stakeholders, they are giving you the answers of whatever questions you are asking, but they are not sure exactly what they want or what are the problems they are facing. It's like through these conversation, you have to understand exactly where what is going wrong and where is the problem. And when you present this persona to them, if you crack that thing very nicely, very cleverly, then they'll be like, yes, maybe I was not able to articulate it very clearly, but you have understood it very clearly. So it's very important to understand this process, to how to make a persona and how to understand your stakeholder in the whole design process.
And to a large extent, if I have to build up on that, to a large extent, a lot of our persona, the people we interact with as designers, a lot of them don't define their problem clearly, right? There's a lot of
They are not trained to define it. They don't understand like what we want as a problem. It's that's why that's like we have to identify the problem from the conversation, what they are doing with us. So it's everybody can develop their own method to identify this, because it's a process. Maybe in the first go we might not get that very clearly, but yeah, some people can do it by observation, some can do it with the question answer. You can ask more question, you understand, like look at the environment where they are living, what kind of things they are surrounded with. Those things will give you a lot of idea about their client, their persona, their stakeholders. Okay.
Sorry, right. That's right. So some of the students who are here and the participants here on this room, you all are free to possibly raise your hand and I can moderate your questions if you'll have any. Right? But Kushbu, as you described, it is challenging to understand the client needs. Yes. And so there are two aspects. One is understanding the client needs. The second thing is throwing a solution back at them, right? Yes. Where you create the persona and say, you know what, this is the person that we're looking for a solution for.
Yeah.
And this is what they want, and this is the problem that they face. So what happens is a very ambiguous problem defined by described by a client. You understand the problem and you deliver back a fictitious character.
Yeah.
Who's defined the problem very well, isn't it?
Yeah. And sometimes I like to add here, like sometimes clients come up with this problem and they describe it very big problem, or like a big problem, like they are not able to find solution and in any ways. And as a designer, if you take as a very big, or like you try to solve with a very complex process, you might not reach to the solution. Sometimes it has very simple solutions. You don't have to go with the very complex processes every time to be a very big, like a designer. Sometimes, as a designer, we go into this whole scenario that, okay, as a designer, you have to come up with a very beautiful and a big solutions and all those things. But sometimes it's just very, very simple solution and it just works.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes we tend to complicate things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to all those who are participating here, it's not too complicated.
Yes.
It's rather simple, but don't worry. So for those of you who are struggling with this step, the recommendation is just read this. Okay, understand. If you just read this word for word, it breaks things up much more simpler, and you should be able to deliver what is required. So Nirnay is just clarifying. So in the second slide, we need to show the insight, right? Yes, that's what you need to show. Also, could you please brief on what we have to do with our user personas, right? So So in the context what Kushbu was saying, you create a user persona that represents the problem that you're facing, right? So for example, let's say you're working on a problem of safety for school children, all right? The persona you create is a school child. right? That is the person who's facing a problem, and you can put the picture of a child in a context where they are facing a problem, right? Let's say a child with the fear of mathematics, right? Or fear of bullying in schools, right? Bullying by the elder children. So that is a scary situation for children to go through, right? And how do we protect that? So you would showcase a child who is probably scared to go to school, right? So that's your persona. That is your key insight, or that's a key problem statement. But why is that problem there? Why is that child fearful of the bullying? Is because there's probably not enough barriers to prevent bullying in school, right? Or ragging in universities, right? So these are the situations you can think of. So you plan your personas accordingly, you plan your images accordingly, and you submit it. We don't have much time. We have another 20 minutes. So at this point of time, we hope that you have figured the deeper insights and you've gone through these. You've got the personas, and like May said earlier, you don't need to develop all three. Even if you have one, it's more than sufficient. If you have three, it's great. But if you have one, it's more than sufficient. And then focus on creating that Canva slide where you put this image into the slide. And once your slide deck is ready, then you upload it into DQ Edge, into Examplay, which is described in this tutorial over here, right? You can watch this tutorial. It's quite simple. And as described earlier, you need to create dh.examplay.com. Yeah, so you can get involved and you can log in here and create your account. Okay, once you create your account, you can upload your work here. Let me just stop my screen share. Okay. For those of you who are here, just notice that there is this thing called My Courses. Of course, I've got an admin account, so there are other things popping up. But if you go into My Courses, you'll get this aspect where you need to select DH23 and subscribe to this course. And you can go to the Start menu, okay? And you can select whether you're participating in English, Tamil. So you could go here, English, you could go here and upload your work. All right. So this is your question 1. Okay, so we see many people have uploaded their work already. So fantastic submissions here. Okay, I'm going to close that out. And question 2 is what we're dealing with. There are already some submissions. I don't want to pull that out. It's showing up for me because I'm an admin. But there's some good, interesting work that's come out there. So what you need to do is choose your file here and upload it. All right. So if you do that, then you will be able to easily upload your work here. It's a simple process. It's not too complicated. So that's the way you would upload your slides onto this. All right. But prior to that, you need to create your Canva slide. So for that, you go to the Canva template. Okay. And you get the template here. So your first task would be to create this, to come onto file, make a copy. And of course, I have to sign in using my email address. Okay. Right. And yeah. And when I'm done signing in my email address, then this particular image comes. So template comes. So this, remember here, I could zoom in or out and move accordingly. So the first thing I would do is change my number here to my team number. And then I would put the, so you see this, please update your team number in the pick bubble above. So this is the pick bubble that we're referring to. Your work should be only in the white space and should not overlap the top banner. Make sure that your work only covers this, and do not write any of your name, the school name, on any of this information, right? So you can do that. There's quite a few people who are on here. You can see this. These are the people who are on here right now. So looking forward to all of you uploading your work here. All right. It's not as complicated as you think. It's rather simple. Once you get the hang of tools, and like some of the participants said, I'd like to draw my solutions out. No problem. Draw it, click a photo, upload your photo into Canva, right? Perfectly fine. Some people would prefer to create their AI related graphics. No problem. That's acceptable as well. Whatever helps you upload that work. All right. So don't worry about it. Don't stress out too much. And even if you're not able to do it right now, okay, let's assume that you're not able to do it right now, right? You're struggling and a little overwhelmed. Don't worry. Just upload something for now as a placeholder, so you get familiar with the using of the tool, familiar with uploading onto Examplay, familiar with using Canva or editing Canva, because that is the idea of this hackathon, that you learn and go through the learning experience. At the end of it, you should at least know, okay, I've touched Canva. I know how to upload. I know how to make a video. I know how to put my voice over, right? Very simple things, very easy to do, but seems very complicated. And the learning is more important, right? So we want you to be able to do this. And if you're not able to do it, don't worry about it. Do whatever you can. You can practice a little later once this session is over today. You can stay, beyond this and just practice and upload your final work a little later. All right. There's no problem with not uploading it. You can upload it later. But it's important that you complete the activity by the end of tomorrow. All right. Ideally, another 10 minutes before we go into the next session, or a few more minutes before we go into the next session, actually. Let me see. Yeah. There's a small little break after this at 4 o'clock. So 4 o'clock to about 4:15, there's a break. Or 4 o'clock to about 4:10, there's a break. And after that, we'd resume. So, so in that meantime, let's continue with a few questions from the participants. There's a question from Dinanath, who is saying, is a 2-minute video okay? The answer is no, it's not okay. It needs to be less than a minute. Nakshatra Anand is saying, what should we do in each slide? Nakshatra, for now, as we go from one step to the next, focus on just creating that one output or one slide, and then as we progress, let's learn how to put in more slides and make that 1-minute video, right? Avyukta, what should we do after completing the Canva slide? That has been downloaded as an image and uploaded into Examplay. Just like I showed you a little while ago, I hope that you recall what I did. So Kishore K is saying, how do you present the slides? For now, let's focus on making the slide deck, making each individual slides, and as we progress, we'll see how to present the slides. The documentation and presentation aspect comes tomorrow. All right. So today we are focusing on identifying the problem, validating, doing deeper insights and validating those insights. And next is probably coming up with a solution. That happens in the next one, where you create a mock-up and a solution. So let's focus on that in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Nakshatra is saying, can you repeat what should be there in each slide? Nakshatra, we will, I think I missed that. I don't have access to that. So we'll show that to you in a bit. But for now, just focus on the current task, okay? So you have 7 or 8 slides which you need to work on. But for now, we're still on slide 2. But in the next few minutes, you would see that you'll be in slide 3, 4, 5, 6. You'll finish it quickly, okay? Arush, do we have to create 2 pictures for 2 different personas? Arush, well, if you can do that, it'll be awesome, because then you can create 2 different personas. You can have 2 different, situations or insights, and then you have the luxury to choose one of them. So if that's a possibility for you, that'll be great. But if that's not a possibility, that's fine. You don't need to create. You can just create the one and work at that. All right. So that is done. So Nakshatra is saying, do we use the persona in the slides? Yes, as far as possible, try and showcase the persona. Duty is asking, could you brief us on what is to be added to slide 2? Do we have to add the AI generated images with families along with the top insights? If not, exactly what do we have to do in slide 2? In slide 2, the idea is to say, this is the problem being faced by this person, right? So you can, like Umesh described a little while ago, try and create an image. So once you discover the persona, saying, let me give you the context of a little child being afraid of going to school. The persona is of the child. The context is that they are very scared to go to school, okay, because of the bullying. So you can have one image of a child fearful in a school, or just doesn't want to go to school, or crying before going to school, right? So those are the personas that you could do. You could create an AI generated image of it, or if you, like I mentioned, you could sketch it out as well. And you can put the top inside, right? One top inside, that's, you can put some facts, some figures, something to grab attention. All right. Duty, I hope that's answered your question. Where can I upload the image on DQH? Naina, it's not on DQH, it's on Examplay. All right. So if you have access to the toolkit, let me show you the toolkit once more. If you have access to the toolkit, you need to click on this tutorial and you can see that. But otherwise, what you can do is you can also type this out. If you see this URL, it's DH, that's for Design Hackathon, dh.examplay.com. All right. So that's the link where you can go and upload your work. Right. So some closing statements from the faculty who are here. It would be great to have some closing statements for you from this aspect of idea generation and validation before we move on in the next 5 to 6 minutes. Professor Chandraprasad. Oh, okay. Professor, yeah, maybe Professor Chandraprasad, if you can start off. Yeah.
Right. I think there's a lot of learning which happened. I think there's a lot of information which have gone in, right? So it might feel a little too much for all of the participants. I would say, don't worry, just take it slowly, right? And whatever these things, the insights, or be it how to put it in a format. Generally, there is a lot of times, a lot of them, I think a lot of questions were on that as well, right? So you can put it in a story format. This is your story, right? The problem, whatever you have identified, right? So put it in a story where you're explaining to the other person, like a third party altogether. So put it in your story format. Okay, you're telling the story. And I think things will fall into place. And that's a very important juncture, is where the initial part is mostly the toughest part, gathering the information from where to begin with. Then that will actually set things for the next stages. So I think they will follow it through. And I think the rest all of them, I think, have shared very insightful points actually regarding things, right? How to take it. And yeah, all the best. And I'm sure I'm really looking forward to the work and results.
Thank you.
Right.
Professor...
And one more thing can I add, somebody was asking about the personas, where can they use it? Is also, it can be used as one of the checkpoints, right? It will help you to understand who you are doing it for, sort of, right? What are the attributes you need to ensure which matches with your whatever product you're developing for. So use it in that way. Yeah, all that's right. It. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Professor Chandraprasad. Professor Amir Nair.
Thank you, sir. I think Chandraprasad has already said whatever needed to be said, really. Very nicely said as a story. And I think it's a lot of best of luck for the participants, really. And yeah, keep it simple. It's a beautiful time. You are solving something on your own. You're trying to find a team for yourself, and I think that's the attitude to build here. Thank you very much, and best of luck.
Absolutely, like Professor said, you all are working on a problem worth solving. All right, so go at it, and go at it full speed and full swing with a lot of conviction, and things should go well by the end of tomorrow. Professor Kushbu.
Yeah, I just want to tell everyone that you might feel during the process it is very overwhelming, but you just enjoy the whole process. Don't take stress. It's very beautiful process, and the way Design Hackathon is organized, they have made it very beautiful, and the whole process is just a journey, and you enjoy it, and it'll be great. So all the best to your journey.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And with this, we end this session on step 2, which is developing deeper insights and validating those insights. Thank you so much to Professor Chandraprasad from Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, Pune, Professor Amir Nair from United World Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, and Professor Kushbu Doshi from the School of Design and Innovation of RV University in Bangalore. It's been a pleasure having all of you all here and sharing your thoughts and insights and encouragement to the students and to all the participants. By the way, there's a wide range of participants here. So we have participants from class 8 right up to business owners and startup founders out here. So a lot of people, there's over 1,000 people who have registered for this. There's people doing it we're doing this in 2 languages, in English and Tamil. So a lot of people in the Tamil group as well, but it's a large event, and we thank you all for the support that you all have extended to our participants. Okay, Evelyn, over to you. You could so I think Evelyn, we take a break here and come back at around 4:12, right? In 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Right.
Once again, I'd like to thank all of the panelists for your valuable time and joining us today for this session. Thank you so much. I hope all the participants learned something from their speeches, their talks, and yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, Diya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The School of Design and Innovation at RV University is one of the best design schools in Bangalore, where we encourage students to work collaboratively. With dedicated studio spaces, students would acquire and hone their skills, learn design theories, methods, and processes that will help develop and refine their ideas which address the problems identified in a holistic manner.
You all as your Dean of School of Design and Innovation for RV University. I also bring with me an ethos of collaborative leadership and I'm really invested in an interdisciplinary way of teaching and learning design, which I think is really strongly supported by our faculty members and the pedagogic structure of the university. As a dean, I really don't just want to create graduates, but I want to create future design leaders who can really make a mark in the field.
It takes a new form of education to prepare students for the society that is upcoming. And that's why the focus on innovation is critical, and that is the focus that the university has taken up.
Ours is a special university simply because we do not make mere professionals here. We make better human beings.
This university mainly focuses on value creation.
Everything is filled with a lot more of fun and it just makes you filled with more optimism, and we have a lot of things to get inspired. You just feel like coming to college every day.
We ask the students to focus more on the imagination part of it, intuition part of it, rather than the historical facts and figures.
Study graphic design, fine arts, gaming, and digital design. Join our truly global campuses for the best undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Register now.
The School of Design and Innovation at RV University is one of the best design schools in Bangalore, where we encourage students to work collaboratively. With dedicated studio spaces, students would acquire and hone their skills, learn design theories, methods, and processes that will help develop and refine their ideas which address the problems identified in a holistic manner.
You all as your Dean of School of Design and Innovation for RV University. I also bring with me an ethos of collaborative leadership and I'm really invested in an interdisciplinary way of teaching and learning design, which I think is really strongly supported by our faculty members and the pedagogic structure of the university. As a Dean, I really don't just want to create graduates, but I want to create future design leaders who can really make a mark in the field.
It takes a new form of education to prepare students for the society that is upcoming. And that's why the focus on innovation is critical, and that is the focus that the university has taken up.
Ours is a special university simply because we do not make mere professionals here. We make better human beings.
This university mainly focuses on value creation.
Everything is filled with a lot more of fun and it just makes you filled with more optimism, and we have a lot of things to get inspired. You just feel like coming to college every day.
We ask the students to focus more on the imagination part of it, intuition part of it, rather than the historical facts and figures.
Study graphic design, fine arts, gaming, and digital design. Join our truly global campuses for the best undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Register now.
Good evening, participants. We are now at the third step of the hackathon. In the previous session, our panelists discussed about insights and needs and answered participant queries. So do continue sending your queries through the Google form or join the troubleshooting Zoom link. So I'll just brief about what happened in our last session, step 2. So after identifying key stakeholders, participants created their user personas to represent the problem statement they had chosen. They then proceeded to document their validated insight and need using Canva and upload it on ExamPlay. Now I welcome you to step 3, ideation and validation. So participants, you'll be working on your various ideas and refining them for the final presentation. Let's meet our panelists for this session. First up, we have Mr. Gussie Augustin Vikram from United World Institute of Design. Next, we have Mr. Manoj Malagamudi, who is an assistant professor at RV University. He specializes in industrial design and product design. And lastly, we have Ms. Gauri Lakshmi from Equal Intuit Lab joining us. Thank you, panelists, for being with us here today. Over to you now, Sir Umesh. Sir.
Right. Okay, so I hope things are going well. If things are going well, that's good and fine. But if you feel that you're lagging behind, don't worry. You can catch up. You have whole night to catch up, right? So you can, even though officially we stop at 6 p.m., you guys can continue working on your ideas and your prototypes and whatever you have to be doing. And do not worry if you're not able to upload the slide on time, no issues. The slides basically help you to finally create your 1-minute video. So you're slowly building up the slides as per these steps. All right. And I had also shared one image in the announcement channel regarding what slide should go where, right? So let me share my screen. Okay, hope you all can see my screen. Right. So the step 2, we have officially concluded, but you can continue working on that, no problem. You should have got at the end of step 2, one strong validated insight and one strong need. All right. And there are quite a few questions regarding what should contain in the slide, which slide should be uploaded to which question, and so many things. So I thought this slide will clarify that forever. So there are totally 7 questions. The 7th question is of uploading 1-minute video, which we'll be doing it tomorrow. So don't worry about that. Now there are 6 questions here. The question number 1 to 5 is what you should be worried. Question number 6, again, I'll explain you tomorrow on day 2 at 12:30 p.m. Okay. So that is just go by question after question. So question number 1, you upload slide number 1. Question number 2, slide 2. Question 3, slide 3. Question 4, slide 4. That is very clear, right? Okay. Now what goes in slide 1? Slide 1 should have a problem statement, a very short, sweet problem statement, an image to show the context of the problem, and then a data point like a number, like I have given you the example in the financial security of a family. Now the data point is that there is a 1.5 lakh crore rupees of unclaimed funds with the banks and insurance. So which means that they have not been claimed since last 10 years, which means that the person is no longer is no more, and the family doesn't know that such amount is there. I mean, their family head has left so much of money in the bank account. Either they do not know, or they're not able to or get that fund back, and etc. etc. So the data talks about the number, like which talks about how huge the problem is. All right. That goes in slide 1, and slide 2 we have one insight, one need, and an image that talks about that insight, right? And slide 3 we will be doing now. Okay, 3 concepts and the benefits of them. And in slide 4 you will be adding a product rendering or a picture of a mock-up or a prototype and etc. And slide 5 you can talk about the features of the product. Okay. So that's about it. So now let's move on to the step 3. So this is the most exciting one. All right. This is the more exciting, more fun part, the concept ideation and validation. So let us see how to go about it. So basically, concept ideation is a creative process. It acts as a foundation for the problem solving and innovation and development of new ideas. The purpose is to explore a wide range of possibilities to find an effective solution or concepts that can drive progress and achieve desired outcomes. Okay, so the explore a wide range of possibilities has been highlighted because that is important. The concept ideation is where you will be generating loads and loads of ideas, and at this point of time you would generally be not thinking about, okay, is it valid, not valid, is maybe this is silly, maybe that is not good. You keep all those aside and you just focus on developing the volume of ideas. The more the merrier, right? And so it's an exploration of wide range of possibilities.
Yeah.
Yes.
Still we're seeing the step 2.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let me reshare it then. Let me reshare my screen. Can you see the?
Yes, yes.
Oh, so okay, you saw the step. Wait, have you seen this slide? Have you seen?
What is concept ideation?
Okay, okay. So you're looking at the concept ideation at this point of time or before?
Yeah, so before. No, now we are seeing this, but I'm not sure if we missed any slide. Could
okay, so I had explained about the contents of slides. Was that visible that time?
Could you show that?
I'm showing it right now.
We can see what is concept ideation.
Oh, is it? So it seems there is a problem, maybe a lag or something.
Yeah.
Oh. Is it so? Then how do I share? I need to share my entire screen then. So let me try doing that. Stop sharing. Let me try to share my entire screen. You're able to see my screen, yeah?
Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Yeah, so just brief this again. So content of slides is mentioned here. Okay, so I have also shared this slide in the announcement channel such that you can, your doubts are clarified, what information should go where. And they're uploaded against the respective questions. Okay, so let's go to the concept ideation, and we are talking about concept ideation means exploring a wide range of possibilities. Okay, so how many ideas you should be generating? So when I said wide range of possibilities, so what is the number of ideas that you should be generating? All right, so we recommend that you to generate at least 30 ideas. Okay, so it may appear, oh my god, 30 ideas, but we will tell you tricks and tools through which you can generate unlimited ideas. Then you will say, sir, 30 is nothing, we can do 300. Okay, so stay tuned for that. Now, the outcome of step 3 is a strong validated concept, because you are generating a lot of concepts. So you need to shortlist the concept, one concept that is worthwhile to pursue. And that concept has to be shown as in terms of a key sketch, like a doodle, or maybe you can create a 3D model with the clay or paper, or you can use a prototype. So as I understand, there are a wide range of participants. Some of you may be good in certain skills, Some of you are not good in certain skills. If you're good in skills of presentation, nothing like it. We don't have to give you some demos and all that. But I'm concerned about those people or individuals who have difficulty in terms of communication. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some examples how students of previous hackathon have addressed their weaknesses, yet they have communicated their ideas so very beautifully. I'm going to show some examples like that. Okay. So step 3, the step 3 is divided in this format. So there are 6 steps, sub-steps. So step 1 is to generate 30 ideas. So we will explain you or show you the traditional way and the more exciting, the AI way of generating ideas. The AI way is my favorite. Right? It's crazy. The prompts are so good. It will generate fantastic ideas. Okay, fine. So then we will give you a framework on which you can evaluate the ideas. So out of the 30 ideas, you would know certain things will not work, certain things might work. So you pick 10 and you run through the evaluation criteria, and you will be able to find the winning top 3. Okay, and then step 3.3 is creating mockups. Mockup sounds like a big word, but it's very simple. So you are just basically using certain tools that are easily available for you, that you are familiar with, to create 3D versions of it. If it is a tangible product, you try to create a 3D version. If it is an intangible product, you create wireframes or workflows or etc. And as I said, I'm going to show you some examples of previous participants where they have used creativity and they have come up with brilliant ways of communicating their ideas. So the point here is how you can communicate your idea efficiently. All right. At this point of time, we are not looking at is your sketch beautiful, is it meaningful, is it attractive? No, we are not looking at any of this because this is concept ideation stage. If you are able to communicate your idea in the way that people can understand, that is enough. All right. So step 3.4 is taking feedback from the key stakeholders. So you have created a concept, an idea, you have a 3D model or a mockup. So you go to get the feedback, right? So if you don't have the feedback, then you may go ahead with whatever you think is the best. You would not know whether the user likes it or not. Are there any unanticipated problems with the concept or not? So you will be required to taking some feedback from these key stakeholders. And then 3.5, you can refine and create your final idea, depending on your skill level. Okay. So what happens tomorrow, the first half, is that we will be exposing you to certain AI tools where even if you draw a simple doodle, it creates a fantastic rendering of it. So you don't worry about the quality of your rendering and all at this point of time. Use your skills to the best of your ability and you generate or refine your final idea. And 3.6 is documenting your idea. Okay, so documenting of your idea is very simple. Going to the Canva template, duplicating a slide, and adding your images. So how do you add? If you have drawn something or you have made a picture of it, 3D model, you take a picture of it and you upload to Canva and you just quickly edit that and you paste them. And then you upload the thing in Examplay. So we have been observing that many students have already started uploading their work. That's very encouraging. So some students may take some time, no problem, take your time. You have whole night to do all these activities and take your time, no problem. But please listen to these briefings because these briefings will give you a lot of information. You can also go back to the YouTube channel and rewatch certain segments of the briefing such that any doubts can be clarified. Okay, fine. Now let us go to the next slide. All right, so how do you document your ideas? There are 2 ways you can document. Okay, make a list. Open a Google document and list. Create a list. My idea number 1 is so and so. Idea number 2 is so and so. Idea number 3 is so and so, etc., etc. That is one way. The other way is, as you see here, create simple doodles. These are, I'm sure everybody can draw. Anyone who can draw a line, circle, ellipse, etc. can draw something like this. right? Very simple ideas with some kind of an ideation, like, okay, how does this work? How does that work? And etc. etc. Okay, so that is how you draw your, you document your ideas either in a text format or in a sketch format. All right. Now, what kind of ideas you need to be generating? Now, this is very important. You should not limit your ideation to the practical ideas only. Okay, you have to ideate crazy ideas, funny ideas, silly ideas, futuristic ideas, etc. etc. And there are ways, traditional ways and AI methods of doing it. So I'm going to explain you. But the principle is that you should be generating crazy ideas. You may laugh at them. Your team may have a great laugh at the kind of ideas that they're generating. It's part of the process. No problem. Encourage, don't discourage any of the ideas at this point of time. Okay, because we are triggering the process of ideation. Your brain should be free from fear to think wild and come up with crazy ideas. Okay, right. So I'm going to show you some examples of how previous participants have documented their ideas. So this is intangible service. So intangible service is basically like an experience, right? So let us see that. Right. Okay. For example, see, this is the initial way of expressing their ideas. So they got some ideas. These are called as wireframes, like quick hand-drawn wireframes. So they are creating an app. So what they did was, so they're just mimicking the shape of a mobile screen, and they're adding little icons and little text to indicate the idea of what they're trying to create. Okay, so one step, second step, third step. So this is the thought process. Okay, and that thought process has been converted into these kind of a little well layouted images or the screens. Okay, so they have used color. Okay, so they have made the icons more prominent. They have given a background color. They have created some characters and etc. etc. Okay, so all these are hand drawn. We don't require any fancy works. Okay, so of course, if there are any designers for the participants, you got to give in your best and you have to wow us with your skill. But the regular participants, you don't have to be really stressed out. With whatever capacity that you have, with whatever ability you have, you can use. In fact, you can, if you're comfortable doing it in a software like say PowerPoint or maybe in Canva itself, that also you can do. It's up to you how you would like to do. But the flow of ideas should be there. Okay. So after this image, and then see how beautifully they have captured the idea. Are you seeing what he is doing? Right. So he has created these various screens, and he has a template that is like mimics a mobile phone template, right? And he's kind of moving the mobile phone template from one screen to other screen to other screen and explaining what is there in that screen. And in fact, next slide, after some time, you can actually see that he's clicking a button and he's taking the changing the screen to a different position, right? Let us see that. All right. So this is perfect. I mean, as long as you're able to communicate your ideas, your concepts, that is absolutely perfect. Okay, so this is an example of an intangible service. So let me show some other examples. Another intangible service, fast fashion. Let us see what the student has done here. All right, so you see the ideation sketches. See how the student has created some rough drawings, doodles to express. So I think this is a poster design that she was trying to do, an awareness campaign. So these are the various ideas that she has come up with as she was exploring the process, ideation. Okay, and all right, let us move forward. All right. Okay. Now you can see that after the initial sketches, she has refined her sketch to the best of her ability. And she has some nice illustration skills. So she has used that to create. Now, this need not be done on a paper and taken a picture. You can also do it on a graphic software. On a Canva itself, you can compile and do that. Okay. Right. Okay, so let us take some other example. Now, tangible products. Okay, so this group of students, they were trying to create a toothbrush. Oh, so the problem they were trying to solve is that each year, 23 billion toothbrushes in the world dustbins that they're thrown in the dustbins. 23 billion. See, this is the data that we are talking about, how powerful the data is, right? 23 billion is crazy. And so many toothbrushes are just getting dumped and they go into the landfill, right? So that's the problem that they're trying to tackle. So now let us see how they have ideated and what they have done. All right. So this is their concept. See how simple drawings that they have used to draw to express their ideas. So if you're able to draw this much also is absolutely fine. Now, as I said, tomorrow, what we are going to do is even a sketch like this, we'll make it appear or render into a beautiful illustration. That will do tomorrow. But today you focus on your pencil sketches, pen drawings, whatever you can to the best of your ability. Okay? All right. Now, this is where they have actually created a mock-up. Like a prototype. This is like a prototype, right? Because they have used the tools that are available at home. So this looks like a paintbrush, right? It looks like a paintbrush for me. And then they have used clay, modeling clay, the clay children work with, right? So they have created a kind of simple piece of lump, and you can see the user using the toothbrush, the new toothbrush, right? So this is the way that you can create your mockups. So go creative, okay? Look about what materials are available around your home, and you can use them to create this stuff, right? And let us see, move forward. Yeah, so this is further exploration. So this is, see, they have used clay to basically create customized grips for the handle and also for the head, right? And they also come up with some interlocking mechanism. Okay, so the idea here is that the stem is retained and the grip and the head can be replaced. So at least they are saving 40% of the wasted plastic, right? So that's a brilliant idea. Okay, so let us take one more example of a tangible product. So these guys were trying to solve about the packaging, the so much of packaging material that is getting wasted. So they want to find a solution for that. And you see the ideation sketches, how they have ideated. All right. And then these are refined concepts. Okay, so how the product works, the features of the product, and etc. And they also created a kind of a mock-up or a prototype. So you can see how they have actually got an inner mesh, and they have used a kind of a material to cover the inner mesh. And then there is a product, and the mesh can be wrapped around the product. And so that way they're safeguarding the product. And once the product is removed from the packing can be flat packed and reused for packing something else. So that was their idea, right? Okay, so I think I have shown you enough examples of how you can document come up with the concepts, and they need not be really hi-fi. If you have the capacity, please go ahead and do them. If you do not have the capacity, you do to the best of your ability. Okay. So the outcome of step 3 is one strong concept and one sketch, mock-up, or a prototype. All right. Okay. So now let us go to the toolkit. Okay. So I will share this toolkit in the common sheet, but just let me give you an overview what all is there. So there are 6 steps, and for generating 30 ideas, we have a document that has different methods, traditional methods used for coming up with ideas. Okay, so you can read through that. There are good ideation methods for tangible products and intangible services. Okay, so for example, Scamper is a method, brainstorming is a method, mind mapping is a method, role playing is a method, etc., etc. Okay, that is there. And then we have a super duper prompt to generate crazy ideas. So if possible, I'll try to demonstrate that for everyone. Okay, so these are the different methods of creating ideas. And then you can also use Google image search to find existing solutions to just get you moving your thought process. Okay, right. So Sahiti has a question.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead, Sahiti. Yeah.
This is step 3 is for the third slide, right? That we are supposed
Yes, correct.
Okay. Sir.
Yeah, this is the third slide. Okay. Yeah. And for the evaluation of ideas, we have a framework. This is an Excel sheet. You can use a framework. So a framework similar to the step 1 where you are shortlisting the problems. Similar kind of a framework is there. And then the examples of tangible products and intangible services I've shown you in the live talk. And when you're asking feedback from the stakeholder about your idea, about your concept, what kind of questions that you should be asking? So the questions, what you should ask the stakeholder can be accessed through this document here, right? And you can create a Google form. So for example, if you want to collect this feedback from a large audience, you can create a Google form. Google form is very simple to create. You can create a Google form, float it among your friend circle, and draw the insights as well. So in the Google form, you can show a sketch of your product and ask few questions. You can either have closed-ended questions or an open-ended questions. So essentially, when you have an open-ended questions, you get more ideas, more thoughts, more insights. Okay. So what is a closed question? It's like an yes or no question or a multiple choice question or a multiple select question. Is a closed-ended kind. An open-ended question is it's like, okay, give a short description about what you think about this idea, etc., etc. Right? And then please sketch out your ideas and try to use the material that is around, that is available in your home, and create a prototype. And of course, the 3.6. So again, our Canva template is given. The Canva template is standard. It doesn't change. It is a standard template. Okay. And then there is a tutorial on how to use Canva template. So all those who are having questions in terms of how to use Canva template, please follow this tutorial such that you understand how to make use of the Canva template and how to upload the slides. So all those who are not yet uploaded, please go through this tutorial to understand how to upload. Okay, fine. So what I'm going to do is let us create the AI prompt. Let us use the AI prompt. All of you, I insist that all of you should be using this AI prompt. This is really fun way of thinking of unthinkable possibilities of ideas. All right. So the prompt goes like this. The problem I'm trying to solve is, give you a problem statement that you already have. One strong insight is, whatever insight you have generated, have that insight. Okay. My primary stakeholder is, you already have the primary stakeholder, right? You enter it here. And one strong user need is, that also in step 2, you already got a strong user need. Now going after that, help me ideate 10. You see the crazy here? You can replace the crazy with wild, with funny, with silly, with unthinkable, with impractical ways of solving this problem. So what happens is, you get very interesting outputs where your imagination is enhanced 100 times, right? So this is where again we are using technology as an enabler, not as a driver. We are the driver. Technology is the enabler. So we are using ChatGPT to make us more creative and give more ideas, original ideas that we can think of, right? So you change the crazy to a different word, different times. So you keep asking multiple times and it gives you different answers, right? And next continuation of the prompt is very interesting. If you were, for example, Superman, if you were a Superman, how would you generate silly ideas to solving this problem? Or let us say you are God. How would you solve this problem? Or let us say you are Narendra Modi. How would you solve this problem? Okay. Or you are an Ant-Man. How would you solve this problem? Or you are a Shaktiman. How do you solve this problem? Right. So these are the various prompts we can give in and see the kind of creative output that we get, and that output will trigger different ideas for us. Okay. And we are asking list in a tabular form with the SWOT analysis, SWOT of each of the 10 ideas. Not, you can remove the crazy here. Okay, each of the 10 ideas individually. Now let us test this in ChatGPT and see how efficient it is. So what I'm going to do is copy this text, go to a new page, document, file, new document. So let's modify this one, right? So the problem I'm trying to solve is, let us say, we discussed in the previous section stalking, right? Stalking is a problem. Okay. One strong insight is stalking happens in deserted areas mostly. Okay, so it's a lonely street, a lonely place, or something like that. Okay, my primary stakeholder is, let us say, your primary stakeholder is let's say Indian woman. And one strong user need. So when somebody is getting stalked, what will be their user need? So I'm just adding here. So you, as per your research, as per your information, of course, you can add this needs and all that. So call for help. Okay, and the user needs a feel for calling for help, right? Now we will retain this. Help me 10 crazy ideas, crazy ways of solving this problem if you were a Superman. So Superman also, let us keep it like that, right? Now what we'll do is, let us copy paste this into ChatGPT. Okay, so I'm not sure. I think you're not seeing my screen. So let me. Okay. Yeah. So in ChatGPT, go here and enter, and let us see what it generates. So we are asking about super crazy ideas. So it has generated 10 ideas. Now let us analyze them. Let us understand. All right. So it's talking about guardian drones. The drones keeping a watch of the deserted areas, right? So the strengths of this idea is that it's a quick response, aerial surveillance. Okay. And the weakness is limited battery life and privacy concerns. Opportunities are rapid development in remote areas, rapid deployment in remote areas, and threats is malfunctioning and misusing. Right. So this is I think it's a pretty good, cool idea. Now let us see the other one. Wearable alarms. Strengths: immediate alert, discrete. Weakness: limited range, false alarms, etc., etc. Right. So they're talking about the AI is giving us various ideas like virtual guardians, SOS beacons, safe zone pods, AI chatbot support, smart street lights, community watch app, self-defense wearables, AI-powered escort. So once you get this kind of options, Now from here you can build on them, or this kind of ideas will trigger more ideas in you, right? So let us say we have got 10 ideas now, right? So let us try to change the prompt a little bit. Now let us talk about 10 crazy ideas. Let us talk about 10 silly ways of solving this problem if you were a let us say if you're a madman. I don't know what it is. Okay, well, let us just check that. All right. Okay. Effective ethical solutions. Okay. Stalker repellent bubble gum. Wow. Stalker alert parrots. Stalker detector dancing shoes. GPS connected stalker repellent umbrellas. Stalker repellent perfume. Stalker sensing hair accessories. Stalker repellent holographic companion. Stalker repellent whistle app. Stalker repellent glow in dark clothing. Stalker repellent virtual reality glasses. Right. So before beginning of this prompts and etc., I have personally have not thought about these kind of ideas. But by using this, it's giving me fantastic thoughts. I can mix match the ideas and I can create my own idea. And I'm sure that kind of an idea would not exist anyway. Right? Would you all agree with me that this is a powerful tool for ideation? So 20 ideas already generated. Now let us further change this. Okay. Let us say idea 10 impractical ways. Impractical ways of solving this problem. Let us say if you are a space scientist. I mean, it just it came to my mind and I'm just using that, all right? Or a rocket scientist or space scientist, okay? We are looking for impractical ways. Again, for generating interesting ideas, all right? So let us see what it will share. Oh, satellite guardian drones, orbital emergency beacons, space-based facial recognition, orbital panic buttons, zero gravity safe haven. How does it work? Create floating safe havens in space where individuals can escape to in emergencies, inaccessible to potential stalkers. Right? So it's definitely impractical, but very interesting, isn't it? That can trigger some ideas in your mind. Okay. Celestial alarm symphony, quantum entanglement distress signals, space-based voice activated shields. So as I said, this is a very interesting exercise and it can go unlimited. Okay. So I'm just curious to understand, let us say if you change the profession, we'll give an odd profession. Let us say you're an accountant. There is no relation. What does accountant can do? I don't know. Let us see. Okay. So we are talking about impractical ways from an accountant. All right. Giant personal bubbles, transportation devices, emergency beacons, drone swarms, inflatable safe spaces, etc., etc., etc. All right. So now you are understanding, right? So how to use this tool. So please, definitely, if you have not used ChatGPT so far, use the ChatGPT to enhance your ideation. It's a very interesting exercise, and you will feel lightened by the kind of ideas it is generating and the way that you can build up on these ideas. All right. Okay. So let us go back to our. So use this. I'm going to share this sheet with you, so you can use all of that. Now let us go back to the thing. Concept evaluation framework. So this is a simple framework, as I said before. So you list all your 30 ideas. Okay, and then you evaluate them based on efficiency, ease of use, and feasibility. Efficiency is how efficiently does the problem get solved with this concept. Ease of use is it a easy to use solution? You may have a fantastic solution, but you cannot use it properly, right? And feasibility, is it practical and can be implemented in the near future with the available technology or not? Now, to help you understand about the feasibility or understand the available technology, I will share this video link in the announcement group. Please watch it. It is a new gadget that it was released a couple of days ago. It is called, as I mentioned in the morning as well, it is called as AI pin. So AI pin, it basically they're trying to replace the phone. All right, so they are trying to replace the phone. If possible, let me show the image. I can AI. Yeah. So this is the demo that they actually, these two guys gave the demo of it. So if you go to images, you can actually see. All right, so this is the AI pin. It sits on your shirt or on your dress garment like this, and it is packed with technology. It is packed with technology. It can project images on your palm. It can read what your say, let us say you're talking to a Japanese person. It will understand that and it will translate in English and it will tell you. And when you respond, it will translate in Japanese and it will communicate to them. Right? So they have packed a lot of technology into this particular little gadget. And you can see the power of technology. So this also shows you what is possible and what is not possible. All right, so I'll share the link in the announcement group. So please do watch it. All right. Yeah, let us go back to the sheet. So once you rate on these factors, so you'll be rating on a scale of 1 to 10. And as you keep rating them, you can see there'll be a clear winner of top 3. So take all this top 3 and you sketch them out. You sketch all these 3 ideas out. If possible, try to build some mock-ups or prototypes with the material that you have. Reach out to your friends, talk to them, take feedback, and then add them into the Canvas slide. All right. So obviously you cannot do all of this before 6 o'clock. You can extend after 6 as well. So you can work till morning as per your convenience and all of that. Right. So so that's it. That's the briefing for the step 3. All right. And there were some questions by participants regarding the oh, sorry, I need to make it accessible for all of you guys, right? So I'll just make it accessible. Just give me a minute. Control copy. All right, so all those are pasted now. So in step 3, you can access the toolkit for step 3, use the links and do the needful. Okay. Yeah. So you're all having certain questions based regarding the slide upload and all that. So if any of you are having any questions, if you can quickly put it in the chat window or in the question space, Google form, let me pick them up and let me answer those. Or if Dion, if you have any questions regarding the slides that you have figured, you can let me know. I'll try to answer them.
All right. Yeah, so Umesh, there's a question from Danusha who's asking, is the judging process only based on the slides or will we be submitting the document somewhere?
All right. So the judging process primarily happens based on your 1-minute video. And what contains in your 1-minute video is the slides that you're building right now. So all those will be compiled into your 1-minute video and you'll give a voiceover and that will be used for the judging. All right.
All right. One more question. I can't see step 3 on the spreadsheet toolkit.
Now you can see.
So it's visible now. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
Okay. So the participants who are on live, how are you finding the process? Are you finding it difficult? Are you finding it enjoyable? Are you finding it challenging and achievable? Anybody would like to answer?
Yeah, we have quite a few here.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
All right, till they come up with the questions.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a question from Minal Joshi. Okay. She's saying, my daughter has registered for Design Hackathon but hasn't returned from school yet.
Okay.
I've been attending your session in order to explain the steps to her.
Fantastic.
Her questions and problems may be different. Can she work on it as she returns? Can she upload later?
Absolutely. So the cutoff point for uploading your slides and 1-minute video is tomorrow 6 p.m. Okay, so till that point, you can refine your work, you can upload, you can delete, you can re-upload, you can modify, you do all that information, no problem. Okay.
Right. And you know what? It's very inspiring to see that a child, for whatever reason they can't attend. It's very inspiring to see them, Minal, that you're supporting your child that way. It's a fantastic situation. Very inspiring.
So meanwhile, Dion, I would also like to show for question 1, the participants have already started uploading the work. And it's pretty cool. The guys, what they are doing is very, very nice. It's very inspiring and satisfying to see the work, right? So keep it going, keep it coming. You're going in the right direction. As I said, you can always replace your sketch, your slide. There is an option of doing that. For example, some have just uploaded information like this, like they wanted to upload what are the various problems that they have come up with, and then there is a revision of the problems and etc. If you want to do like that, please go ahead and do it. But what is ideally required for slide 1 is like what I'll show examples. Like for example, you see this? This is a beautiful way of documenting slide 1. The problem statement with the data. That's a problem statement. This is the data, and that is the team number. Good job, team 44501. And they're not overlapping the branding. Fantastic job. I'm so pleased to see this work. And also this, look at this, mosquitoes. Mosquitoes spread diseases posing health risks to humans. Yeah, so you could have also added the kind of diseases that are borne by the mosquitoes, right? Like chikungunya, dengue, how serious the problem is. You can also add a number, right? Or the Zika virus and etc., which is spreads through mosquito bites, right? So fantastic job. Congratulations, team number 44432. Amazing job. So this way you can continue doing it. I like that. See how nicely. I think they definitely have used a Bing Create or a AI generated image dog there. So this Diwali, let sparks fly in the sky, not fight your pet's eye. Amazing, right? So very inspiring to see this work coming in. So keep doing it. Others take inspiration of how the participants are doing this work and giving your best. Okay. So one suggestion is, do not add so much of text on this. Limit the text. Okay, because this is not user friendly. You cannot, you're trying to communicate your idea, but nobody's going to read so much of it, right? So please try to avoid that. Team 44503, I believe. Yeah. So the best way is like for example, look at this, how touching the image is. So empower domestic workers, children, safety, education, nutrition for sustainable economic growth, right? So the image that you're choosing should connect with you as a person. Then you would find more interest in that particular problem. All right. Great job. Okay. So pretty neat work students are doing. Yeah. Unorganized and overcrowded public transport in Bengaluru. Right. So very good work. Team 44378. All right. Okay, fine. So So good to see so many people uploading their works. Pranav has uploaded a work. I would suggest if you can add the problem statement as well. Of course, it speaks. It is about the air quality. But if you can just give 1 or 2 words description of the problem statement and with a data point, like how serious is this point? Okay, you can probably tell that, okay, if you look into the geographical region of India, maybe 30% of India is polluted. Or maybe you can say that, okay, 80% of Indian cities are polluted, or something like that. Or you can say that, okay, 260 million Indians are suffering with this air pollution, or something like that. Statistics, the data would really help. Okay, so good job, 33599. So we don't want your names because there's a reason, because all these entries are going to go for judging, and we don't want any kind of partiality or anything happening like that. Okay. All right. So that is for question 1, which is slide 1. Let us see slide 2. Yes, slide 2 also people are participants are uploading. That's very nice. Very good to see that. Keep going. And try to reduce the text. So how do you reduce your text? That's a very interesting question. Okay, so I'll give you a tip. Now that you know how to use ChatGPT, you're using the prompts. Now I would want you to re-engineer a prompt by yourself. I'll give you tips. So basically tell that, okay, so my insight is this. Concise it into less than 5 words and see what options it gives. All right, so it may give you some very interesting options. So whichever option, and you can also modify it, add some information and use it. So please minimize the amount of text on your slides. And very important, this is not following any template. So if you're not following the template that we give, your entry will be disqualified. So you need to have the branding on the top. All right. Okay. So you got to use a template and see that this is a beautiful way of showcasing, right? So 80% of women in India feel unsafe traveling alone. That's an interesting number. Insight, 80%. And women need swift access to help and safety in public spaces. Yeah, so that is a need. Fantastic. So 33580, good job. Very good job. Okay, so Dion, are there any questions that we can take up?
Yes. So some good, interesting questions are here. Gaurav Agarwal says, I've uploaded a revised copy of my step 1. Will you assist? Will you assess that or the original? So, yeah, maybe.
Okay. See, the slides that you are uploading is for your reference and our reference, and it's not going to be judged. It is for us to understand how the participants are evolving their ideas and slides. However, the final slide that you create for each of these steps, or the final 6 slides, those slides you package into a video, and that video will go into promotion. And that promotion video will be used for judging. I hope that is clear.
Yep. So, Kaustubha Belgod, same question for you. You can fine-tune your slide 1 and slide 2 based on the outcome of tomorrow.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
You
sure,
can upload it.
can. Yeah, you can fine-tune them and upload them. Yes.
No problem. Here Dubey is saying, I might have uploaded different works than what I want on Example. How can I delete it?
All right, so I'll show you how you can delete. For now, let me upload one dummy image. Okay, so let me upload, let us see, the theme. Okay, so this is an upload. So I have uploaded, and then I have rated and submit scores. And then I realized, oh my God, I uploaded the wrong image. What will I do now? Nothing to worry. We just access this little arrow down below. Here, can you see there?
So you aren't sharing your screen.
Oh, really? Thank you so much for highlighting that, Evelyn. So far I have not been sharing?
No, so we could see until where you were
The
showing
slides.
the
Okay,
participant things.
Thank God. All right. Okay. So let us say I have uploaded this. Let me just delete and re-upload. Okay. So I'm doing the demo here, right? So under question 1, let me see that I'm going to upload a image. Let me refresh my screen. Dion, you can mute your mic. Yeah. Okay. So let me upload this image. All right. I open, I upload, and I kind of saved it. And I also have given rating and submitted. Now I realize that, oh my God, what did I upload? This is not the image. I have to be uploading some other image. So what I do, click on this little arrow button over here. You have an option of deleting upload. Click on delete and it will be deleted. And what you do is refresh your screen. Just refresh your screen. Are you guys seeing my screen?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And then see, you can re-upload any image that you want. All right. So does that answer your question? It's a very simple process. So once you upload, you get the option of a little arrow mark. You can click on the arrow and you will get the option of deleting that particular. Okay.
All right. All right. So that's done. Kaustubh Belgod is asking, do we have to make a report of our backend work done in ChatGPT and also others to defend our design if required in a chat session? Do we need to document our backend work and defend our design in a chat session?
Right. So that's an interesting question. So please document your work. Okay. Your work process and all of that. We may get back to you asking for few people's or few participants process. Okay. So depending on the jury's request, we may have to ask some people to share their documented process. So whatever work that you're doing, please document them and keep it with you. You don't have to upload all the documented work. If required, we'll get back to you and we'll ask for documentation. And that time you should be able to submit the documentation for us. Documentation is basically what all prompts you used, what all messages you got, what all images you have done, what all ideas you developed. Just keep them in a folder. Screenshots of all of that in a Google Drive folder. That's right.
Right. The next question from Harshit Suresh. Can we take more than one slide for a step?
So Harshit, generally why we talk about 6 slides is because it's like 10 seconds per slide. So it's a 1-minute video that you need to create, right? So approximately you'll be spending 10 seconds a slide to explain and etc. If you have the capacity, if you think there is a need of another slide, go ahead and you add the slide, because you have to compile everything together, stitch them together into 1-minute video. And if you feel that, okay, 10 seconds is too much for one slide, and if you feel of adding one more slide, you're welcome to do that. Okay. So the reason of 6 slides is because you can talk about each slide for 10 seconds minimum. Right. So 10 seconds finishes just like that. So if you have more slides, then there's so much of information being shown one after the other, and the user may not be able to grasp that. The viewer may not be able to grasp that information. For that reason, we said 6 slides. Okay.
All right. There's a question from Jitesh Kumar. Jitesh, your question is not very clear. So we would ask our team to connect with you, and possibly if you can go to the troubleshoot section, then to troubleshoot Zoom, then they will probably help you out with that. All right. Cool. So keep the questions coming in. We have addressed almost all questions. Shama M is asking, where do we upload the stakeholder persona pictures? That was required for step 2. Now we're in step 3. So we've covered that, and we hope you've got an understanding of that
So
aspect.
that will be uploaded under question number 2, like slide 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Right. Umesh, at this stage, I would like to invite the panelists on and get their thought processes on ideation and validation.
All right. Thank you so much, Dion, and thank you, panelists, for helping out the participants to go in the direction in the journey. And thank you so much, Dion. See you later.
Right. And in the meantime, if there are any of the participants here on this Zoom session, you all could also ask your questions, right? So requesting the faculty for this step 3 to turn their cameras on. Professor Vikram, Professor Manoj, and Professor Gauri Lakshmi. Yeah. So good. So nice to have all of you all here. Starting with Professor Gauri Lakshmi, right? When it comes to ideation and validation and the idea generation process. Now, what Umesh touched upon is to try various ideas and go absolutely crazy with this, right? How important is that? Or what would be the purpose of that, of generating crazy ideas, and some of which may not be practical?
Yeah, so many would think that it's really not, there's no point in creating crazy ideas or like many various ideas, but I think it's really important because once you're generating multiple ideas, or even if it's crazy ideas, you're kind of challenging yourself to think out of the box and like that thinking out of the box kind of leads you into making innovative ideas. Like for example, when I was doing a project, when I had we did the Crazy 8 tool. So we generated craziest ideas, but at the end when we were combining, we kind of combined 2 ideas to get one good idea. So it's kind of like you're thinking out of the box and challenging yourself and kind of understanding more about the whole problem and going into depth. So that kind of is the point of the whole generating multiple ideas. So I think it's really good to generate more ideas.
Fantastic. Umesh, I'm going to stop your screen share. Hold on. All right. So thank you for that, Professor Gaudi. I mean, it is probably like you mentioned, to get inspiration, right, to generate more realistic ideas. So you go crazy and you get the inspiration and do that. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Professor Manoj, thank you for joining in as well. Now, in this ideation validation stage, we had a look at step 3. So let me open up the toolkit so that we can have a reference point, right? So in this step, so what was suggested is let's first generate 30 different ideas. Now, when we look at generating ideas, right, the initial thought is, oh my God, how am I going to generate 30 different ideas? But using Chat GPT, it seemed to be rather easy, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So how important is this as a tool?
Many of us, when we start ideating, we stick to like a limited ideas. And these ideas will be like, some can generate 5, 10, and then we are exhausted. And when we use AI tools like these, they try to combine different resources and give us a lot of ideas. So these prompts will help us generate n number of ideas, where sometimes it gives the cues for us to think beyond what is possible. It also gives us to think futuristic. And sometimes our ideas are limited to our knowledge many of the times. I mean, what we have read or what we have seen or what we experienced, our ideas are stuck at that. And we don't know what is happening around the world. And tools like these, ChatGPT, AI tools, will give or will dig deep into the resources that are available online, free online. And they try to give us some ideas. Okay, this is the way we can go. This is the way we can go. So that will ease our ideation process.
Yeah, and that's very interesting, because at the end of it, we are still in control. Even though ChatGPT throws things up at us, we're still in control of the options, right? Because we can decide whether we want that in or we want to reject those ideas.
Yeah, finally, it's us who are going to validate and pick the ideas. So ChatGPT gives us certain options, and we are going to identify the right suitable option and proceed with the next step.
Fantastic. And yeah, so during the breaks, I was having a chat with a few people, and they told me that generating the ideas itself has been a challenge. Professor Vikram, if I can rope you in at this stage, how important, a lot of people are not comfortable with using these AI tools, right? And the whole purpose of us using AI extensively in this design hackathon is to sensitize people, to say that all AI tools are there and it's going to be there for a long time. So we have to adopt to this at some point of time or the other. We might as well do it now, right? But that was our thought process. But there are still people who have their reservations. How do you think people can overcome these reservations?
See, well, one thing is to understand that at every stage of human evolution, technologies and advances have happened that have made things easier for everybody. So if we take the classic case of painting, for instance, at one time during the Renaissance time, they said that a painting should be done this way, and this represents the true reality of things, which actually it was not a fact, because all you were representing was the front face of anybody. You didn't know what happened in the back, the side, and nowhere. Then came along other forms of painting, Dadaism, then Picasso landed up, so on and so forth. They produced abstract art and said that was the way of showing the entirety of a person. Then came along photography, which created a lot of problems. The people said this is not original art. But at all stages, every one of these advancements has only improved our life. While yes, there are reservations I have about artificial intelligence, because you don't know, it could be a runaway technology, but that's a different field. As far as our design field is concerned, AI helps us generate these ideas and allows us some time to reflect, because today design as a discipline has become too short. There is no time to reflect really. And if this is a tool that allows us to to generate a lot of ideas and then gives us some time to reflect upon these ideas. I think it's a great advancement, a very useful tool. I've used it myself, and I think it's something that helps us designers. There are a lot of times we all experience blocks and all that, and we also take a lot of time to come to any conclusions, thinking yes, we have time, I'll wait till the last day and then I'll produce my concept. But this thing on the first day itself, you get a brief, you generate it, and you take your time to evaluate, structure it, restructure it, redesign it. Ultimately, it's in our hand. It's a very powerful tool, and I don't think anybody should be shying away from AI. But there is still a little thing I would be concerned about, is that it should not totally replace our own inherent skills. You can become very dependent upon all these things where our own thought processes and even our physical skills are totally replaced. Now that is a danger. A small example would be the fact that I don't even know my dad's phone number today. Because it's all available to me on my phone, I just press a button and it goes. But yes, 30 years ago, there were a whole book of phone numbers in our heads. I'm not too sure whether that was the best thing that has happened, but certainly convenience is there. We should be aware of these little things that could happen and then probably safeguard ourselves against it. But certainly no need to shy away from the benefits of all these tools.
True. And as we were talking and referencing the transition of painting, it also brought me to remember the story of Xerox, right? When they invented this machine to make copies, and people said, why would anyone buy a machine when carbon paper is so freely available?
Yes.
Yeah. and today I don't think half the people here know what carbon paper.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And nobody has blue or black fingers either.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, so yeah, there is a lot of evolution in technology, evolution in concepts, and I think the challenge is opening up our minds to at least exploring these technologies and trying to figure out how we can use this to our advantage or reject them, right? But
there is another thing, Dion, that I've noticed over the time that AI has started coming in. One is that design schools will, in time, have to accept this new thing, certainly, and there will be classes in prompt generation, which takes us to another little thing, that language would become very important. These are language-based tools. And then people will have to probably know how better to give a prompt. Somebody was asking in the morning, how do you write a prompt? And you can write some prompt and get all kinds of results. But how do you precisely write a prompt? And is there some form of code for it? Like in Google, you can add a plus, you can add some various symbols, and you can get very different results. Should we be training our students to be looking into these things? I certainly think so. And then precision of language becomes a very, very important thing when you put in a prompt. Just like precision of presentation or precision of expression, because ultimately we are going to be expressing things to our clients. Somebody has to understand things very, very cleanly, neatly, precisely, and we should be able to present it so well in a short time. AI helps a lot, but that puts the burden upon us to be very, very clear in our prompts. So that's a new thing that one should be thinking about: language, design, and language. There were the old terminology called design language, but this is a slightly different configuration of design and language.
You brought out a very, very good point. And thank you for highlighting this. And it's very interesting to see, to some level, AI is forcing us to improve upon our language skills. Right? It's kind of saying, okay, this is not good enough to get what you want, so try and improve till you get what you want. So to a large extent, it's the evolution is also impacting us in a positive manner.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I've noticed that about the difference between Facebook translation and Instagram translation. Facebook translation is not a very, very good translation. Whereas Instagram, you look at any language, it translates it very perfectly. That means the ability to understand abstract thoughts, Instagram has taken it very far.
All right.
Excellent translations from whether it be Tamil, whether it's German, Turkish, whatever. You just put that translate and you get a very accurate translation. Surprisingly good.
Interesting. That's a very interesting perspective. I've not actually had the time to. I was not aware that that Instagram also had the option of a translator, but I must look into that. Right. So now let's go into the next aspect. Hold on. Let me keep a check on time. Right. So we have sufficient time. So as we go into evaluating the ideas, the next aspect is evaluate the 30 different ideas across 5 search criteria, right? What we are doing or what we are hoping to achieve is that, you know, we're giving a structure and a methodology for our participants to, you know, apply their thoughts and go wild and then help them to shortlist that. Since we are talking about the design hackathon, or from a very practical perspective, how important is this aspect of, you know, going crazy and evaluating and putting a number to something that is abstract? Professor Gauri, if you can possibly give us your thoughts on this.
So yeah, again, like now as people start to go crazy and generate multiple ideas, now they'll be confused of what to. So earlier when I was doing the troubleshooting session, everyone was having doubts as to how to like come to what they want or like precise the problem statement or whatever inside. So it's kind of nice to have a evaluation or criteria how to come down from the 30 ideas to one idea that would work for their problem. So it's kind of nice and like giving them the criteria, helping them to how to come to that point is kind of helpful, I think. Yeah, that's great. And the questions are also like very concise. Again, like sir said, they're very like the language problem is like really like the other day that someone was asking, like earlier in the session, someone was asking how to get a specific or like precise prompt on the chat GPT. So like that's like a real problem. So now we are giving them the criteria how to like organize their thoughts and how to come to that point of solution from their idea. So it's really nice.
Yep, interesting. And also now as part of this process, you know, once what we say is once you go through this 30 ideas and you apply this 5 criteria, and then we want you to come down to 3 ideas and sketch them out, right? How important is the sketching aspect? Well, a lot of people have their reservations that, okay, I'm not good at sketching. I've never sketched in my life, right? But what is the purpose of having those sketching?
I think can just
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's not really like you don't have to know sketching or drawing as such. It's like giving a physical embodiment or like just putting it on paper, your idea. And that's really good. Like it's essential because you'll have more idea of what your idea is on a paper. So it's really nice to sketch it out because you'll have imagining is like great. I'm an imagining person, but to have it in front of your eyes, you'll get more idea of what you are doing and what you're kind of coming into the solution.
Nice. Okay. I'm going to share this screen again.
Dion, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Just a sec. On the same point.
Yep.
There has always been the traditional viewpoint that when a person sketches, that particular physical action activates certain neural pathways, and therefore you're able to imagine better. And yes, I will still subscribe to that point that sketching, drawing, and other representational forms are very important in a student's development. Possibly not exactly for this hackathon, because it's a time-bound uh, uh, a time-bound project, and you need to deliver something. And if you got these tools, excellent. But that does not mean that a design student should not become skilled in some of these sketching in media in other forms. While we still have Photoshop, while we have CAD, we have things to enhance our imagination, still a designer should be able to draw, conceptualize, translate what they conceptualize through a physical way of doing things. These technologies cannot replace that. They are all adjuncts. They actually enhance our abilities. But still, these sketching, drawing, all the things that we do in a foundation, typical foundation class are still important. Only thing is we have now the advantage of getting a little more time. Otherwise, it takes a lot of time to develop a lot of these things.
Disconnected we have.
Hello? Was I disconnected?
No, sir, you're audible.
Yeah.
I think Dion sir is facing some network issues.
So was I clear in what I said?
Yes, sir.
So adding to both what Mr. Vikram and Mr. Gauri had already said, the sketching is a way of communicating what you are visualizing, So yeah, it's not always like you're going to do an excellent sketch. You don't have to be a good artist to articulate what you visualize, but you can always take aids that are available if you're comfortable with paper mock-ups, or if you're comfortable with some other medium of representation. I think that can serve the purpose of communicating the idea that you have.
Yeah, which is interesting. It's interesting that you spoke about the mock-ups, Professor Manoj, because that brings me to the next point, which is to actually create new mock-ups. And so at the end of phase 3 today, we would like the participants to actually maybe make a mock-up. So if it's something physical, they could actually make a physical mock-up, or if it's something intangible, they could sketch it out and, or use whatever skills they have to express those. Of course, we saw the examples in what Umesh spoke about. He showed some of last year's examples, which are pretty interesting. From the perspective of solving problems, how important is it to actually create these mock-ups, whether it's a physical mock-up or a digital or a sketch?
Mock-ups help in understanding the size and scale of a product, and also different components of a product, and the functionality, basically. So when we design something, it solves a purpose. There is a function attached to it. So these mock-ups are a quick way of evaluating the function of it and the size and scale of it. That gives the proportions. Like proportions is very important in designing. So I think the quick mock-ups are the best way to evaluate your designs.
Okay.
So the mock-ups can be can use any material. It can start with paper, as simple as paper, and there are a lot of other tools at our disposal, and people can use any of it. We can call it jugadu, but yeah, if you want to communicate your idea, you can use any means.
Right. But just playing the devil's advocate here, right? So our participants here, they want to solve Safe Bharat issues, right? Which is crazy. And how can they solve it with simple mock-ups that are available in their houses, right? So how can they solve complex issues with simple items?
So when it comes to complex issues, like we can also call it as a system level design. So a system level design starts with a simple cog in the wheel. And if we can make that cog with some prototyping and we can visualize it on a larger scale, and that will help. So we don't have to actually think on a larger scale, but we can think on a smaller scale and we can scale it up to a larger scale.
Okay, so thank you for that, Professor Manoj. I'd like to take this to Professor Vikram to build up on this. Now, Professor Manoj said we need to look at it as a small part, and as we work on these smaller pieces, it builds up into a larger puzzle, right? It fits into the larger piece of the puzzle. From this mock-up perspective, let's say you as a designer, you see something simple, but you can imagine something a lot more complex, right? So does that mock-up need to be like a fancy, outstanding mock-up, or even something simplistic can give you an idea
we have to understand the role and function of this mock-up. A mock-up in the design process is only to self-evaluate. It's not a final presentation. The prototype becomes the final presentation and then possibly the production model. Even there are people do go back to check and correct. The mock-up is for us to understand, who the designer, the student, to understand, as the earlier professor said, Professor Manoj, form, proportion, texture, and a projection of the possible the substance of the product, and also a mock-up. While today a lot of our digital mock-ups, we are able to turn it all around and see it from all perspectives. There's nothing quite like actually having some form of mock-up right in the hand to test out certain hypotheses. And a mock-up in practical terms is a very cheap thing. No, you can actually create a lot of things with any commonly available material and then throw it into the garbage, which is what the mock-up is for. One should not be afraid of throwing things into the garbage. As I used to say in my colleges, throw it over your left shoulder. Don't ever get attached to that stage of your design. The mock-up only confirms certain. Take it, chuck it. The next level should be a lot more detailed product. And in industrial design, at least, you do need to make probably even life-size models. A mock-up is very, very initial. And people should make mock-ups.
Okay.
People should work with their fingers.
Super. So to all the participants out here, we are looking for you. We hope you understood the mock-up, however simple it is, however basic it is. It tells us a much larger story of your imagination and what you have to offer and the impact of what you can create. So, or the potential of your idea. So don't hesitate to work on a mock-up. Do whatever you can, however simple or however complex it could be. Don't worry about it. Just take materials freely available in your house and make something awesome out of it. Yeah. Feedback is the next aspect, which is very critical. Once the mock-up is made, to reach out to your stakeholders and get that feedback. What is the purpose of this particular thing of getting feedback? Because we already have the idea in our minds. We've already created a mock-up, and now it's up to us to make the final output. So why do we really need to get the feedback from stakeholders? Professor Gauri, maybe if you could take this question up, or Professor Manoj.
Okay, so design, when we call it as industrial design, it's not for us. It's not personal. Personal as an idea is personal, but when we make a product, it is for the masses. So there is when we in the second step, we were talking about the persona creation. So persona is a user. So our product is going to cater to mass audience. So when we make something, before launching it to the market or before actually giving it to different people, we have to evaluate whether it is appropriate to that particular stakeholder. The stakeholder is the person who is affected by your design, right? So it's always important to give it to him, get a feedback, and understand the constraints and pros and cons of a particular feature, and always try to reflect back and refine the product, the design. So that's the role of feedback from the stakeholders.
Very interesting, because so in the context of this design hackathon, what you're actually saying is that even if we make a simple mock-up, if the participants make a simple mock-up, they don't need to get complex feedback from it. They can just reach out to their network and get basic feedback, which would help them refine what they're doing, right?
Yes.
Awesome. That's very interesting. So that basic feedback will help them understand a lot more better, and they could help improve what they are working on.
And Professor, do you want to add to this? Now, those students who are here at the hackathon are ultimately going to become professionals. And they're going to have careers of their own. They would set up studios of their own. We cannot imagine that even at this young stage and an early stage, that the only stakeholders are the people they design for. Fashion has that luxury to a large extent, but even fashion has changed with time, because in a typical industrial situation, a manufacturing situation, it is not only the designer and the final user, it's all the steps in between. The manufacturer, the material person, the vendors, the management, the customer relationship people, and a designer is another unit within this whole complex structure. And that designer will necessarily have to have feedback from all this structure. So we cannot. And at once upon a time, one thought that the designer is a highly fashionable kind of a person, or a very special kind of person. Yes, designers are special because they are thinkers, they are creative people. But this creativity is still going to be mitigated in many ways by the structures around them. It's not always the designer gets away with whatever they want to do. There are too many other complex factors to be taken into consideration. One has to get used to this idea that yes, we are part of a team. There are very few of those iconic designers, and no, not too many right now. Probably 50 years ago, there were big names who dictated whatever they do. But today, things have become so complex that a designer becomes a part of a team.
Right. But Professor, if I could add a little twist to this, right? So we are talking about us, all the participants being from the angle of a designer, right? But we have teachers here, we have homemakers here, we have startup founders, we have business people, right? For them, how important is, them being part of this hackathon? What's happening with them is they've come here to learn the design process and apply it into their context, right? So from their perspective, how important is the feedback, loop?
Extremely important. Extremely important. Because one individual cannot encompass all knowledge. And you learn all kinds of surprising things from all surprising places. And therefore, the reason why this feedback becomes important is helps you keep an open mind. There is an idea we would certainly have, but it is not as if we know 100% of the thing. There's always another viewpoint that can come in and then change the entire track of this idea. Feedback in that sense is absolutely, and it does not necessarily have to be the feedback only from the mentors or the panelists or any senior person who has been working in this field for some time. It can come from a little child also, and suddenly our perspective changes. And the designer should be that flexible that even at that late stage, if that particular piece of feedback was valid, they should be flexible enough and adventurous enough and accepting enough to change their ideas, to fit in this feedback too. And that's why feedback is important at all stages. There's no way we can say, no, we are the citadel and this is where all ideas flow from. We have certain advantages, but we don't have all the advantages.
Excellent. So to all the participants here, it doesn't matter whether you're a designer or whether you're a founder or a homemaker or a teacher. The idea of this is to learn the design process and apply it into your own lives, right? So in this case, you're learning it and applying it to a context for 2 days, but you could also take this and apply it into your own teaching methodologies, or if you want to start something new, if you're running an existing business and you want to improve upon that, you learn these techniques and you can apply it in those contexts. So with that, it would be, we'd be very happy. We are very happy that Professor Manoj, Professor Vikram, and Professor Gauri have participated in this very insightful session, step 3. And thank you so much. Professor Manoj represents the School of Design and Innovation, which is part of RV University, Bangalore. Professor Vikram represents United World Institute of Design, which is in Ahmedabad. And Professor Gauri represents Ecole Intuit Lab, which is in Bangalore. And we thank all of them for their valuable time and effort. Just 1 second. So we thank all of them for their time and effort. Just 1 second. So thank you so much for taking your time out to participate in this. One final word of conclusion from Umesh before we end the session. For today, Evelyn would end the session after Umesh's talk. Yeah. Umesh, over to you.
Right. Thank you, Dion. So we are nearing day 1. So I hope there's a lot you guys have learned, a lot you guys have done. There's so much to learn, so much to explore. So as I said, the journey of innovation is quite exciting, quite challenging. There'll be a lot of emotional ups and downs. It's all part of the process, right? But then as you move forward, conquering small steps, at one point you will reach the end and it will be quite satisfying for you. And all the steps that you're learning can be actually applicable in your personal or professional lives. Okay, so next time when you see a problem, you will not see it as a obstacle, but rather an opportunity. And then you can actually work on it and you can transform that into a $1 billion startup, or you can change the lives of millions of people. All right, so that is what the journey you are onto. So the 3 steps officially are concluded, but of course you can continue working on them, refining them, the process of the design thinking is that as you are moving forward, you get to open up your mind, the possibilities, etc., because you're generating new insights, and you're becoming better and better. So if you're not getting better, if you're not having, if you're not seeing that your work can be improvised, then there's a problem. But if you're feeling that, okay, I could have done more, then that is the right path. All right. So with that, I would like to thank all the participants. I would like to thank all the mentors. I would also like to thank all the organizing team of DQ and Deans and the volunteers who have put up this wonderful show together for all of us to share, learn, and grow and transform our tomorrow. So thank you once again, all of you, and looking forward for an exciting day 2. So day 2 will be starting at 10 o'clock, and we have Sonia Manchanda, who is the design partner of Spread Design and Innovation Company. She's from Bangalore. She's also the board member of World Design Organization, and she is an inspiration by herself. She has effected so many changes in the real-time world. So she's gonna share her views on the journey and what you're all learning and her experiences and all of that. So we'll start off with her keynote speech at 10 o'clock and followed by step 4, 5, and 6. And if you have sustained day 1, day 2 will be a breeze. All right. So day 2 is very, very easy. Okay. So day 1 is a difficult one. Finding problem, finding insights, concept generation. It's all very difficult thing. And I'm glad that you have all sustained through this intensive exercise. So looking forward for a great day 2. So with that, thank you all so much. Over to you, Evelyn.
Thank you, sir. A huge thank you to all the panelists we had so far today. Thank you for imparting your valuable knowledge with the participants. And participants, I hope you were able to take away something from the 3 sessions we had today. And with this, we come to the end of day 1. I hope all participants were able to efficiently use the tools provided to develop problems worth solving. We saw in these sessions that participants have tapped into really unique and innovative ideas. I sincerely hope this energy continues tomorrow as well. All of us are eagerly awaiting your solutions, and we can't wait to see what you create. So thank you for your active participation in day 1. And lastly, I would like to thank our sponsors, the United World Institute of Design Ahmedabad, DJ Academy of Design Coimbatore, School of Design and Innovation at RV University, Bangalore, Ajinkya D.Y. Patel University, Pune, Equal Intuit Lab, Bangalore, and OIR NGO, Coimbatore. Thank you so much.
The School of Design and Innovation at RV University is one of the best design schools in Bangalore, where we encourage students to work collaboratively. With dedicated studio spaces, students would acquire and hone their skills, learn design theories, methods, and processes that will help develop and refine their ideas, which address the problems identified in a holistic manner.
You all as your Dean of School of Design and Innovation for RV University. I also bring with me an ethos of collaborative leadership and I'm really invested in an interdisciplinary way of teaching and learning design, which I think is really strongly supported by our faculty members and the pedagogic structure of the university. As a Dean, I really don't just want to create graduates, but I want to create future design leaders who can really make a mark in the field.
It takes a new form of education to prepare students for the society that is upcoming. And that's why the focus on innovation is critical, and that is the focus that the university has taken up.
Ours is a special university simply because we do not make mere professionals here. We make better human beings.
This university mainly focuses on value creation.
Everything is filled with a lot more of fun and it just makes you filled with more optimism, and we have a lot of things to get inspired.
You just feel like coming to college every day.
We ask the students to focus more on the imagination part of it, intuition part of it, rather than the historical facts and figures.
Study graphic design, fine arts, gaming, and digital design. Join our truly global campuses for the best undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Register now.